Sloe, Djinn, Fizz, A Shot of Midlife Magic, Book 3. Written by Tegan Maher. Narrated by Kim Miller. Prologue. Welcome back to Dolphin Key. You might know me pretty well by now, but just in case you're a little fuzzy on the details, I'll refresh your memory. My name is Jules Cavanaugh. I'm living the dream down here on the Gulf Coast of Florida, but it took me a minute to embrace it because I had to lose some skin to get here. As soon as my 2 sons went off to college, my husband of over 2 decades set me free by taking up with his secretary. Yeah, that sounds odd, but by betraying me, he booted me out of a world I'd been slogging through just because it was comfortable. At the time, it was a real kick in the teeth. But everything's worked out much better for me than if I'd stayed in suburbia hell making cheese platters to entertain people I mostly didn't like for a husband who didn't appreciate it. It didn't feel like a favor at the time, but I ended up with paradise, and he got publicly dumped by a ladder-climbing dingbat named Bubbles. Once his whole "I'll leave my wife and we'll get married" thing became a reality, she left him so fast she nearly blew the tires off the new Porsche he had bought her. Bless the poor thing's greedy little heart. She could have saved herself some time and just asked me to dish about him. But then, she wouldn't have gotten the car or the hot up-and-coming attorney she caught with it. When Rob and Bubbles had sat me down and told me how in love they were, he with her perky boobs, and she with his imaginary bank account, I suppose, I'd called my 2 besties. Laurel and Cece had shown up 20 minutes later with the fixins for margaritas. We'd gotten drunk and hatched an outrageous plan right then and there, with the clarity only tequila can bring. We'd decided I'd pack my bags that night and move to the place my father had left me in Florida, sight unseen, the next morning. Crazy, right? But let me tell you, it was the best thing I've ever done. My estranged father had just passed away, leaving me the owner of his tiki bar. It sits right on the Gulf of Mexico, and I get to listen to steel drum music and stare at the ocean from the back deck of the apartment upstairs. I own my own successful business on the Gulf of Mexico. I work the schedule I want, and I answer to nobody. I needed a job, a place to live, and a safe space to regroup and find myself, and my inheritance had solved all my problems at once. I realize my story sounds relatively normal so far. Sure, life threw me a curveball, but that's just part and parcel of being human. Shit happens. You pick yourself up and you go on. I did that by moving here, and that's when the other detail of my new life left normal in the dust, but in a very cool way. Well, except now people keep trying to kill me, and as the Mistress of Balance, I'm responsible for maintaining the balance between good and evil. Details, though, right? The night I moved here, I had an awakening, and I mean that quite literally. My flair for the dramatic, combined with a spell that I mistook for a poem to activate magic I hadn't even known I possessed. That's only the tip of the iceberg, though. A gorgeous alpha wolf shifter was managing my bar, and took me under his wing when I almost destroyed it by accidentally summoning a mini hurricane while I was arguing with the ex on the phone. We hit it off, and now he treats me like a goddess, at least when he's not being a bone-headed man. Eddie and Eric, 2 of my new friends, keep me laughing and have taught me a ton about magic. But maybe the biggest shocker in all of this was finding out I have a sister named Delilah, or Lila for short. Our relationship is messy, but we're getting there. She did sorta try to kill me, but just the one time. To be fair to her, she's also saved me more than once too. We're doing the best we can to work through our differences, but families are hard. To summarize, I've been thrust into a whole new world that I hadn't even suspected existed outside of my fantasy books. My life is filled with magic and mayhem, shifters, elves, fairies, hellhounds, and mystical portals. I even met a sea serpent who had the kindest heart once she stopped trying to smash us. I'm fortunate to have friends, both old and new, by my side, so I don't have to go on this new journey alone. The whole situation has been surreal, and despite 2 excellent efforts by 2 different factions, I've lived to tell another tale, and I'm glad you've decided to join me. Now that you're all caught up, let's get to the story. Chapter 1. That should do it, I said, plucking the drain from the sink and then drying my hands. Apart from the full tip bucket, the night had been bananas from a bartender's perspective, but the business owner in me was jumping for joy. Since I'd taken over, we'd made a few minor changes to the way the bar ran, such as featuring live music on weeknights, but the return on investment was huge. I think the band was a hit, Ronan said, wiping off the last bit of stickiness from the bar. The steel drums were a nice touch. And people seem interested in the Halloween party next weekend, too. I wasn't sure how that would go down. Where I'm from, people take their kids out trick-or-treating, but adults don't dress up unless it's for a charity event. Even then, it's usually just masks. He shot me a look of disbelief. That's the fun of Halloween. You have one night to be whatever you want to be. I smiled as I thought of the soccer moms I'd known, dressing up as cheerleaders and scarecrows. Hell would have frozen over first. Yeah, but it's not dignified. I heard Eddie and Eric talking about dressing up as Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble. I'll bet you $100 they come up with some way to make their costumes tropical. He laughed as he slipped clean wine glasses into the overhead rack. I'm not taking that bet. They keep whoever makes those Aloha shirts in business. I have no doubt they'll find caveman versions of them. The visual made me laugh as I closed the cooler and dumped out the sanitizer buckets. If you're about finished up, I'll go ahead and count the drawer so we can call it a night. I am. You're certainly getting the hang of this whole bartender thing, he said, as he stacked the last of the clean beer glasses in the freezer. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear you've been doing this all your life. I shrugged as I pulled the cash drawer from the register. Well, I did bartend my way through college, so I guess a lot of it's just muscle memory. The more I do it, the more stuff comes back to me, I snickered. It helps that if I forget how to make one of the fluffy tropical drinks, I can just use the standard rum, pineapple juice, OJ, and a blurb of grenadine. Maybe toss in some coconut rum for a little extra flair. Ronan grinned and wiped his hands on a dry towel, then pulled me into a hug. That's cheating, but I'll allow it, considering how full your mental processor must be right now. You can always ask for the recipe through our link, but as long as the guest's happy, that's all that matters. I'm gonna go grab a couple bottles of tequila from the stockroom while you chain the chairs. I hugged him back, then pushed up on my tippy toes to give him a kiss. I'd only meant for it to be a quick peck, but it slipped from G-rated to PG and was racing around turn 3 toward R when I pushed him back and cleared my throat. Maybe you should go get that tequila so we can continue this upstairs? Yes, ma'am, he replied with a wink, and one more quick kiss on the tip of my nose before heading toward the front building 100 yards away. It was technically an inside bar area, but we didn't use it. According to Ronan, it was mostly for hurricane parties or the rare occasion when it got really cold. Since neither had happened since I'd been there, I'd never seen it open. Instead, we used it for storage. I'd only slipped the security chain through 2 of the chairs when a noise that sounded suspiciously like a metal spoon hitting the floor sounded from the kitchen area. Brutus, my demon dog, posing as a half-grown French bulldog puppy, growled from where he was splooting on the cool patio bricks, and the hackles on his little back stood on end. "Hang on, boy," I said, tilting my head and waiting to hear another noise. Since I was already squatting, I maintained my position so that I was invisible from the bar. It was a little windy outside, so it was possible a sea breeze had blown through strong enough to knock a utensil off a hook. Not probable, though, and the thought flew right out the window when something bumped into the stainless steel prep table. I recognized the sound because I'd done it myself a dozen times before I'd acclimated to where everything was. A faint groan reached my ears, and I glanced toward the front building to see whether or not Ronan was on his way back. Obviously, there was somebody in the kitchen, but I was loath to face it alone. I had a metric shit ton of magic and a demon dog who could eat a man whole, but I wasn't one of those stupid women from a horror movie who went to investigate things on her own. In my world, doing something like that could get you killed, just like in the slasher films. No matter how powerful you are, there's always somebody more powerful, or in my case, more experienced. Instead, I reached out to Ronan through our mental link. Somebody's in the kitchen. I needn't have bothered telling him. Being an alpha wolf shifter meant he had a sixth sense for danger anyway, and when it came to me, he was especially protective. He was already halfway across the courtyard that separated the tiki from the front building. When he stopped at the corner of the bar in order to stay hidden, he put his nose in the air and sniffed, then narrowed his eyes. Brutus growled again. Whispering a few words, I threw up an invisible physical barrier around the 3 of us. Though I could technically do the spell without speaking the words now, I still wasn't in the habit of doing so. "Stay here while I check it out," he said through our link. "Not a snowball's chance in hell," I replied. "I'm going with you." A couple of months ago, I'd have been a liability, but that wasn't the case anymore. I'd gotten a decent hold on my magic, so I wanted to be there in case things went sideways. He breathed a deep, annoyed sigh, but didn't try to persuade me further. As an apex predator, he was stealthy, unlike me. Just the sound of my knees popping when I stood up probably gave us away if the trespasser didn't already know we were there. I sent out magic feelers for any beings in the bar, and sure enough, I found one person. A wizard, to be exact, back there. "There's one wizard back there," I thought to Ronan. "I know. I smell blood," he whispered aloud as he stepped around the corner in a semi-crouch, ready to pounce. I slipped in beside him and almost tripped over a soft lump on the floor before I could even hit the light switch. I leapt back a few feet and swished my hand to turn on the lights. As soon as I could see, I realized the lump was a man with a gash on his forehead. He groaned again, and though he appeared to be out of commission, I didn't make the mistake of just assuming. I summoned my magic, ready for him to jump up and attack as I approached him. Brutus stood tight against my leg, growling with his hackles up. Ronan placed a hand on my arm, holding me back as he pushed the man onto his back with his toe. I gave him a once-over. On top of the gash, his clothes were singed, but not badly enough that it would have burned through to his skin. For that matter, the cut hadn't put him in the shape he was in either. Face wounds bleed a lot, but my maternal superpower for quickly scanning for mortal wounds had already cataloged it as superficial. I glanced at Ronan, who bent over the guy and lightly slapped the side of his face. Wake up, buddy. You have some explaining to do. There were only 2 ways the dude could have gotten into the kitchen without passing me. Through the back door, which would have required either jumping the fence around the dumpster or teleporting in. Either way, I didn't know him from Adam, and it was almost 3 in the morning. He'd better have a damn compelling reason for being there. The guy cracked his eyes open and blinked a couple of times. I need the Mistress of Balance, he croaked, pushing up to a seated position with his back braced against the table post. I stepped closer. Who's asking? I wasn't about to just declare my identity to some random wizard who'd shown up in my bar in the middle of the night. The whole situation was sketchy, and I was no dummy. He winced as he used the table to climb to his feet. Blaine Thatcher, I need help. Sanctuary, actually. Sanctuary from what? I asked. The situation had taken a turn for the weird. I wasn't a shelter, but I would protect somebody who needed it, depending on the circumstances. Are you the mistress? He asked, giving me the once-over. I imagined somebody... I quirked a brow at him and crossed my arms. Younger? In better shape? There was no shame in my game, but I also knew I had a few wrinkles and a little extra padding despite the rigorous training I'd been doing. His face pinked, and he shifted his gaze from mine. I'm sorry, that was rude, and I spoke without thinking. I heard your situation was unique, so I don't know what I was thinking. I was almost murdered beside my friend less than 5 minutes ago, so I'm not exactly thinking straight. Explain, Ronan clipped. He had his arms crossed and his feet shoulder-width apart, which made him look moderately terrifying, even to me. Given the situation, I wouldn't have asked him to soften his stance, even if I thought he would have listened. Blaine rubbed his head, wincing when he touched the cut. I was walking on the beach in LA with a friend. The weather was great, the water was calm. I hadn't seen him in a while, so we were catching up. I admit, I wasn't paying much attention to our surroundings, so our attacker caught us by surprise. 1 minute we were alone, and the next, somebody was firing lightning at us. My friend took a direct hit, but I managed to avoid the one aimed at me. He glanced down at his scorched clothing. Barely. Ironically, we'd been talking about you and what's been going on, and wondering why you haven't done anything about it, so this is where I came. I furrowed my brow in confusion. What are you talking about? What's been going on, and why should I be doing something about it? He glanced at me, puzzled. You mean you really don't know? About what? I glanced at Ronan to see if he had any idea what this guy was talking about. He shook his head. Blaine closed his eyes. Fine. I don't know why that's a shock. You've only had this position for a couple of months, and you haven't even held a Coven meeting. Not that I blame you, but this is sort of one of the jobs where you must be able to keep a lot of balls in the air. I scowled, but it was mostly because he'd hit a sore spot. I'd been meaning to talk to the local Coven leader about that, but just hadn't found the time. Or so I told myself. Brutus shoved his nose into my hand and whined. He always seemed to know what I was feeling. Blaine held up a hand. Let me start at the beginning. As I'm sure you know, a lot of magicals choose to live quiet lives. We're not interested in politics, and we don't care about power. All we want to do is live and let live. The problem is, when you're not part of any group, It takes a long time for somebody to notice you're missing, even if you check in like you're supposed to. Before I visited Charles, I'd stopped in to check on my friend Barbara. She lives in LA too, and I hadn't heard from her for a while. I got to her place and she was just gone. I couldn't sense her magic there at all, not even residual traces that would have let me know she'd been there recently. That's when I called Charles. So, what do you think happened to her? Isn't it possible she just moved and didn't let you know? I asked. He shook his head. All of her stuff was still there. Even her grimoire was in her secret hiding spot. We used to spend holidays together, so I know where she kept it. There's no way she would have left without taking at least that with her. I have the gift of tracking. I can find pretty much anybody anywhere, and I couldn't catch a hint of her anywhere, no matter how hard I tried. I thought I had once, but I was wrong. Okay, Rodin said, scratching his stubble. So, how does that lead you to almost dying tonight? Blaine pulled in a deep breath and blew it out through his pursed lips. A shadow crossed his face, and he shuddered. Charles and I went out to dinner, and I asked him about Barbara. They stayed in touch more than she and I did, so I figured he might know something. When he paused for a few minutes, the suspense was about to kill me. I rolled my fingers to get the story moving again. Well, had he heard from her? Blaine shook his head. No, he hadn't talked to her in a couple of weeks, which was odd. He'd left a few voicemails when she stopped answering his texts, but she never returned his calls. Okay, so the two of you were walking on the beach and you were attacked, Ronan asked. Yeah, Blaine replied, gingerly touching the cut on his head. We were just strolling along, then this figure appeared 20 yards or so ahead of us. Before you ask, I have no idea if it was a man or a woman, or if it was even a human. They were wearing a long black cloak. I couldn't even see a face. His expression was haunted, and his gaze was far away. Before I could barely even register its existence, it raised its arms and started throwing lightning at us. He hit Charles first, though it did graze me. I instinctively bent down to check on him, which is how I avoided the magic they aimed directly at me. The weird part is that Charles disappeared before he even hit the ground. So, how did you end up here? I asked, leaving that last part alone for a minute while my brain processed the rest. We've never met, and I've never seen you in the bar. As far as I know, you can't teleport someplace you've never been. Despite the gravity of the situation, one corner of his mouth curled up into a small, wry smile. That tracking gift I was talking about? I've seen plenty of pictures of this place, and I knew exactly where it was. Plus, all I really had to do was focus on you. I've been around for a few hundred years, and I've gotten adept at both teleporting and tracking people. I've never had much use for the tracking part, but it has come in handy a few times throughout my life. I don't usually get quite so close, but this time I got lucky. I don't think I could have walked far. His story sounded logical, but it wasn't the only explanation. How do we know you didn't kill him yourself and get a little beat up while you battled? I'd learned many moons ago that you couldn't just assume somebody was telling the truth. Dealing with PTA parents, soccer moms, and slick executives had finally honed my ability to sniff out bullshit. But, as my marital experience had proven, my gut wasn't infallible. I wasn't sensing anything from this guy, but I was reserving judgment. He shrugged, then winced at the movement. You don't know anything about me, so I can respect the suspicion. In fact, I'd be a little worried if you just took what I'm saying at face value. Nobody fit to lead would. So, to answer your question, I can teleport, obviously, and nobody relevant saw me with him that night. You'd have never heard my name, even if you did eventually work it out. Ronan was about to pace a path on the floor. So, why come to us? I get that you think your other friend's absence is odd, but isn't it possible she went to visit other friends or something? She could have packed a small suitcase, and maybe she didn't want to risk taking her grimoire with her if she didn't need it. Blaine used the table to pull himself to his feet. Because weird things have been happening over the last few weeks. She's only the second disappearance that I've heard of, but a couple of shifters died last week. Since they were together, we just wrote it off as a weird fluke that happened while they were out running. I mean, they were mated, so it would make sense if the lightning struck one, they could have been touching and they both got juiced. But with what happened tonight, it doesn't sound so easy to write off. But they didn't disappear like Charles did? I asked. It did sound suspicious, but why would the killer take one body but not the others? At the mention of shifters, Ronan's gaze sharpened. I could feel his anxiety and a wave of alpha rage through our link. Because unlike people with magic, shifters wouldn't have sensed the spell when they were gathering the remains. They'd have taken the deaths at face value and not questioned it. He turned back to Blaine. What kind of shifters were they? Bears, Blaine replied. If you think about it, the deaths taken on their own without the context of the other magicals kind of makes sense. They're bears. Bears climb trees, and trees get struck by lightning. It stormed that week, so it wasn't entirely noteworthy. Ronan growled at the guy's apparent lack of sympathy. Blaine huffed out a frustrated breath. I didn't mean it that way. They just wouldn't have stood out without Barb disappearing and Charles and me being attacked. We've also heard whispers of other disappearances, which is what we were talking about. Again, they weren't really of note until you start stringing it all together. There are semi-rational reasons some of them would fall off the map. They might have gone to visit family, or maybe they went on a trip. Most of them were loners, so it's not like they left gaping holes in the local social structure. He rubbed a hand over his face and did his best to straighten his ruined clothing, then turned to me. I wasn't sure about coming here. Rumors have spread about your sister's desire to have your position. If things go her way, dealing with you could make for a tougher life for me. Up until now, she hasn't even been a blip on anyone's radar. But when she took up with Drake, that changed things. He's been power-hungry for decades, but could never rally any serious forces. Your sister's smart, and she also has a legitimate connection to you and to the necklace. That gives Drake an ace in the hole, and made it easier for him to gather people to support his bid. My mind raced, trying to make the pieces fit, but they weren't quite lining up. So, how does this all connect? And as far as my sister goes, don't worry about her. I'm not going anywhere. It connects because it's happened before, Ronan replied. Remember the story of your necklace. Everybody knows about that, and when magicals start disappearing, it's not hard to make the connection, especially now that he witnessed Charles's murder. One witch disappearing stands on its own. 2 bear shifters getting struck by lightning isn't outside the realm of possibility, as Blaine explained. But when you put all of it together, especially when there are whispers of other disappearances, it's a big red flag. We need to find out what's going on. There was no way I was letting Blaine in the apartment before I knew for a fact that he wasn't lying. I'd warded the place so heavily that the door to my living quarters wasn't even visible. The only people who knew it was there were people Ronan or I specifically invited, assuming they hadn't known about it before I warded it. I sighed. I have a safe space for you, but you need to let me do a truth spell. I won't invade your privacy without your permission, but I won't just invite somebody in who might want to kill me. I have enough of those types already. He nodded. Do what you have to do. I just want my friend avenged, and I want to know what happened to Barbara. I think he added that part out of some sort of unrealistic hope, but I'd let him have it for now. I uttered the words that would prevent him from lying to me. We tested the spell quite thoroughly, and as long as I asked pointed questions with yes or no answers, it was reliable. Was your friend murdered by lightning while you were walking on the beach tonight? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was. And did you kill him? I asked, glancing at the ring the oracle had given me. It was the same clear blue it always was, rather than the milky purple it turned when I was in the presence of somebody trying to pull shenanigans. I did not, he replied. This time he made direct eye contact with me, and even without the spell, something deep inside told me he was telling the truth. Did you see the person who killed him? I saw a being throwing lightning, and I saw Charles get hit, but I didn't see the actual person. They were cloaked. Do you have any idea what happened to your friend Barbara? He drew his brows together. I have an idea, but I don't know for a fact. I think she died the same way Charles did. I glanced at Ronan. Do you have any questions? I do, he said as he stepped closer to Blaine. Do you mean Jules, Mistress of Balance, or any of her guard harm? Do you understand that if you try to hurt her, I'll make sure you die a grisly death? Blaine's brows shot up. Wow, you don't beat around the bush, do you? No, I don't mean any harm to Jules or anybody else. Except, of course, the people who killed Charles. And yes, it's quite clear that you'd kill me most unpleasantly. Anything else? I asked, and Ronan shook his head. I need to heal him, I told Ronan through our link. No, he thought back to me. Healing takes a lot of energy out of you, and you might need that before the night's over. There's nothing wrong with him that some rest won't cure. Even though I felt bad for not offering to help, Ronan was right. I could draw energy from the earth, but it took a toll. Whatever I touched died, and the landscaping bill for the bar was already hefty enough. Plus, healing's a valuable gift, so it's one I preferred to keep to myself. I sighed as I considered the situation. As if my sister's radio silence wasn't worrisome enough, now we might be facing another enemy. I don't know why I was surprised, because that seemed to be the story of my new life. Satisfied for the moment that Blaine wasn't there to cause trouble, I did what the Mistress of Balance and any good Southern hostess would have done. I took him upstairs and gave him shelter. Chapter 2. Though it had been almost 4 o'clock by the time we'd finally fallen asleep, my mind wouldn't shut down long enough for me to get any restful sleep. Part of it was having a stranger in the house, but mostly it was because my brain kept turning the situation over, trying to fit the pieces together. Since I'd unwittingly taken on the position of Mistress of Balance, I'd constantly felt like I was behind the 8 ball. I had no idea how my father or my ancestors before him had kept all the balls in the air, but I felt like I was failing miserably. At 7, I padded quietly to the kitchen in order to let Ronan and our late-night visitor sleep, then took my coffee and some toast for Lapis and me out to the balcony. My internal clock said it was the middle of the night, since I'd gone to bed when the roosters were waking up the rest of the world, but the sun dappling the wood planks reminded me that the day was well underway. "You're up late," Lapis said, as he flapped from the tree where he roosted to the railing beside me. He was in his parrot form, and I shook my head at his bedraggled appearance. I'd once asked him why he chose the form of a decrepit parrot instead of a healthy-looking one, and he'd replied that, for one, he preferred people to think he was harmless, and two, he didn't want anybody oohing and awing over him. He preferred looking mildly repulsive, and today he was rocking the look even more than usual. Some of his distant kin were in town, and he'd met up with them, which undoubtedly meant plenty of scotch was involved. "We had a turn of events last night," I replied, sinking into my wicker chair after I put his toast and coffee down in front of him. His beady black gaze sharpened. "What do you mean by turn of events?" I gave him the rundown of what had happened last night, careful not to leave out a single detail. As I did, he shifted his weight from one talon to the other, and I could feel his unease growing. "I should have been here," he growled when I was finished. I waved him off. "Don't be ridiculous. Just because you're technically my guardian doesn't mean you have to be here every single second. You deserve a life too. And that was the first time you'd seen your cousins in years. Don't you dare beat yourself up. Besides, it's not like I was ever in any real danger." He grumbled a little more, then turned his attention to his food. I picked at mine as I mulled the situation over. "Do you think it's really the beginning of something way worse?" "I think we always assume it is until we prove it isn't," he said, after gulping down a bite. That seemed to be how my new life rolled, but everybody kept assuring me that it probably wouldn't be like this for long. Right now, everybody was testing me. But after I'd proven myself capable of defending my title and carrying out my duties, things would die down. I just hope I'd live to see it. I rolled my head to work out the morning kinks in my neck and shoulders. Even though my magic had significantly extended my lifespan, at least according to those who knew about me, I was still almost 50. I'd lost a lot of the midlife aches and pains since I'd gotten my magic, but some of them would probably always be there, and all of them would get worse. Getting old was something nobody could avoid, even if it took them centuries to do it. "I'll reach out to my clan, and you need to get in touch with Alexa so she can contact the packs. We don't have any time to waste. If there have been more disappearances, we need to know about them. As far as we know, the disappearances have all happened in California?" I chewed my lip. "I know Charles was killed in LA, and Barbara lives there too. I'm not sure about the bear shifters or the other disappearances. I didn't think to ask where they were from." Lapis dropped a piece of toast into his coffee, then plucked it out and gulped it down. "Then we need to get the show on the road. If somebody really is picking off magicals again, we need to figure out who and stop them before the body count gets any higher." I took a bite of my toast, but it tasted like sawdust. Though I'd been starving a few minutes ago, my appetite had gone right out the window at the thought of a historical repeat of one of the worst periods in magical history. How are we going to do that? I mean, Alexa has a nifty network set up with her pack. Your clan is easy to get in touch with, and Caitlyn can check all of her people. We need to loop her in, even though they're isolated in Otherworld. How on earth do we check on every other magical, though? He coughed out a dry laugh. It's not as hard as you might think. I'm sure it seems to you that there are magicals everywhere, but that's not the case. Even most of those who choose to live apart from their people stay in touch with somebody. We learned from the last time that total isolation is bad, and each species has some sort of rule that requires check-ins. Because of that, I have hope that this is in the early stages. Now, I'm going to go see Cathis and start spreading the word so we can assess the situation. Call Alexa. On it. See you when you get back. Cathis was his brother and his second in command. Though he lived in Scotland, Lapis kept in close touch with him. I scooped my phone from the table and winced when my shoulder popped. I'd been close to needing my rotator cuff repaired when I'd gotten my magic, and that was an injury that was either taking longer to heal or was never going to go away completely. As soon as I filled Alexa in, she insisted she'd be there as soon as she enacted her emergency phone trees. That's not what she called them, of course. It's just how I referred to them, because the way she disseminated information quickly was the same as I'd always done it with the PTA. Each initial contact had 5 people to call, and then each of them had 5 people, and so on. The difference was that half the time, the parents I dealt with had been slackers, and there were no real repercussions if they didn't follow through. Alexa's penalties were harsh enough that her system never failed. Apparently, the threat of death or total social ostracism was more effective than a stern warning. I hung up and had just fired off a quick text to Eddie asking him and Eric to meet us down at the bar in a half hour when the slider to the balcony opened. Blaine poked his head out. His eyes were bloodshot, and though we'd cleaned the cut on his head, the bandage made him look like a battle survivor. It helped that he'd changed the burned clothing for a fresh outfit. It occurred to me that he hadn't been carrying a bag last night, and I wondered if my apartment was doing its thing again. "Thanks for the clothing," he said, just as I was thinking of it. "I'm not sure how you managed to have exactly my size on hand, but I appreciate it." I curved my lips into a small smile. "I assume you found them in the closet?" He shook his head, confusion etching his face. "No, they were folded in my dresser." "I'm sorry, do they belong to someone? I can teleport back to my place and pick up some things." No, they're definitely for you, and I'd rather you stick close." I didn't give any explanation as to how they got there, but sent a silent thank you to the apartment. We weren't quite sure how that worked either, but somehow it always seemed to know exactly what I needed. Caitlyn believed I was manifesting it myself, but I honestly hadn't even thought about a change of clothes for him. He sighed in relief. "Thank you again. I hate to bother you, but could I get a cup of coffee? I need some caffeine." "Sure," I said, smiling as I started to stand. "Don't get up," he said, waving me off. "I see the Keurig, and I'm perfectly capable of making it. Letting you enjoy your breakfast is the least I can do after barging in on you in the middle of the night." The southern girl in me couldn't do it, though. "No, it's all good. You had a much rougher night than I did, and Ronan needs to get up anyway. We have a big day ahead of us. I've already made some contacts, and I need to reach out to Queen Caitlyn." His eyes rounded as he followed me inside. "You've met her?" "I have," I said, without giving him any further information. He didn't need to know how close we were. We'd managed to keep the battle with the rogue Dark Fae mostly quiet, and I preferred to keep it that way. Ronan and I had discussed it, and though the thorough beatdown we'd given them would have gone a long way toward boosting my street cred, it wouldn't do for other magicals to find out the Dark Fae had a faction willing to fight me if they didn't already know. If I had to put out fires, I'd rather deal with small, manageable ones than an inferno. Of course, we'd pretty much neutralized them, but there were a few that had escaped. "Bagel or toast?" I asked once we were in the kitchen. "I also have fruit, but I hadn't had much time to do any shopping." "Toast and fruit, please," he replied, and it felt odd discussing such mundane things with a stranger who'd just shown up asking for help in the middle of the night. As I moved, his gaze followed me, and I sensed he had questions. "Go ahead and ask whatever's on your mind," I said, with a reassuring smile as I popped his toast and a bagel for Ronan into the toaster. He tilted his head at me as he pulled a cup from the rack and slid a coffee pod into the machine. "Well, I guess I'll ask the most obvious question first. How did you not know what you are? I mean, we all come into our magic as children, even if we're not very powerful. You're the Mistress of Balance, and from what I've heard, you're every bit as powerful as your ancestors. I just don't get how your magic didn't manifest in some way." I lifted a shoulder as I handed him his coffee and motioned toward the cream and sugar sitting on the counter. "I've asked myself the same thing, and the only answer I can give you is that I don't know. There's speculation that my father bound me, but that's all it is. All I know is that when I got here, I had no idea who or what I was until I put on the necklace." I hadn't mentioned the book to anybody. Though most people likely assumed I had one, there was no way for them to know for sure. I wasn't about to clue them in because I had enough on my plate already. Even though my place was heavily warded and the apartment itself had some sort of magic of its own, I figured there was no reason to set myself up for further trouble, even if the book wasn't a traditional grimoire. Unlike others passed down from one generation to the next, mine was empty, except for the spells the apartment thought I needed to get through whatever challenge I was facing next. He thought about that for a second. You've never had any little accidents or weird things happen to you that you couldn't explain? I shook my head as I doled some fruit into a little bowl. Nope. I've racked my brain and I can't think of a single thing that ever happened that couldn't be explained. I know it defies all the rules, but I had no magic before I came here. He lifted a brow. Oh, you definitely had magic. You might not have known or been able to access it, but you definitely had it. There's no way you could have unlocked the power of the necklace if you didn't. As much as all the fantasy books like to play it up, you don't just suddenly get magic. He put the last two words in air quotes. Then we'll write it off as one of the great mysteries of the universe, I replied. That's really all there is to it. You said that was the first question. What's next? He blew across the top of his cup and then took a sip. Who's training you? How did you end up with a demon dog? I've heard there's contention for the title coming from your sister, but she's obviously younger than you. Why does she think it belongs to her? I slathered butter onto his toast and handed his plate to him while I thought about how much to tell him. First, Eddie and Eric have mostly been training me in magic, and Alexa and Ronan have been working with me to hone my hand-to-hand skills. As far as Brutus, he showed up one day and adopted me. Finally, I believe Drake has been feeding Lila's misconceptions. You also have to understand she had no idea that I existed and just assumed the title would have passed to her when her father died. Because of that, I've done my best to give her some latitude. He ran his tongue over his teeth. It's not my business, but I don't think that's a great idea. No matter who it is, you can show no quarter to anybody who challenges your title. You need to establish that right out of the gate, or else you're going to face problems your entire life. And eventually, it'll get you killed. He wasn't telling me anything that Ronan, Alexa, and Lapis hadn't already tried to pound in my brain. But I still disliked the idea of going full force on my sister, when I thought maybe there was a glimmer of a chance we could work things out. Just as the silence started to get heavy, he motioned to Brutus, who was splooting on the floor in front of the fridge while keeping a sharp eye on Blaine. About the demon dog. You say he adopted you? What do you mean? I laughed as Brutus shifted his gaze to me. He showed up at the bar one day a few weeks ago and just sort of moved in. He's already saved my bacon more than once. He eyed Brutus curiously. I imagine. Having his loyalty is a rare thing. You should count yourself fortunate because there aren't many of them, and the few that there are typically keep to themselves in order to avoid being caught and sent back. He's a powerful ally and a formidable enemy. Brutus gave a small woof that sounded more like a scoff, then closed his eyes. I freshened up my own cup of coffee and was just adding the creamer to it when Ronan entered the kitchen, fully dressed. Good morning, he said, leaning down to give me a quick peck as he took his coffee. Thank you. How long have you been up? Morning. Not long. I already talked to Lapis and your mom, and they put things into motion. I didn't go into any more detail because, in reality, I didn't know Blaine at all. Sure, he'd passed the magical sniff test, but that was only for the most critical criteria for this situation. For all I knew, he could plan the next power grab if this one failed. Assuming, of course, that this wasn't all a huge coincidence, not that I believed in those anymore. Eddie and Eric will be here in a bit, I said, as I handed him his bagel before leading the way back to the balcony. I figured we need to fill them in. They know a lot of the locals and have mentioned the Coven before. For that matter, we should probably bring Janelle in too. Being a realtor, she has a huge network, and I'm sure some of them are magicals. I slid back into my chair and sent a quick text to her too. Y'all better drink and eat up. We have about 30 minutes before our piece is over and the hoopla begins. My friends were many things, but calm and collected weren't usually two of them, even on a regular day. I couldn't imagine telling them that a rash of magical murders was going to change that. Chapter 3. "Oh, sugar, this is so not good," Eddie said as he took a long pull from his iced tea. They'd arrived 10 minutes earlier than they'd said, and we were sitting at the bar since it wasn't open yet. Eric brushed imaginary lint off his yellow Aloha shirt, a move I recognized as one he used to buy time when he was thinking. "It's really not, and it couldn't have happened at a worse time. Julie, the local Coven leader, is out of town for a week. I ran into her at the grocery store a few days ago, and she's visiting her family in Ohio before it gets too cold." Before I could say anything, the fourth member of our little witchy group joined us. "I can take care of that," Janelle said, hustling toward the bar. She was dressed to the nines in a green silk shirt and black slacks, with her blonde hair swept back in a French twist. She looped her coach bag over the hook under the bar and wiggled onto a stool. "I'm not sure what I'm taking care of, though. All I heard was what Eric just said. If we need Julie, I can get her." "Let Jules explain," Eddie replied. "It's a doozy, and I don't want to leave anything out." For the fourth time that morning, I reiterated the story. I probably should have just waited till I had everybody together, but that would have been too easy. I hadn't wanted to wait to set things into motion with Alexa and Lapis, and Eddie and Eric had been too impatient to wait even 10 minutes, considering I'd brought along Blaine with his bandaged head. When I was finished, Janelle's face was white as a sheet. Rather than say anything, she just sat there with a far-off expression. I couldn't tell if she was connecting the dots with something else, or if the information had just unsettled her that much. After a few moments of silence, I still wasn't sure. "What's on your mind? You look like you're about to pass out." I was seriously starting to worry about her because I'd never seen her without something to say. The color hadn't returned to her cheeks, and her breathing was shallow. Brutus nudged her calf, whining as he picked up on her angst. Apparently, he was worried about her too. "Tabitha." She looked at all of us as if that should mean something. I glanced at the guys who just shrugged, as clueless as I was. "Tabitha Wayne," she said, emphasizing the last name. "The girl who was struck by lightning a few weeks back. I met her when she was looking for a condo. She's elven, and unlike most of her kind, she chose to live on this side because she'd fallen in love with a wizard. He died not too long ago, and she was looking into downsizing. I was surprised she was staying here, but she said she had a life here and didn't want to leave it. At least, not yet." My mind spun as I processed the information. It hadn't occurred to me that there might be Fae living on this side, though now that I thought about it, it was silly to assume everybody had chosen to follow Caitlyn to the other world. "Are you absolutely sure she died?" Ronan asked. It was a good question. Before I jumped to any conclusions, I wanted to make sure the information was accurate. Before Janelle could answer, Eric piped up. "She definitely died. I didn't know she was Fae, but I remember reading about it in the paper. I didn't think a whole lot about it because lightning strikes aren't that uncommon here." "The same goes for L.A., Blaine said, plucking a piece of melon off the fruit tray I'd brought out. "We probably wouldn't have thought anything about Charles's death either if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I mean, it would have been weird, but not outside the realm of believability. It happens." Eddie turned to him, his expression sad. "I'm really sorry about your friend, and I'm glad you escaped." I poured myself a glass of tea just to have something to do with my hands, while my mind worked through the situation. I was already planning to call Caitlyn, but now that's at the top of my list. She has to know, and I need to find out how many other Fae are living on this side. Eddie drained the rest of his tea and motioned toward the beer taps. Apparently, it was time to switch it up despite the early hour. "Not many, I'd venture to say. They're a clannish people and tend to stick together. Most of them wouldn't choose to live among humans if they didn't have to." It's not like I could blame them, even if it was just a choice between the two worlds. I'd been to Otherworld, and though there were pixies that would take a chunk out of you with their teeth, trolls that would smash you like a bag of chips, and Dark Fae, who may or may not be plotting my downfall, the world itself was gorgeous. All the colors were brighter, the food was better, and the weather was perfect all year round. The entire fantastical world had a feeling of community I'd never experienced before. I automatically pulled a cocktail napkin from the caddy in front of me and slid it in front of Eddie before I pulled his beer. I couldn't imagine not wanting to live there either, but if Tabitha chose to stay in our world, it's fair to assume others did too. I need to get upstairs and call Caitlyn. "Pour me one of those too, sweetie, and put some tomato juice in it," Eric said. "We'll start making some phone calls too. We play poker on Tuesday nights with a few other wizards and a leprechaun. We'll see if they've heard anything and ask them to spread the word." "I need to get in touch with my Coven leader," Blaine added. "I should have called her last night, but I was so shaken up that I didn't even think to. There's a heavy magical population on that coast, including water people, just like there is here. We need to start tracking them down to make sure they're all accounted for and to make them aware of what's going on." "And I'll get with Julie," Janelle said, snatching her phone off the bar. "She can teleport, so I imagine she'll be here in no time. Should I tell her to come here first?" I shook my head. "No. Tell her to check on her Coven first and anybody else she knows of with magic. If this is really what's going on, I'm not sure keeping the cat in the bag is an option. Circling the wagons and doing a head count is more important than worrying that dark practitioners are going to hear about it and join forces." She nodded. "I'll have her get here as soon as she makes sure everybody's accounted for." I tapped my hand on the bar as I rose to leave. "Thanks, guys. While you're doing that, we have to update Lapis and Alexa. Then I'll call Caitlyn. Talk in a bit." Chapter 4. Despite the fact that the temperature was already close to 80, Alexa and Ronan were on the lanai under the shade of the red table umbrella when we got back upstairs. "I've been thinking about what you did last night," I said to Blaine once we were settled and had filled Alexa in. "I think I need to learn how to teleport by following people, instead of limiting myself to places I've been." He rubbed his chin for a second. "It took me decades to master that. It's a great skill to have, but I'm not sure I can teach it to you overnight, or even at all." "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Ronan said, scooting his chair around a little so I could pull mine into the shade. "If I've learned one thing, it's that the combination of her magic and her determination make her a force. She's powerful and she's smart. She might not pick it up overnight, but we could at least give it a shot and see if it's even in her wheelhouse." Blaine turned to me. "I don't really know anything about your strengths other than the little I've heard about you, but it's a dangerous thing. Who knows where you'll end up if you don't get it right? For that matter, unless you have basic teleporting down to an art form, you could end up sending parts of yourself to 2 different places if your attention slips for even a moment." I weighed his words for a minute. "If I've learned anything over the last 2 months, it's how to focus. Teleporting is almost second nature to me at this point, so I don't think that would be an issue. I can certainly see myself landing in the wrong place, though. That being said, I'm at a standstill in my training. Eddie and Eric are fine-tuning the magic I've already picked up, but we've reached a point where they don't have much left to teach me." I left out that Ronan and I had been working on tapping into each other's magic. So far, I was ahead of him on that, mostly because I was willing to open my mind, but he was struggling. I could sharpen my senses just by opening our link, but he was having trouble getting out of his own head and into mine. Still, other than practicing that and working on my hand-to-hand combat skills, I really was to a point where my mentors had nothing left to teach me. This sounded like something I could pick up, since it was just an extension of a skill I already had. Is it the same process as regular teleporting, except other than focusing on a place, I focus on a person? Blaine sighed. That's a massive oversimplification of the difficulty level. But yes, the problem is you have to focus on that person's essence, not just the physical body. That's where it gets complicated. I decided there was no time like the present. I focused on Eddie, who was down at the bar, then looked at Ronan. Is there anybody down there other than Eddie, Eric, and Janelle? I sent out feelers of my own, but I didn't entirely trust them, especially for what I was about to do. Exposing magic to regulars would be bad on several levels. He tilted his head, and through our link, I felt all of his senses open up. The only beings he heard or smelled were our 3 friends, plus Austin, who'd shown up to open the bar. I wasn't worried about him because he was a wolf shifter too, and he knew about it all. Though Ronan knew I'd felt what he had while he was scanning the place, he didn't want to let that cat out of the bag to Blaine. Instead, he shook his head. Austin showed up for work, but other than that, it's just the guys and Janelle. Then there's no time like the present. If I leave an arm behind or end up disappearing, call Caitlyn for me, I said, closing my eyes and searching for Eddie's essence. I found his presence immediately, but I dug a little deeper and found who he was as a person, the true him. Not funny. Ronan put his hand on my knee. Since you put it that way, I don't know if this is a good idea. Without letting go of Eddie's thread, I said, I was just kidding. Mostly. I'll be right back. Wish me luck. I pulled up my magic and willed myself to teleport to Eddie, and a blink later, I'd accomplished my mission. Sort of. Rather than standing behind him as I'd pictured, I was sitting in his lap lodged between him and the bar. Yelping, he dumped his beer, which he'd apparently had halfway to his mouth, all over both of us. I scrambled off of him, nearly knocking us both off his stool in the process. While he untangled himself from the legs of his bar stool, I steadied myself against the back of another. That hadn't gone exactly as I had pictured it. Jules, what the hell? He snatched napkins off the bar and started dabbing his shirt and shorts. I waved a hand and dried his clothes as well as mine, figuring it was the least I could do for the poor guy. Eric put his hand over his mouth and attempted to choke back his laugh, but he failed miserably. Austin didn't even bother to try to control himself. I have no idea what you were shooting for, he said, gasping, but that was epic. It was a hilarious twist on the opening cartoon for Bewitched, where she lands in his arms. My face was so hot, I knew my skin tone matched the red in Eddie's shirt. Now that he was over the initial surprise, he gave me a look that was half confusion and half amusement. Seriously, sweetie, what were you trying to do? Even though I was embarrassed, a little thrill of victory went through me. It hadn't gone exactly to plan, but I'd managed to teleport myself to him at least. Considering it was my first try, I was considering it a win. I explained myself, and he shook his head. It's a good skill to try to master, but this test wasn't exactly pure. Even though you might have consciously focused on me, you've been here. Your subconscious might have just brought you to where you knew I was. Also, a little warning would have been nice. That made sense when I thought about it. Sorry, I didn't exactly plan to land in your lap, though. How can we really test it? He shrugged. You've never been to our place, and we were just about to leave. I want to go check on a couple of friends. Neither of them are answering their phones, but I need to grab something from home. I'll give you a call when we get there, and you can try again if you want. "I'm not sure you're ready for this level of magic, sweetie," Eric said, rubbing his chin. "Not that I doubt you, but it's tricky and dangerous. Neither of us can do it, so we don't have any pointers or instructions to help you get through it. All sorts of things can go wrong. You can end up stuck in a wall, or you might land outside of a 3-story window. I'm not entirely sure this is a good idea." I considered his words. I'm not sure why, but something tells me this is a skill I'm gonna need. Though his concerns echoed Blaine's, I wasn't lying. Deep down in my gut, learning it felt right. Unlike many of the other times I'd started learning a new bit of magic, this time I had complete confidence in my ability. Eddie examined me for a moment, then nodded. "Your gut hasn't steered you wrong so far, so we'll give you a call when we get to the house." Eric threw up his hands in frustration. "If you land in Mrs. Miller's fish tank in the apartment beside us, don't say I didn't warn you. Also, if you do get stuck in a wall, I'm considering it a teachable moment and leaving you there for a bit to think about what you've done, and you're paying for the repair." A little rush of excitement sizzled through me. "Deal. Now, get going. I want to give it a try now in case all hell breaks loose later, and I still have to call Caitlyn." Eric closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead as if I were giving him a headache. "We're only 5 minutes away, so don't go far. And I want to be officially on the record as having voted against this." I did my best to hide my smile. Noted. I was surprised for a second that Ronan hadn't come to check on me before I realized he already knew where I was at. I barely thought of it when he spoke to me through our link. "How did you do?" "Not too bad for my first time. I landed in his lap, though. He said it wasn't a pure test because I knew he was in the bar and I've obviously been here. They're going home, and I'm going to try when they get there. Since I've never been there, we'll see if I can really do it." "I don't suppose I can talk you out of it, can I? Assuming you don't send yourself to Timbuktu, Mom wants to go train. I want to go on record saying that I don't think this is a good idea." His tone wasn't exactly thrilled. "Eric just said those exact words, so I'll tell you what I told him. Your opinion is noted, but I'm not sure how else to practice this particular skill. Also, I think it's a good idea to go train. I'll zip right back here and we'll go after I call the Queen." I chatted with Janelle for a few minutes before she had to go, and by the time Eddie texted me, a few regulars had wandered in. Since there were people up in my apartment and I didn't want to risk having my focus pulled away, I decided to leave from the deserted inside bar area. Once in there, I closed my eyes and did the exact same thing I had done earlier. I focused on Eddie's essence. This time, it was harder to find. It took me several moments to locate him and a few more to get a lock on him. When I was confident I'd built a bridge between us, I pulled up my magic and teleported. The familiar tug yanked me through whatever space-time continuum traveling that way used, but when I reached my destination, I knew right away I'd miscalculated somehow. Warm water hit my back, and when I opened my eyes, I was standing in a cornflower blue-tiled shower, staring down at a naked, soaking wet little old lady, lathering shampoo into her long silver hair, eyes closed. The suds dripped onto her toned better than mine shoulders as she belted out Bobby McGee by Janis Joplin, with a gusto people only use when they're singing alone in the shower. Before I could even think about what to do, she opened her eyes and locked gazes with me for a split second before she screamed like she was being murdered. To be fair, I couldn't blame her. I held out my hands to express that I wasn't there to hurt her, while my mind scrambled for a way to extricate myself from the situation before I gave her a heart attack or had one myself. A little white dog jumped from the rug beside the shower and started barking at me so enthusiastically that his fluffy little body popped off the ground with each yap. Before my brain could formulate an exit strategy, Eddie and Eric appeared outside the shower. Eddie grabbed my arm, and the next thing I knew, I was standing in a cheerfully decorated living room. The lady was still screaming, but now the sound was muffled and sounded like it was coming from the other side of the wall. Eddie bent over with laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. The screaming stopped, and a moment later, a peeved-looking Eric appeared in the living room. He scowled at Eddie and swatted him on the arm. "Stop laughing, you cackling idiot! I told you this was a bad idea, but no, you two went ahead and did it anyway. You should be grateful I'm an ace with mind magic." He turned his glare to me. "And the rug you're dripping on cost a king's ransom." I cringed as I cast the clothes-drying spell for the second time in 20 minutes, making sure to include the plush oriental rug beneath my feet. "I assume that was Mrs. Miller?" Eric huffed. "You assumed right. It's a good thing she does yoga and speed walks that little yippy dog every day. Otherwise, you might have stopped her heart altogether." Although I was proud of myself for getting that close to my target, I did feel guilty for scaring her like that. Bless her heart. I couldn't even imagine what the poor old thing must have thought when she opened her eyes and saw somebody standing fully clothed in her shower. That was the stuff of nightmares. Eddie flapped a hand and wiped tears from under his eyes with a knuckle. "But she didn't, and also Jules landed within just a few feet of me, even if it was the wrong apartment. That's pretty impressive." "You two are impossible," Eric replied, rolling his eyes. "Shame on you both." The annoyance left his face, and the corners of his mouth tipped up in amusement. I'm not sure whose expression was more horrified, yours or hers, and as much as I hate to admit it, that was a fine job, especially for a first effort. You did something most witches will never be able to do, and you nailed it, sort of, the first time. As bad as I hate to say it, well done. I took a few minutes to take a quick tour of their apartment, then teleported back home to call Caitlyn and go train. All in all, I was pretty damn pleased with myself. And also grateful Mrs. Miller had an ankle biter rather than a Rottweiler. Chapter 5. "Jules!" Caitlyn exclaimed a few moments later, smiling from within the magical mirror she'd given me so we could easily communicate. "What a pleasant surprise! I didn't expect to hear from you since I just spoke to you yesterday. I hope everything's okay." I sighed and picked at the edge of my gray Sherpa comforter, dreading telling her the news. "Actually, everything isn't okay. I'll cut straight to the chase. A wizard showed up here last night injured, asking for help. He teleported here from LA, where he and his friend were attacked. He escaped, but his friend wasn't so lucky. He can't identify their attacker because the person was cloaked, but they used magical lightning. And that's not all. Apparently 2 shifters and a fae have died the same way recently, and there are whispers of other witches disappearing too." She rubbed her hand over her face, then pushed a wisp of dark hair behind her pointed ear. "It sounds like you need to start at the beginning. Leave nothing out." It felt like the 100th time I told this story today, but as I had been with the others, I was careful not to leave out even a single detail. As I told the story, she fidgeted with the pendant she wore around her neck, letting me talk without interruption. When I got to the part about the elven woman, her face paled, then reddened in anger, and her expression turned thunderous. I paused. "Are you okay?" She shook her head, but rolled her fingers in a way meant to tell me to get on with the story, so I did. By the time I finished, her expression had shifted from that of the pleasantly surprised friend she'd worn when she'd answered my call to that of a lethally calm warrior. Her emerald eyes had gone cold, and the only thing that gave away her feelings were the tears swimming unshed at the waterlines of her eyes. "Tabitha was a friend of mine. We grew up together, which you understand is no small thing. I begged her not to stay in your world when we created Otherworld. I'm so sorry." I gave her a minute to absorb everything and compose herself. If they grew up together, that meant they'd known each other for hundreds of years. Fae children were few and far between, so they would have had a special bond. Caitlyn swallowed hard, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. She swiped it away, and her demeanor shifted from grieving friend back to vengeful warrior. I don't have many people still living in your world, but I'll reach out to all the ones who are. I'll also reach out to Alex. We have many differences, but this isn't one of them. He needs to know Fae, and other magicals for that matter, are dying, and we need to stop it before it turns into a bloodbath. Alex was the new leader of the Dark Fae. When the previous queen and several members of her court had decided to move against me, she'd been deposed, and Alex had been next in line. He'd claimed not to know anything about the faction of his people who'd planned to attack me, but I was skeptical. Weren't they part of the last coup attempt? The one back when Morgana's Coven created the necklace? Caitlyn shook her head. No, they have their faults, but genocide isn't one of them. They might be underhanded and devious, and they're merciless in battle, but this isn't their style. All of us have too much respect for life to outright murder an innocent, especially another elf. It's beyond comprehension that he'd be part of anything like this. That tracked with what I knew of her and the other light fae, but I wasn't sure I had that much faith in the dark fae, considering they'd staged an attack on me. Or at least some of them had. I'd have to take her word for it, though, and I was certain she wouldn't speak for his integrity if she wasn't absolutely sure, elf or not. Do you want me to check on the fae living on this side? She shook her head. No, I can reach them all through our mental communication link no matter where they're at. Since I'm sure everyone in Otherworld is safe, I'll just check with those in your world. Hopefully I can get them to come home, but I'm not counting on that. After I speak with them, I'll gather my clan together and tell them. Then talk to Alex. He might have some insight. If this is like last time, even his people aren't safe. Whoever's doing this can't get into Otherworld, but some of his folks live over there too. Frustration crept over me. Even though we're making headway, I have no idea how to get the information to everybody else who needs it. Caitlyn puckered her lips and thought for a minute. Call a meeting at the Hall of Fae. Get the leaders there. Tell them what's going on and let them spread the word. They need to know anyway, and gathering them all there is the quickest and easiest way. It's the entire reason we made the hall to begin with. She'd shown me the hall the one and only time I'd been to her castle. The walls had been lined with the coats of arms of all the different species, but I hadn't really wondered about it at the time. Now it made sense, if that's where everyone's meant to conduct business. But how does everybody get to the hall? Otherworld is locked down tight. I nearly died getting in via the one remaining portal. So how will the leaders of every species in the world do it? The corner of her mouth turned up into a small, sad smile that would have been amusement had she not just heard her friend was dead. The Hall of Fae is different. It seemed easy for you to get into when you were here because I was with you, but it's actually in another dimension. Everybody has access from their own homes or castles. That made my head hurt. It was weird enough that time was different here. Now she was telling me there's a different plane of existence altogether. You mean to tell me we stepped from Otherworld into another dimension when we went in there? She nodded. That's exactly what I mean. We went through the Light Fae entrance. Everybody has their own, and it's the only access point they can use. Though we'll all be in the same room, none of us can use any portal other than our own unless we're specifically invited. That was going to take a minute to wrap my head around, but it would have to wait till later. How do I go about calling a meeting? She sighed. Sometimes I forget how new you are at all this. Rather than walking you through it, why don't you just let me call the meeting for you this time? If we manage to live through this a second time in history, assuming the worst-case scenario, there will be plenty of time to teach you how to do it on your own afterward. Since I was willing to take any help I could get, we agreed the next morning would be best for the meeting. That would give everybody a little notice without wasting any more daylight than we absolutely had to. There was no time to wait for people to cancel tea parties, especially considering we had no idea who or what we were up against. I thought of Blaine's words about establishing my position from earlier that morning. Please tell them all it's mandatory. I hate to repeat myself, and I don't want anybody to miss out on the information. Also, if they've had any disappearances that didn't seem off at the time, but might now that there's a pattern, we need to know. It's critical we all stick together, and to do that, everybody needs to show up. No exceptions. Surprise flittered across her expression. Then she winked at me. Now you're starting to get it. You know who you are. Now make people respect you. You do realize that openly demanding they attend may ruffle some feathers, right? I flapped my hand, not really caring at that point what anybody thought of me as long as they showed up. Then they can express their displeasure after we make sure all their people are still alive. And if anybody's feathers get too ruffled, I'll be happy to pluck those puppies right out for him. My necklace pulsed with power, picking up on my annoyance and determination. Caitlyn glanced down at my throat and nodded with approval. I'm glad to see the Mistress of Balance is coming into her own. We'll talk soon. I need to go. I nodded. I understand. Once the mirror was blank, I left my bedroom, flicking the light off behind me. I caught a hint of movement from the corner of my eye as I walked into the kitchen, and Brutus growled. When I realized who it was, I pulled in a deep breath and blew it out slowly. Before my eyes, what appeared to be the ghost of my father started as a shadow and grew in form until he looked nearly solid. He'd started showing up shortly after I'd moved there, and as bad as I'd hoped it was actually my dad, it wasn't. The tattoos and runes on his arms were wrong. When I'd visited Caitlyn, I'd recognized some of them as identification markers of a Djinn on a coat of arms in the exact Hall of Fae we were meeting in. That hadn't helped with the why part. Though we knew what he was, we had no idea exactly who he was or what he wanted. And in my new life, unknowns were potentially lethal. I talked it over with my crew, and we'd all decided it was better to keep him close than to call him out and let him know the jig was up. We'd fed him inaccurate information a few times because we knew we had a mole in our midst that we hadn't been able to suss out. Now, however, I really wasn't in the mood to play whatever game he was running. Not to be rude, but I really don't have time for this right now, Dad, I said, rubbing my temples. Even tacking on the dad part was starting to grate on my nerves. I'd never been a big fan of bullshit, and this was an example of it in its purest form. He flickered and bobbled back, then began to pace midair with his hands behind his back. He seemed agitated, which was the direct opposite of the relaxed, laid-back being he usually was. I know what's going on, and you have strife ahead of you. You need to be careful this time, because if something happens to you, all is lost, he finally said. That took me by surprise, because even though he'd been privy to my other challenges, he'd never offered any kind of insight other than vague references or suggestions. I thought about what he'd said for a moment. Since he hadn't referenced the deaths specifically, I didn't want to give him any information I didn't have to. On the other hand, if he knew what was going on, he might be willing and able to offer some insight for once. Can you clarify? I have a lot of things going on. He continued to pace and wring his hands for a few moments. Just when I thought he wasn't going to respond, he stopped and floated closer. It took everything in me not to take a step back, but I refused to show weakness. He opened his mouth to say something, but though his lips moved, no sound came out. His face puckered in frustration. Do you play chess, mistress? He was taking this in a weird direction, but I was willing to play along for a moment. I do, though I'm not very good at it. He pinched his lips together, and I could almost see the wheels in his mind turning. Then you know, the queen is the most powerful defender on the board. She often protects the king, but in this particular game you're playing, the G-pawn is off the board. The queen can no longer protect the king. I've seen the wolf and the gargoyle playing. Perhaps use their knowledge of the game or talk to the chess master. I can't tell you anything more specific. I struggled to remember the rules and strategies of chess, but I'd only played for fun with my kids or with Ronan or Lapis. You're speaking in riddles. Can you give me more than that in plain English? He shook his head and flickered to the point that he was nearly translucent. Sometimes the king has to be sacrificed in order to save the queen. He glanced over his shoulder, then turned back toward me. The portal must remain closed. Before I could ask any more questions, he crackled like an old TV losing reception and disappeared. I braced myself with my hands on my brown marble countertop and thought about what he'd said word for word. I hadn't picked up on it at the time because the conversation was so strange, but he'd called me Mistress instead of Jules. He'd never done that before, and I had to believe it had been intentional, or at least a slip in his act. I need to talk to you two, I thought to Ronan and Lapis through our link. I wasn't sure if Lapis was back from talking to Cathis yet, but if he was, I needed his brain. Both of them played chess, and they'd often stayed up late into the night going head-to-head. Since Ronan was only downstairs helping Austin open up the bar, he was there in less than a minute. What is it? Did the queen have something to add? I nodded as I continued to work through the Djinn's words. Yeah, she's calling a meeting in the Hall of Fae for tomorrow morning so we can let everybody know what's going on all at once. Or rather, she's calling it for me. That's not why I called you up here, though. The Djinn just appeared and delivered some sort of message, but I can't work it out. What was it? He asked. Before I could answer, Lapis replied through our link. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I held up a finger to Ronan. Lapis will be here in just a minute. I don't want to have to explain this twice. Besides, I'll likely need both of your brains. You're both much better at chess than I am. He blinked a couple of times, obviously trying to make the connection between the board game and our situation. I'm a much better player than he is, so I can probably answer your question. I arched a brow. I know you like to believe that, but I've seen him beat you just as many times as you've beaten him. Besides, he needs this information too, and I don't want to repeat myself. I've spent the whole day doing that already. Lapis beat his estimated arrival time by 2 minutes, landing on his standard perch on the balcony railing in parrot form. I went to the door and motioned for him to come in. This isn't something I wanted to discuss outside because I don't want to be overheard. Plus, it's hot out. He fluttered through the door and then shifted into his gargoyle body. What's going on? I've talked to Cathis and he's going to check on everyone. He hasn't heard of any disappearances, but our people tend to be spread out. I ran through what Dad had told me, and they were both quiet for a moment while they worked through it. There are many times in the game when the queen will protect the king, Lapis said, leaning on my countertop. My apartment must have shored up its durability because the last time he'd done that, he'd cracked it. Ronan, who had his hip cocked against the counter, picked up where Lapis left off before he could finish. But not when the G-pawn is off the board. That would leave her exposed, and you'd lose. Lapis nodded. I'm not sure what he's talking about, but the only queen we know is Caitlyn. He could have also been speaking in broad terms about you to keep up with the chess analogy, since you're the protector of all magicals, or at least of the world we live in. I ran my hand through my hair. And what portal needs to remain closed? Was he being literal, or was it another cryptic reference? That term's so vague in the magical community that the statement is useless. There are a gazillion different types of portals. I sighed and rubbed my temples, more than a little annoyed that he couldn't have just said what he meant in plain terms, especially since he'd been so intent to get his message across. I didn't know much about Djinn, other than what I'd heard of them, but the only logical reason I could think of was that somebody else was pulling the strings and had put some kind of gag on him. The fact that he was struggling to warn me didn't necessarily mean he was Team Jules, though. There were other reasons he might be rallying against whoever was controlling him, and they weren't all inclusive or even beneficial to me. Whether he warned me to help me, to free himself, and or to keep whoever was pulling the strings from attaining their end goal didn't matter right now, though. The man had been stalking me for 2 months, and it seemed we might finally be getting to his purpose. I didn't want to assume he was tied to what was going on now, but I also didn't believe in coincidence. I don't think he would have given me the clue if he didn't think we could figure it out. If he was in the house while I was talking to Caitlyn, then he knows we've called the meeting. Maybe she'll have some insight once we get there. I sure hoped so, because the chess reference felt apropos. The only thing was, we had no idea who we were playing, or what strategy they were using. Chapter 6. While I fixed us something to eat, we tossed the whole situation around to find potential angles. Blaine had gone with Janelle, which was just as well since I needed a plan. Just as I set a platter of fruit and sub sandwiches cut into quarters on the counter, Lapis's phone rang. Worry crossed his features as he glanced at the screen. It's Cathis, and he never calls. There must be something wrong. If all were well, he would have just texted. He answered and listened for a few moments, and I could hear bits and pieces of the conversation, even though Lapis hadn't put him on speaker. Brutus stared at him, tilting his head back and forth in a way that would have been adorable if not for the sharp, attentive expression he was wearing. Unfortunately, I couldn't pick out enough of the conversation to understand what was going on, but Brutus shifted his weight and whined in the same impatient way he did when he needed to go out. Lapis was speaking rapidly and was slipping back and forth between English and what I assumed was gargoyle. I did pick up Magnus's name, and a bad feeling twisted my gut. He was a solitary elf who lived in a magnificent treehouse in the Highlands of Scotland. His job was to guard the portal to Otherworld, or at least it had been, before Caitlyn had shut it down. Though he was a little strange, he was a good guy, and based on what I was hearing, I was starting to worry about him. When Cathis stopped talking, Lapis gave a sharp nod. "We'll be right there." He disconnected the call and then turned to me with a sense of urgency. "We have to go. Now. Magnus was attacked. He's still alive, but he's hanging on by a thread. They've contacted the Queen." Without a second thought, I focused hard on a spell I'd been working on. Relief washed through me when I looked down and confirmed that jeans, a hoodie, and hiking boots had replaced my shorts and tank top. Scotland was considerably colder than South Florida, and I wouldn't make the same mistake I had last time by wearing too few clothes. As soon as I was changed, fear for my new friend sent a shiver down my spine, pushing me to move. Then we need to get there, now. Fortunately, my real father had created a portal in a little stand of trees beside the bar for Lapis to use in case he needed to get to his clan quickly. Rather than go all the way down through the bar, Ronan just scooped me up and jumped over the lanai railing, landing so smoothly that he barely jarred me. Despite the situation, a little thrill ran through me as my senses heightened along with his, and I caught a whiff of that clean, woodsy scent that was his alone. If that was the reaction he had to me all the time, or at least when he heightened his senses, then I sort of understood his tendency to helicopter me, and to jump my bones. I blushed at the inappropriate rush of attraction that accompanied his scent and the feel of his powerful arms around me. It was annoying, but I finally got where it was coming from. A minute later, we were standing before a massive live oak. Lapis pressed his hand against what appeared to be a knothole, and a swirling void opened up in front of us. I still wasn't used to traveling this way, and when I stepped through and my feet landed on loamy soil on the other side, I willed my rolling stomach to calm. I was getting used to the feeling, but it still made me queasy. Without missing a beat or even giving me a second chance to recover, Lapis held out his hand and glanced at me. "Do you think you can teleport us to his treehouse? We have no time to waste." Nodding, I shoved down the nausea and took both their hands, closed my eyes, and pictured Magnus's tree. My magic swirled around us, pulling us into the vortex, and when the temperature suddenly increased by 15 degrees, I knew I'd gotten us there. Magnus's elven magic still kept the place warmer than the surrounding area, but the vivid colors and lush landscaping that usually marked his own little slice of paradise were starting to fade and wilt. I assumed that was because the magic was tied to his life force, so we didn't have much time. A small group of gargoyles stood off to the side, and one hovered over Magnus's body. Just like Blaine's clothing had looked the night before, Magnus's leather tunic was singed. The difference was that our friend was bleeding from his nose, his palms, and the soles of his shoeless feet. I rushed forward, and the female gargoyle, who was working feverishly to apply herbs to his wounds, stepped aside. Her leathery face crinkled in fear and worry. "He's been unconscious since we got here, mistress. I tried to help him, but I don't think it's doing any good." I knelt over the slender elf, doing my best to remain calm and focus on him, rather than the blood pooling on the fading green grass around him. I closed my eyes and pulled in a deep breath, focusing on the earth beneath my knees and the breeze tickling my cheek as I placed my hands on his chest. In order to preserve my own energy, I was going to borrow some from nature. I barely had to dial into the force. As soon as I reached out, power rushed through me as though I'd opened a gate. It was like the force wanted to help heal him. Alexa had been teaching me how to tune out everything around me and focus on my magic. That skill came in handy now as I closed my mind to the worried whispers of the gargoyles, the chirping of the birds, and the whistling of the wind through the trees. All that was left was Magnus, my magic, and the energy, pouring willingly into my body from the rich soil beneath me. I was lightheaded from the extra energy, and my hands grew warm as I struggled to find his life force. It was thready and weak, but I took hold of it and turned my attention to his wounds. Even drawing from the earth, I was grateful I was kneeling. As extensive as his injuries were, I was amazed he'd managed to hang on. My energy ebbed as his life force grew stronger. I tried to release the earth magic once I was satisfied he would live, but it resisted, shoving a little more energy into me to revive me. When I was refueled, it gently separated itself from me. I shivered when its warmth left my body. Though I'd felt Magnus's wounds heal, I was still afraid of what I would find when I opened my eyes. Relief flooded over me as his eyes opened and his gaze focused on my face. "Thank you, mistress," he said in a weak voice. "I thought for sure I was dead. As many times as I wished for that centuries ago, I was quite unhappy that the universe was going to grant my wish all these years later." I smiled at him. If his quirky way of looking at things had returned, I was satisfied he was gonna make it. He pushed up into a sitting position, and his amethyst eyes widened as he looked around. I must have been a lot closer to the next world than I thought. All my magic has faded. I followed his gaze and was shocked to see that everything green within a 30-foot radius had turned brown. As always, I felt guilty for draining even a little bit of the life force from the earth, but having Magnus living and breathing beside me outweighed the cost of some dead foliage. Besides, I hadn't been working alone. The earth had willingly sacrificed some of herself. You were close, I replied, but this isn't the result of your brush with death. It was fading some, but still mostly alive when I got here. I'm sorry, I had to pull from the earth to save you. That's fine, mistress, he replied, patting my knee. I'm sure she doesn't mind. After all, she gladly nourishes us every day to keep us healthy. I'll sing to her later and help her heal. Once again, I was awed and a little envious of the Fae's connection to nature. If I could give back, I wouldn't feel so bad about taking from her, even if she had gladly joined with me this time. I'd appreciate that, I replied, and I meant it. I offered him a hand so I could pull him up. I know you're probably not recovered yet, but we need to know what happened. He blinked a few times, then shook his head as if to clear it. I was talking to the bees as I gathered some of their bounties to make honey brew. The air grew cold, and I sensed a presence behind me. When I turned, 3 figures shrouded in black cloaks loomed over me. They insisted I open the portal to Otherworld, and when I refused, they became violent. I tried to summon my shield, but I didn't get it all the way up before they attacked me the first time. He stopped to pull in a ragged breath, and his amethyst eyes were both haunted and angry. They stopped after a few moments and tried to force me to open it. I doubt I could have opened the portal at that point, even if I had been so inclined, which I wasn't. The Queen has entrusted the safety of Otherworld to me, and I'd die before I'd betray her. When I refused again, well, the one who seemed to be the leader hit me with lightning. By that point, I was too weak to fight back, but I did manage to summon enough magic to partially shield myself again. I struggled to swallow my rage. He was a gentle creature who'd been through enough, and I didn't want to make it worse by losing my shit in front of him. I'm glad you at least got some of your shield up. It probably saved your life. He shook his head and tucked a strand of platinum hair behind his ear. No, mistress. It was you who saved my life. Well, you and the gargoyles. They scared the creatures off when they arrived. I already swore my fealty to you when the Dark Fae were threatening you. But now, I offer you my service, up to and including my life if that's what it takes. He dipped into a low bow. I held up a hand. You owe me nothing, Magnus. I did what needed to be done to save you, just as you would have done for me. I expect nothing in return. He rose and met my eyes. Whether you expect it or not, it's yours nonetheless. Lapis and Ronan stood near enough to us that I knew they'd heard his story. Lapis stepped closer. Has anyone tried to get through the portal recently other than them? Magnus shook his head. Not since you were here. The Queen did open it back up in case you needed to use it, but she instructed me to guard it carefully. I've placed many security wards around it, and would have been notified immediately had anyone approached it. Nobody has. He glanced back and forth between the 3 of us. Do you know why this happened? I laid my hand on his shoulder. Somebody has been targeting magicals, picking off those who live on the fringe. Based on your description, They decided to up their game and make a move on Otherworld. His expression became troubled. That's how it started last time, with those who wouldn't be missed. How many have died so far? Ronan sighed. So far, we know of 4 who died, another who was attacked, and several more who are missing, but this is a recent development. We only discovered all this was going on last night, so we put the word out and are waiting to hear back. We have a meeting in the Hall of Fae tomorrow morning. Magnus took one of my hands in both of his and closed his lean fingers around it. I beseech you, mistress, stop this before it goes any further. Your ancestors' Coven gave their lives so this would never happen again, and you have to honor that sacrifice. I frowned as the weight of our world's fate settled on my shoulders. Helplessness and rage bubbled in equal parts like acid in my gut. He was right, but I had no idea how to go about it. A rush of energy swirled behind me, and I recognized Caitlyn's essence before I even turned around. She rushed toward me and took Magnus by his shoulders. Are you well? His lips curled in a shaky smile. I don't know if well is the correct word, but I'm alive and will recover thanks to the mistress. If it weren't for her, my life force would have crossed over. Caitlyn turned toward me, her expression as solemn as I'd ever seen it. She held out her hand and entwined her arm with mine, placing her other hand on my forearm. I grasped hers back, though I didn't know what she was doing. As you joined your life force with his, I now join mine with yours. Though we've always stood as equals, we now also live as sisters. Should you ever need me, all you have to do is ask. You're a member of my clan, as surely as I am. Strange blue magic twined around our arms, binding us together. Even though I didn't fully understand what was going on, I sensed it was something more than just a pledge. I gave a brief, earnest nod of acknowledgement, because that felt like the right thing to do. As the magic faded away, she released my arm. Her expression darkened with outrage and determination. Now, we need to find whoever did this and make them pay. An involuntary shudder slid down my spine. I'd seen this woman in battle, but this time she was different. Somebody had attacked one of hers, and as long as she drew breath, I had a feeling there was nowhere they could hide. Chapter 7. While Caitlyn helped Magnus and Lapis conferred with his clan, Ronan and I teleported back to the portal and then stepped through to our side. We needed to discuss the situation with Alexa. Ronan would be at the meeting at the Hall of Fae as my advisor, but he was also the pack leader and representative for all wolf shifters. Since a person could only claim one seat at the table, and the Mistress of Balance and her team were supposed to be impartial, he couldn't stand in his role as wolf representative. Ronan's brother Seamus was technically his beta, but the two had decided it was best for Seamus to stay near the home front in case anything had happened. Alexa was still the female alpha. She managed the communication within her pack and between their pack and the others. As such, she would attend the meeting as Ronan's second in command. When we got back to the bar, she was sitting there with a glass of iced tea, talking to the guys. As soon as she saw us, she jumped to her feet. What happened? Is Magnus okay? I nodded. He will be. He was almost dead when we got there, but we managed to save him. We didn't manage to do anything, Ronan said. Jules did everything all on her own. I've never seen anything like it. I couldn't sense a shred of life force from within him, yet by the time she was done, he was standing on his own 2 feet. He was shaky, but I'm willing to bet that a couple glasses of honey brew will fix him right up. Alexa arched a dark brow at me. See, you complain about all that training we make you do, but you just saved a life. Was he attacked in the same way as the others were? Eddie asked. Yeah, did they use lightning like they did with Charles and me? Blaine added. I nodded. Exactly the same way, except there were 3 attackers this time. Blaine pursed his lips in thought. I suppose it's possible there was more than one attacker waiting in the trees, but if so, I didn't see them. I thought for a moment about whether or not I wanted to tell them about the reason behind the attack. I didn't know Blaine well enough to trust him, but even if he was somehow working against me, or even if he just had loose lips, I wanted it known far and wide that the attempt was a failure, and that Magnus was ready to die rather than open the portal. If word got out that torturing him to make him cave wouldn't work, maybe it would protect him. There was no reason to try, because he couldn't open it dead. That's not all, I continued. The reason they attacked him was to make him open the portal to Otherworld. He took the torture and was willing to die rather than do it. Eddie put his hand over his mouth. That's not good, no matter how you look at it. Though he lives on this side, Magnus isn't on the fringe of things. He's in regular contact with the Queen and has gargoyles looking out for him too. That was a brazen move on their part. It makes me wonder what kind of forces they have that they're willing to step from the shadows and flagrantly make a move on Otherworld. I wanted to tell them about the Djinn, but that would have to wait until Blaine wasn't around. I didn't want any part of that story getting around. Despite the extra push of earth magic, I was still a little wobbly from healing Magnus. Ronan frowned and nudged me toward the chair. Sit down. I'll get you some tea to sip on. You need to get some sugar into your system. We don't know what's coming or when, so you need to be at your strongest. As I sat, Eric brushed his fingers over my bare shoulder, nudging me so he could get a better look. What's this? I twisted my head around so I could see what he was talking about, but all I could see was the edge of a dark, inky outline. It was far enough back on my shoulder that I couldn't make it out. He pulled his phone out and took a picture, then handed it to me. I'm gonna take a shot in the dark and assume you didn't go get some random tattoo, but that's not a witch's rune. Unless I'm mistaken, that's Elven. I think you need to tell us what happened over there in more detail. Before I could speak, Alexa moved behind me and examined the mark, her expression thoughtful and a little befuddled. This could only appear if you were accepted into the Elven community as one of them, and I've never heard of that happening. I think Eric's right. You need to tell us a little more of the story, like all of it. I examined the rune in the pic with mixed emotions. Other than a little Tasmanian devil on my butt, that was the result of a college dare, I had no tattoos. Or at least I hadn't when I'd left for Scotland. Though I liked and respected Caitlyn, I had mixed emotions about having a permanent brand identifying me as a member of her clan without even consulting me. The political implications, both good and bad, weren't lost on me either. Ronan told the long and short of it as he poured my tea. When she saved Magnus's life, he swore a blood oath to her. Then Caitlyn bonded her to their clan. That's what that was, bonding? I wasn't sure how to feel about that, mostly because I wasn't sure what the implications were. What does it mean? It means that no matter where you go, you'll be welcomed as an elf, Blaine said, sounding a little awestruck. I've never heard of that happening before. It's a real honor and could work to your advantage at some point. But I wasn't looking for an advantage, I said. as a barrage of emotions swirled through me. I felt like I'd gained another responsibility when I was barely managing the ones I already had. All I was doing was helping Magnus. "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth," Eddie told me. "Being considered family to an elf gives you an extra layer of protection. You need all of that you can get. And another benefit is that if there are elves around when you're in danger, even if you don't know them, they're bound to help you. Elves have an abiding respect for all life, and Blaine's right. She bestowed a great honor upon you." Rather than say anything else, I took a few moments to digest that, while the sugar and caffeine in the tea replenished my energy stores. As Mistress of Balance, it was critical that I remained neutral, or at least appeared to, and now I wasn't sure that would be the case. "That doesn't sound like something that comes without a personal cost," I said. "If they welcome me as one of their own, and will have my back if I need it, what's expected of me?" "That's an excellent question," Alexa replied, shifting on her stool. Her expression became troubled. "I know if you're accepted as a member of a shifter pack, you have the same obligations to your pack as your pack does to you. When you consider it from that point of view, it could present complications for you in your role. You're supposed to be impartial." "Yeah," Eddie replied, "but I think y'all are reading too much into it. Caitlyn knows what's up. She didn't bestow her with the privilege with expectations because she understands Jules has a higher duty." He turned to me. "Accept it for what it was, an honor and an extra tool in your bag. Elves have power even though they've been removed from our world for centuries. That may even add to their mystique and reputation as badasses. Just roll with it, sweetie." That actually made more sense to me. Caitlyn wasn't a woman to do something without thought, and I trusted her. She would never give herself an unfair advantage by tricking me. That just wasn't how she was wired. But she would do something she thought would protect somebody she cared about. Alexa's phone buzzed, cutting into my thoughts, and she scooped it off the bar and unlocked it. She scrolled for a second, then looked at me and nodded. "Okay, that makes it official. I've heard back from everybody. All of our pack members are accounted for, and as far as we can tell, nobody is missing from any neighboring clans either. I instructed them not to go anywhere alone, no matter what, and also ordered the handful of people who do live alone to move in with a neighboring clan temporarily." That was a huge relief, and the weight on my shoulders lightened a little. "We put the word out too," Eddie said. "So far, everybody's safe and sound, but we haven't heard back from a few folks yet." Janelle, who'd sat there quietly up to this point, nodded. "I called Julie, and she teleported straight back. She said to tell you that everybody's accounted for in her coven, and that she'd check on lone practitioners and get back with us." I wouldn't rest easy until every single magical was accounted for, but for now, I'd take all the good news I could get. Chapter 8. "Come at me again," I told Ronan 2 hours later, crouching and motioning to him with my fingers. Even though I was drenched in sweat and out of breath, I needed the outlet. My clothes were sticking to me, and hair that had come loose from my ponytail was plastered in damp curls to my neck. The physical exertion and mental focus required to spar with him helped push the helpless anger and guilt aside. "Okay," he replied, shaking his head as he leaned into his battle stance again. "But you realize punishing your body now isn't going to negate what happened to Magnus, right?" I concentrated on his body language to figure out how he was going to attack. "Maybe not, but at least I'm getting some of my aggression out. It beats punching out the little old dude who checked in 30 lotto tickets in front of us at the store." When he didn't immediately pounce, I motioned again for him to come toward me with my fingers. He laughed as we circled. That does it. I like to think I'm a little more durable than he is. Seriously, though, we've been at this for over an hour. I know you've built up your endurance, but you've taken a beating. It might be time to call it a day before too long. Before I could reply, he charged at me. Even though my brain was sluggish, he and Alexa had worked hard to teach me to expect the unexpected. I let him get almost to me, then grasped his wrist and used his momentum against him. Opening my mind to his, I tapped into just a little bit of his wolf strength and used it to flip him onto the mat. Excellent job, he exclaimed from the floor, where he'd landed on his butt. You managed to use my own strength against me in more ways than one. I grinned. I'd been working hard on taking advantage of our bond every chance I could. I wanted it to become second nature, so that when we were fighting as a team, I could mitigate some of my human weaknesses. Thanks, I replied. And since you mentioned it, why don't we work on that a little? I'd feel much better if you could access my magic as easily as I tap into yours. He frowned as he swiped a damp hank of dark hair from his brow. You say that like I'm not trying. I arched a brow at him. No, I say that because I know you're not trying as hard as you could. All you have to do is let go of just a little bit of that control and trust that my magic will be there for you. For his entire life, he depended on his physical strength, heightened senses, and instincts. Of course, he could transform into a wolf and was amazing at being strategic and thinking faster than his opponent. But now, he had another powerful tool in his bag that he wasn't using. He pulled me into a hug and kissed me. I let myself lean into it for a minute, but then pushed him away. 1, I'm sweaty and gross, and so are you. 2, I don't think you can use your wicked ways to distract me from the subject at hand. He grinned at my use of wicked ways and waggled his brows. Unless there's been another smoking hot witch in my bedroom, I'm not the only wicked one. I punched him on the shoulder. There better not be. And again, I'm not going to let you distract me. Let's go practice your magic. It's not my magic, he grumbled, following me. I scowled at him. It's as much yours as it is mine, just like you share your strengths with me. The necklace and the ring bound us for a reason. All this macho crap is annoying. Alexa, who'd stepped outside to take a phone call, pushed back through the door in time to hear what we were talking about. It's incredibly annoying. She waved her hand impatiently and rolled her dark eyes. You're just like your father. It took me years to get him to accept any help at all, and frankly, it's stupid. The goddess has given you an incredible gift. Did you ever stop to think that it might be because she knows you're going to need it? Ronan ran his tongue over his teeth. She had him backed into a corner, and he knew it. Fine. Let's go to the training room. I'll try harder to make that connection. I smiled at her when he stomped toward the door. He'd said that like he was talking about getting a root canal, but I'd take that as a win. The place where we practiced magic was an old warehouse that a couple of wizards had bought and converted. To humans, it looked run down and dilapidated inside and out. And the guys had even used illusion magic to make it look as if it was falling in if non-magical people did come in. To magicals, though, the inside was a full-fledged, state-of-the-art training facility. They'd used every square inch of available space to its best advantage. In addition to rooms specifically designed to practice different forms of magic, there were also rooms, such as the one we'd just been using, that were equipped with thick blue gymnastic mats, and even various weapons, so people could practice hand-to-hand combat. Initially, I'd wondered why they'd used so much space for that, when there were suitable gyms in the human world. I'd gotten my answer to that the first time Ronan and his mom had transformed mid-air while sparring. That would have drawn some unwanted attention at the local pump and grunt for sure. The magical training rooms ranged from areas for kids to practice remedial magic to full-on hurricane and fireproof rooms for the more advanced or skilled. Or, in my case, for people with way more magic than control. I'd been a menace and still was in many ways, but I was getting better. Sometimes I wondered if that was why Ronan was so hesitant to use my magic. He was most definitely a control freak, and it wouldn't have surprised me to find out he was worried he wouldn't be able to manage it if he truly tapped into it. I understood that feeling because he'd watched me accidentally blow shit up when I was only trying to move it, but that was different. I'd been completely unaware magic even existed until I'd summoned a hurricane while I was on the phone fighting with my ex, and then almost burned my house down an hour later. Considering Ronan had pretty much taught me all the basics, despite his lack of magic at the time, failure shouldn't have been as much of a worry for him. Still, men were weird. "Let's work with Earth," I suggested. "It's the one that comes easiest to you." Alexa shook her head. "No, I think he needs to work on air. Earth is handy, but as a shifter, air will be more useful in a fight. He'll be able to jump farther and higher as a wolf if he learns to use it, and it's the least invasive for him. If he calls a rock slide, it's an obstacle he'll have to deal with as well. If he uses a wall of air to push an opponent over or to hold them back, he'll have a pure tactical advantage." I hadn't thought of it like that. In fact, I hadn't even broken it down like that for myself. It gave me pause, and I wondered for a second if maybe I should focus on mastering the elements one at a time, rather than dividing my attention between them. Alexa, who almost seemed to be able to read my mind sometimes, waggled a finger at me as she made her way down the brightly lit hall. "No, absolutely not. You've accepted your magic, and all your gifts work better as a whole, rather than breaking them into little chunks. What you've been doing is working for you." She shifted her gaze to Ronan and frowned in consternation. "My lunk-headed son, on the other hand, apparently needs us to dumb it down for him." I snuck a peek at Ronan from the corner of my eye and did my best not to smile. The irritated frown tugging at his lips was such a mirror image of his mother's that I barely pulled it off. "I don't need anything dumbed down," he grumbled. "It's complicated." "Only because you're making it that way," I replied as we followed Alexa into the air room. The place still amazed me. It had everything, from feathers to anvils for beginners to practice moving with air. One whole corner was filled with sand and small rocks to practice blowing around, and there were also several different dummies in various weights, sizes, and species, so you could get semi-realistic practice sparring. There was even a small fountain for people who wanted to practice using air to manipulate water. All in all, the guys had gone above and beyond when they'd built the room. "I suck at air," Ronan groused. "I also don't see the point. I can jump plenty high and far, and I'm heavy enough that the momentum of my body is enough to topple an enemy." He reached over to take my hand, and I pushed a little air from mine. I only used enough to keep him from being able to touch me, and he growled and put a little force behind it. I upped the airflow so that it was blowing up between us and ruffling my hair. I added a little more gusto and pushed him backward onto his butt. When he couldn't push through it to stand, I shrugged. He needed to learn sooner rather than later that although I thought he was all that and a bag of chips, he wasn't even proficient if it came down to battling somebody with magic, who was intent on either taking him down or stopping him. Alexa smiled. "All you had to do was access her magic, and you could have fought her on even ground. You could have put a barrier around yourself, or you could have turned her own air magic against her. Nobody would expect you to be able to reverse that air, so you would have had 2 tactical advantages, the magic and the element of surprise. Ronan was stubborn as a mule, but he wasn't stupid or slow to learn. He furrowed his brow. Do it again. His mind touched mine. That connection was never the problem because we talked back and forth all the time. Letting go of his control and letting the magic in was where he usually fell down. I considered giving it a push in his direction, but smothered the urge. In battle, I'd be focused on fighting, not holding his hand while he accessed magic that was already there and waiting for him. Contrary to his belief that he was using my magic, it wasn't like that. I could feel the difference when he actually connected to it. It was more like we were eating from the same plate. The food was there for both of us, and there was more than enough to share. I'd explained that to both of them, but Alexa was the only one who had listened. I did give him a few seconds to get a hold of it before I repeated the air thing, but once he did, I didn't hold back. He reached for my hand, and I pushed it away. By this point, it was second nature to me. He managed to fight it and even overcame it for a couple of seconds, but then he slipped and lost the thread. That was good, I told him, wanting to reward him for even trying, since that was a step in the right direction. It sucked, Alexa said, her arms crossed and her tone flat. You phoned it in, son. Is that all the effort you're willing to put into saving Jules or me or anybody else if it comes down to it? What if we're across the battlefield and you can't get to us in time? You'd rather watch us die than learn to use a tool that could save us from a distance? I noted she didn't say anything about saving his own life. Even though I knew that was as important to her as it was to me, it wasn't how Ronan thought. He growled, Do it again. This time, he managed to hold on to it long enough to shove me backward. Hard. I barely managed to pull up enough magic to soften the blow before I landed with a thump on my butt, 10 feet away. He rushed toward me, his face a little pale. I'm so sorry. Before he got to me, I summoned another gust and shoved him backward, hard enough that he landed with the same teeth-jarring thunk on his butt that I would have. Don't you dare say you're sorry. We're sparring, and besting me was your goal, I reminded him. You don't apologize when you flip me over your shoulder or sweep my feet out from under me when we're practicing hand-to-hand combat, and I definitely don't when I manage to take you down. We gloat. It's what we do, because we love to win. She is right, Alexa snapped. Also, you released your hold on the magic and let your guard down, so she won this round. You would have been dead if she'd been intent on it. Do it again. We practiced a few more times, then she switched it up. Now, you're going to use it on me. You can't just use it when you're up against a witch. We don't know that other shifters haven't joined up with whoever's doing this, and there's no reason why you wouldn't use magic to win that either. You won't always see it coming in time to shift. She'd barely gotten the words out before she shifted and lunged at him, teeth bared. He gasped and yanked magic from the pool, slamming her hard back into one of the padded walls. I cringed when she hit, but Alexa stood and shook it off. He made the mistake of going to her to help her up, and she sprung toward him, knocking him into his back. Her teeth were at his throat so fast I barely saw her move. After she'd made her point, she stepped off him and shifted back, scowling. That's twice in a minute you'd have been dead. He huffed out a breath. Point taken. It shouldn't have taken you twice in a row to learn that lesson, she replied. "This is different," he said. "I used way too much juice both times. I failed, and I was afraid I'd hurt you both because of it. I'd rather focus on inanimate objects. That way, if I use too much, I'm not breaking anybody." I crossed my arms and smirked. "Yeah, because clay pots are definitely going to be what's trying to kill you. I realize that's the place we'd start if the situation were ideal, but it's not. We have a shitstorm coming at us. We don't know how big or even what form it'll take. I'm telling you the same thing you told me. There's no time to tiptoe through the tulips. Every step of this has been trial by fire for me. And if you two hadn't pushed me so hard, I'd be dead, and so would a lot of other people." "Besides," Alexa said, limping a little but trying to hide it, "you've had at least a month and a half to learn it at your leisure, but you've been a knot-headed pain in the ass about it. Buckle up, Buttercup." She shifted and lunged at him again, and this time he managed to defend himself and toss her backward just enough to keep her off him. Before she even made it to her feet, he shifted and pulled the same move on her that she'd used on him just moments before. I tried to hide a smile because his grin was plain even though he was still in wolf form, as he stepped back so his teeth were no longer at her throat. This time, he stayed focused and in wolf form until she shifted back and dropped her battle stance. "Much better. And that was a great tactical move," she said, nodding in approval. "See what you can do when you use the tools at your disposal?" He was still wearing that gloating grin. Despite the fact he'd dropped the magical thread when he'd shifted, I was going to let him have it this time. Alexa, however, had other plans. "Now, shift and try it in wolf form." "No problem." Based on his cocky expression and swagger as he came toward me, he was obviously a little high on adrenaline from the win, and confident he was going to master that the first time. I shook my head. This was already a disaster, but I'd let him learn the hard way. We'd practiced for hours and hours while I'd learned to use my magic, while I was tapping into his, and though I'd gotten good at it, it was still a struggle sometimes. Both Alexa and I refused to give him an inch over the next 20 minutes, and he failed much more often than he succeeded. "That's enough," Alexa finally said after she'd killed him for the 4th time. "We'll focus on this the next time, but we've done enough for today." I wasn't sure, but I suspected she'd ended it on a low note rather than a high one on purpose. He needed to understand he hadn't mastered it, and had she ended the session on a win, his head would have gotten big about it. Even so, I was proud of him. He might just accept this whole magic thing yet. Chapter 9. "Not to rush you," Alexa said the next morning, "but we need to get to the Hall of Fae." I had been late when we'd gotten back, and I'd had to help out at the bar because it had been busier than usual. That meant I hadn't gotten to bed until after midnight, and I was fighting the headache trying to set in behind my eyeballs. "And how exactly do we do that? Does that mean we have to travel all the way back to Scotland and go through the Fae portal to get to Otherworld?" She shook her head. "No, as Mistress of Balance, you should have your own portal straight into the hall. Where that is, though, I have no clue." "Check the book," she said. "I bet it's given you a spell." My grimoire, for lack of a better word, maddeningly provided me spells as I needed them, rather than just giving me all the information at once. That wasn't ideal, but it was also probably for the best. Had it been full, I would have had a hard time filtering what was useful and what wasn't. Also, I'm honest enough to admit that I would have probably skipped ahead and tried stuff I wasn't ready for. I hope you're right, because the idea of jumping off that bridge again gives me a headache. I wasn't a fan of heights, and when we'd gone to Otherworld to take the fight to the Dark Fae, rather than wait for them to come to us. That was how we'd had to get there. Literally jumping off a rickety bridge suspended over a waterfall. Not my cup of tea. And even though I now knew I wouldn't die a horrible death being smashed against the stones, I still preferred to skip it if I could. "Let's go check," Ronan said. "I'd rather get there early than late, and I'd like to talk to Caitlyn now that she's had a while to regain her equilibrium." I went to my room and I pulled the book out of my safe. Sure enough, when I flipped it open, a new spell was waiting for me. This time it was even in English. The stupid thing had a bad habit of giving me spells in Latin, much to Eric's delight. He'd taught Latin before he'd retired, and we'd had several spirited discussions about why the magical community still used it so much. On the side, Eddie had taught me a spell that translated Latin to English, but I was always worried that I wouldn't get it just right. With my luck, I'd end up turning myself into a carrier pigeon or a dirty sock one of these days. "Are you ready to go?" Alexa asked. I pulled in a deep breath and blew it out slowly through pursed lips. "Not particularly, but I don't really have a choice. We have a world to save." Brutus bumped against my leg, whining. I squatted down to pet him. "You need to stay here this time, boy. We won't be long, and we're safe where we're going. You hold down the fort here, okay?" He heaved a big sigh, but then jumped up on the bed and flopped down, head on his paws. My pup wasn't pleased, but he'd deal. I reached for the book. "Wait," Alexa said before I could say the spell. "If your portal works the same as ours does, you have to specifically invite us to go through yours. That's how the original council designed them." I drew my brows together. "I'm glad we can do that, but I don't get it. Isn't the entire purpose of individual portals to restrict who can come and go through them? If I can invite just anybody in, doesn't that defeat the purpose?" She shook her head. "That's not how it works. The magic will only let leaders in. If we're not already designated, we can't get through even if you do invite us. The hall's not just a meeting place. It's also a refuge for leaders if needed." That made more sense. As I scanned the spell in the book, new words appeared at the end of it. The way it read, it had expanded to include taking the others. "That would have been helpful to have from the get-go," I muttered to it. I could have sworn the pages on each side lifted a little as if the book were shrugging. At this point, nothing would surprise me when it came to the tome. Sometimes it seemed like it made things extra difficult just to be that way. I spoke the words to open the portal, then clearly invited Alexa and Ronan to come to the hall with me. As soon as I was finished, a portal opened right there in my room, and we stepped through it. Once we were standing in the hall, I turned around, wondering how I was going to close it. As it turned out, that wasn't a worry, because it fizzled out and disappeared on its own. Alexa smiled. "That confused me the first time I used it too. I know exactly what's running through your mind right now, and I sure hope you remember the spell verbatim. Otherwise, we'll have to use ours, and though I'd love to show you our ancestral home, now is not really the time for a tour." "If she doesn't remember it, I do," Ronan replied before I could say anything. I was a little relieved because I wasn't sure I wouldn't miss a word, and when it came to spells, that was a big deal. Now that my focus was off the portal, I took a minute to look around. We weren't the first ones there, but only a handful of others had gotten there before us. A griffin stood at the end of the table, speaking with a leprechaun, and an elf was in deep conversation with a witch. "Am I not the witch representative?" I asked, motioning toward the tall, willowy woman who was obviously also one. Ronan shook his head. "No. As the Mistress of Balance, you can't speak for any of the species, even your own. It's your job to be neutral. So even though you're technically a witch, your position trumps your magical abilities. That's Athena. She's from Greece, and she's held the position for more than 100 years. Nothing goes on in the witch community that she doesn't know about. I huffed out an irritated breath. I don't know that anybody can claim that. After all, we've had 2 witches killed, 1 injured, 1's missing, and an elf is dead. And we can't forget about Magnus either. If it weren't for Blaine, we'd have been oblivious until that happened. Somehow this has slipped beneath the radar, so the system obviously isn't perfect. Alexa's face softened. I know you're frustrated, but no system is infallible. Eventually, at some point in the near future, these leaders would have discovered their people missing. It just so happens that we got lucky because Blaine survived and came to you. As we spoke, Athena made her way toward us. She held out her hand when she was close enough. I've been meaning to come to Florida to introduce myself to the new Mistress of Balance, but things have been crazy for both of us. I'm Athena, leader of the witches. Jules, I replied, taking her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm sure we'll be working together. She sighed. We will indeed, but I hate that our first meeting is under these circumstances. How's Blaine doing? I've known him for many years and know that he and Charles were close, and so are he and Barb. I got in touch with the local Coven and sent a team to investigate her place, but it's not looking good. I shook my head. I was hoping for the best, but that probably isn't going to be the case. Blaine's doing as well as can be expected. He left this morning to go stay with friends. She nodded. That's probably for the best. He has some particular skills, but he's not powerful comparatively. It's good he's with other people rather than seeking vengeance. Caitlyn called my name from behind me, and I turned around. When I did, Athena gasped. You wear the mark of the elves, she said in wonder. But I know you're a witch. I'd love to hear that story because I've never seen that happen before. Ronan took me by the elbow and gave her a courteous smile as he nudged me in Caitlyn's direction. It's a new development and a story best left for another time. She doesn't need to know what happened, he thought to me through our link. What's between you and Caitlyn should stay there. An ace in the hole never hurts, and right now, we don't know who we can trust. The hall filled with people, and Caitlyn took me around and made the introductions. By the time we called the meeting to order, my head was swimming with names. I made a note to ask her if there was a book or some sort of record that I could use to keep track of everyone. There just wasn't enough room in my brain right then to remember them all on my own. If I ever needed to contact any of them, I'd needed a way to do it on my own. I was a little unsettled when we took our seats, but I sat up straighter when all eyes turned to me. Lapis, who was sitting on the other side of Ronan, spoke to me through our link. I assume nobody told you the rules of the Hall of Fae? No, I thought back to him. Panic washed over me when I noticed that everybody was staring in my direction. Fortunately, I'd become a pro at looking calm, cool, and collected on the outside, even when I was a hot mess on the inside. Otherwise, Atlanta socialites would have eaten me for lunch. Caitlyn called this meeting in your name, so it's your responsibility to lead it, Ronan thought to me. Just stand up, introduce yourself, and ask people to identify themselves, starting with me. Once I respond, it'll work its way around the table on its own. Everybody knows how this works. Everybody but me, I exclaimed back to him, hoping my expression wasn't giving away how clueless I actually was. I was great at the whole fake it till you make it thing, but even I had my limits. You'll be fine, mistress, Lapis said, his tone confident. You're always telling us about the roles you fulfilled with your children's school activities and your ex-husband's business. These people are much more disciplined than anyone you've previously dealt with. You've got this. I cleared my throat and did my best to pretend this was a PTA meeting. I've just introduced myself to many of you, but for those of you I didn't have a chance to speak with, I'm Jules Cavanaugh, Mistress of Balance. Before we get started, let's make sure everybody's here." Ronan rose and stated his name and position, followed by Alexa, Lapis, and Cathis. Most species had a secondary representative, but when it came to the Djinn, only one man stood. "I am Daniel, and I am second in command to King Lucas. He couldn't be here today." Thankfully, I'd managed to slip into leader mode. I made it perfectly clear that this was a mandatory meeting. What's more important to your king than the fate of all magicals? His face paled. "Nothing, mistress. It's just, he's apparently been missing for almost 2 months." I arched a brow and my heart sped up. What were the circumstances of his disappearance? Define missing. David anxiously shifted from one foot to another, and his pale face went pink. My on-the-spot scrutiny had clearly made him uncomfortable. By missing, I mean nobody's seen him. "For 2 months?" I asked, incredulous. He lifted a shoulder. "We all have our lives, and we tend to be private people. His castle's undergoing extensive restoration, so he decided to go on a long vacation. He said he'd be visiting several old friends and catching up, as well as taking care of some business. When you called this meeting, I sent out several emergency calls to him through our link, but he didn't respond. I contacted some of the people he'd gone to visit. He never showed up." "And that didn't seem odd to them?" I asked. "No, mistress. It seems he didn't call to confirm his plans, so they assumed he'd changed his mind. We, of course, assumed he'd gone on his trip, so we weren't worried either." My mind was racing. We already knew the being posing as my father was a Djinn, and he'd shown up at about that time. His cryptic message flitted through my head, and understanding washed over me as the final puzzle pieces clicked into place, or at least enough of them to make his chess analogy make sense. Rather than share the information before I had a chance to consult my team and Caitlyn, I cleared my throat again. "I'll need to speak with you again after the meeting, but for now, we're going to proceed." Caitlyn made eye contact with me, and I jumped a little when her voice sounded in my head. "You're hiding it well, but I know you well enough to know that something's wrong. Do we need to stop the meeting?" The communication startled me, and I wondered if that was a result of the bonding. It was at the bottom of my list of priorities, though. "No, but I think I know where the king is. Let's get this meeting over, and I'll explain everything." She held my gaze for a few moments, but then nodded. Pushing the information about the king to the back of my mind, I launched into an explanation of why I called the meeting, in case the news hadn't already spread. Just like it does every time a large group of people get together, the meeting took forever. We kept circling back to conjectures about what might be going on, and every time somebody else came up missing, we had to discuss where and when they were last seen and what their powers were. By the time we were finished, we had discovered more than a dozen more missing or dead people spread across the different species. I brought the meeting to a close with a direct order. "Everybody needs to join together. No one, and I mean no one, is to venture out on their own. And if anybody has a problem with that, come see me. If there are any other incidents or if you hear anything new, please contact me immediately. We can't afford to lose even one more life, and that means we have to figure out what's going on. Any detail might be useful, and we all need to do everything in our collective power to find out what's going on and who's behind this, so we can stop them. Any questions?" A leprechaun stood, his nose curled a bit in derision. "Everybody knows you came into your position completely unqualified. We also know that you've been challenged at least once, so how likely is it that this is somebody making a power grab for your position." I narrowed my eyes at him. Even though his words were true, everybody had been pounding into my head that I shouldn't tolerate any disrespect. I straightened my back and held his gaze until he looked away, all the while formulating an answer in my head. I walked a fine line here. I needed to slap down the insult without permanently damaging any potential relationship. It was likely we'd have to work together at some point, and I needed it to be at least civil. I met and held his gaze. While it's true that I've had a steep learning curve, my support team is above reproach, and have quickly brought me up to speed in both knowledge and magical training. As far as you're concerned about a power grab for my position, it's as possible as any other scenario, I suppose. It would be foolish to assume that was the only possible motive behind almost 20 deaths, though. I made him break eye contact first, and there was much more respect in his voice when he answered. "Of course it would be, Mistress. I just wanted to mention the possibility, in case you hadn't thought of it." I wasn't sure if that last part was a dig, or if he meant it exactly as he said it, but I didn't have time to engage in a pissing contest with a leprechaun. File that under words I never thought I'd say. Rather than push his buttons or give him the airtime to push mine, I just nodded. "Thank you for your insight, but I haven't overlooked the possibility. Now, if there are no other concerns, I'll adjourn this meeting. We all have a lot of work to do and very little time to do it, so let's get it done. I look forward to talking with all of you at a later time and under better circumstances. If anything else happens, contact me directly. We have to keep this organized and clear." As soon as I adjourned, Caitlyn strode toward me. "Do we need to go somewhere private and talk?" I nodded. "It probably wouldn't hurt. I don't know who in here is for me and who's against me, if any of them are. Until I do, I'd rather not weaponize any more information." Ronan, Alexa, Lapis, and I followed her through the door I'd used when she'd shown me the hall during my first visit. This time, though, it was a blank white room with no furniture. What is this place? It's sort of a stepping stone between the hall and Otherworld. Considering what happened to Magnus, I decided to beef up security a bit. Even if somebody manages to get through the Fae opening, they'll be stuck here. It's composed of my magic, so I know for sure it's effective. That was clever, and I was glad she'd taken additional security measures. Watching over one world was bad enough. Knowing Otherworld was protected took a load off. Once the door to the hall was closed, she looked me straight in the eye. "Speak freely. What do you know about the Djinn?" I launched into the story about the entity who had appeared as my father, and how I'd made the connection shortly after she'd shown me the coat of arms. Then I told her verbatim, or as close as I could get, what he'd said that morning. She puffed her cheeks out. "I tend to interpret it the same way you did. I think he was trying to tell us who he is, and that he's a liability to us. To be honest, I'm a little shocked that a Djinn as old and experienced as Lucas managed to get himself trapped. The question now is, what do we do about him?" I ran my fingers through my hair, thinking, is he actually appearing, or is he projecting? He's not fully solid when he appears, or at least not all the time. I've never tried to touch him, but there are times when he looks as real as you do. "That's just it," she sighed. "He can do both, and from what you're saying, at least this morning, he was projecting. The fact that he connected what you're doing with his situation is worrisome. Djinns have powerful magic, and if somebody's controlling him, he could very well be the one responsible for the murders. It's a shame he couldn't give you more information." "So what now? Where do we start?" Alexa asked. "I know very little about Djinn, so I'm not sure where to go from here." Caitlyn rubbed her chin. "Let me check with my advisors. If I'm not mistaken, there's a way to summon a Djinn. I'm just not sure if you can do it while they're under somebody else's influence, though. There's definitely a way for you to do it, Lapis said. The third mistress had to, because a witch had captured one. It was causing all sorts of trouble. Ronan rubbed a hand over his face. Then I think we should get home. I don't know how much Jules has told you about her magical training, but the grimoire her father left behind only seems to give her spells as she needs them. Let's hope there's something in it when we get back. The weight settled a little heavier on my shoulders. Now, rescuing a king and preserving the balance of magic all came down to my fickle book. Chapter 10. Cathis and Alexa went back to mingle and try to pick up any scuttlebutt or information that might be relevant. But before Ronan and I could go, Caitlyn laid a hand on my arm. Before you go, I'd like to speak to you alone, in Otherworld. Ronan narrowed his eyes a little as he glanced back and forth between the two of us. I'm not sure I'm okay with that. We don't know who all's involved in this mess, and there's safety in numbers. If something happens over there, I have no way to get there, because the portal won't let me through. Caitlyn rolled her eyes. Oh, for hecate's sake, I realize you have a pack mentality, and that you put Jules' safety above everything else, but I can't imagine anywhere she'd be safer, even assuming we needed protection. For your peace of mind, though, you're welcome to come to Otherworld with us, but what I need to say to her is for her ears only. I won't waver on that. You may stand guard outside the room. Like me, Caitlyn was a reasonable woman, but when she made her mind up, there was no budging her. Ronan knew this, and though he didn't look happy about it, he nodded. Irritation spiked through me. Though I appreciated that he cared, Caitlyn wasn't wrong when she said we were both capable, and that Otherworld was probably the safest place I could be. We followed her through the portal, and she led us down a hallway she hadn't shown me the last time I was there. While we walked, the three of us discussed potential scenarios about what could be happening and what the end game was. Even though that part seemed simple, it was a lot more complicated than it appeared on the surface. It could be a ploy by Drake to get my necklace, or it could be an organized coup like it had been the last time when Morgana's Coven had made their sacrifice. That was the scenario that made the most sense to me, though it was logical that Drake was behind it. He still wanted to tip the scales to his side, but maybe he'd decided to broaden his strategy. Since there was no way to tell until we had more pieces of the puzzle, we decided it was best to err on the side of caution and keep our minds open. After a few minutes, Caitlyn stopped in front of, well, nothing. She stared at the wall, then muttered a few words in Elven and waved her hand in front of her. Purple magic sizzled across the wall and took the shape of a door. I'd seen many things while I was in Otherworld, but their magic never ceased to amaze me. I grinned at Caitlyn. You have to teach me how to do that. She smiled back. Sure. All you have to do is become an elf and learn to sing to the trees, then ask them to build you one. Oh, that's all I have to do, huh? I asked her, my tone dry. Yep, she said, winking at me. That's all I did. She looked pointedly at Ronan. This is where you wait. A combination of fear and distrust flitted across his face. There's no way I can get to her if she needs me. I know how these doors work, and they lock as soon as you're through them. Caitlyn scoffed. You know very little about how things work, Ronan. The door only seals if I will it to do so. And the only reason I would do that is if I didn't have a guard outside, or didn't trust the one that was there. I'll shut it, but I won't magically seal it. She held his gaze, fully aware that she'd backed him into a corner. He couldn't protest because He would either be admitting he didn't trust her or implying he didn't believe she trusted him. Elves worked a little differently than humans. Their word meant everything to them, and suggesting that you doubted their integrity was one of the highest insults you could give them. He snapped his mouth shut. "I'll be right here." Pressing her lips together to hide a smile, Caitlyn motioned for me to follow her into the room. Once inside, she waved a hand at the door, pushing it closed behind us. The purple outline remained, and she shook her head. I swear I love shifters for their loyalty, but the Alpha's caveman mentality would drive me nuts. Every single one I've ever met is like that. I realize Ronan respects you and recognizes that you're a powerful woman, but that primal urge to constantly fight your battles for you always bubbles just beneath the surface. It's both charming and infuriating. I held up my hand, palm out. "Preach, sister." She'd hit the nail on the head. All my life, I'd been the dependable one running the show. I'd never counted on anybody, so I had to give him a reality check every now and again. I knew it came from a place of love, but I was a grown woman and a powerful witch. That wasn't to say that I didn't need him, because that wasn't true. In fact, I'd already be dead if he hadn't helped me, and I definitely wouldn't have progressed as fast with my magic. That didn't mean I needed him to fight every little battle for me, though. I pushed the thought away as the grandeur of the room enthralled me. Like most of Caitlyn's castle, the walls, floors, and ceilings were made of rich mahogany that appeared seamless, mostly because it probably was. She hadn't been kidding when she'd said she'd sung the room into existence. That's how her particular brand of magic worked. In this room, though, glass boxes lined the walls, each one lit from below to highlight the object it encased. Every single one of them seemed to be made of some sort of precious metal, and many were crusted with gemstones. Some were weapons, some were jewelry, and others fell into random categories. The first one we walked past held a golden goblet. Multicolored jewels adorned it, and the light shining from beneath made it appear to shimmer. Looking closer, none of the cubes seemed to have a door. "What is this place?" I asked, awed as I tried to take it all in. Each piece seemed more extravagant than the last. But then I noticed that the other wall housed items that didn't appear to be particularly valuable. I understood why she'd want to protect objects made of precious metals and gems big enough to choke a horse, but I couldn't figure out why seemingly ordinary items required it. This is my magical artifacts room. Over the centuries, I've collected some of them to keep either them or other people safe. Others have been given to me for safekeeping. So, what does that have to do with me? Not that I don't appreciate the tour, but we need to get on the whole Djinn thing, since it's the only piece of the puzzle we have. She arched her brow as she stopped in front of the case that held a sword. It was slightly curved and had a ruby in the hilt that matched the one in my necklace. Runes ran down its steel blade, and it seemed to pull me toward it. I took an involuntary step forward. Caitlyn observed with a critical eye. "That's an excellent sign. The sword is already calling to you, even through the glass. This makes me feel much better about my decision to give it to you." I tore my gaze from the sword and turned to her. "Why? I'm not that great with a sword, and this one looks valuable." She waved her hand in front of the box, sending a little cloud of blue magic over it. The front of the glass disappeared, and once it was no longer between us, I could barely resist the urge to reach out and touch the weapon. She reached into the case and pulled out the sword. "Because it belonged to your ancestors, going all the way back to Morgana, the original witch. Your grandmother gave it to me before she passed and instructed me to keep it safe and hidden until a female with enough power to wield it was born into the bloodline. I think you more than qualify. More than that, the sword will both protect you and connect you with your past. The sword lay across her palms, and she held it out to me. My gaze bounced between her face and the weapon, and suddenly I found myself leery of touching it. She pushed it toward me a little. Don't fear it. Both the weapon and the power it holds belong to you. Hands shaking, I grasped it by the hilt. As soon as I did, my vision went black, and I felt the same tugging sensation as I did when I stepped through a portal. In just a few moments, my vision cleared. I stood in a clearing so vividly colored that it had to be magical. Water so clear I could see through it pooled beneath a waterfall and burbled over jewel-toned stones, narrowing to a small stream as it disappeared from sight. The grass beneath my feet was a brighter green than I'd ever seen, and the little wildflowers sprouting from it were an impossible pink. Somebody cleared her voice from behind me, and I spun around, magic at the ready. The tall, auburn-haired woman appeared to be about my age, and her mouth curved into a peaceful smile. I mean you no harm, daughter. If you are here, it means you've accepted the sword, and it's accepted you. I asked the first question that popped into my mind. Where am I? Physically, you are still exactly where you were. Your mind, however, is here with me. It doesn't matter where that's at, only that you hear my words and accept the power of your ancestors that's rightfully yours. Even though her words didn't make much sense, my instincts were telling me that I was in no danger. I took a moment to examine her and was shocked by her resemblance to my son, Brian. So, who are you? I asked. You look just like my son, so I have to assume we share blood. She laughed a little, and it was then that I realized what made her different. It's difficult to describe, but she felt ancient in the best of ways. Her wisdom and self-awareness draped around her like a cloak, and I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, this woman was going to change my life. Technically, your son looks like me, rather than the other way around. I can't keep track of how many generations have passed, but you're my many greats' granddaughter. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what was going on. It felt right that this woman was a relative, so I had no reason to believe she was lying. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Are you Morgana? She nodded, and her long hair, so much like mine, slipped over her shoulder. I am, and we have much to discuss. A hawk soared above us, then dipped into the water and pulled out a fat fish. My mind struggled to accept what my soul already knew. Lapis has told me a bit about you. In fact, he's reminded me on several occasions that I need to honor your sacrifice and maintain the balance. Her face became sad. I wasn't the one who made a sacrifice. All of my sisters did. I argued that one of them should be the one to take up the mantle, but I was voted in unanimously. It's their sacrifice you're honoring. Her mood shifted, and good humor lit her eyes. How is that old gargoyle anyway? He's a cantankerous one, even for his species. I'm glad he still lives. I laughed. Cantankerous is one word for him. When I met him, he was in the form of a ratty parrot who kept stealing my breakfast. I didn't find out who he was until we faced our first challenge." She nodded and turned to walk along the stream, and I followed. She gave me a sidewise glance. "Have you chosen an advisor?" I nodded. "I have. His name is Ronan, and he's the alpha of the wolf shifters." Her eyebrows shot up in surprise. "That's a bold choice. We've never had another magical being other than a witch hold the position. Is he also your lover?" The question took me aback because of the intimacy involved, but I sensed she had another reason for asking than sheer nosiness. "He is. He's also loyal, fierce, and level-headed. He thinks things through before he makes a decision, and he's wise. I don't know if you know how I came into my position." "I do. And though I understand your father's reasoning, it wasn't his place to deny you your heritage. As far as choosing a wolf as your advisor as well as your lover, I truly hope you understand the full impact of your decision. Wolves mate for life, and there is no going back. That may be a good thing or a terrible one, but regardless, it's water under the bridge now." I shoved that revelation to the back of my mind to unpack later. I hadn't known that, and Ronan and I would have to discuss it. I wasn't sure I was ready to jump into that commitment, and if Morgana was right, I had no reason to believe she'd lie, then I was already in a real pickle. That was a problem for not now me, though. Not to be ungrateful, but why am I here? I wondered how my corporeal body looked and whether or not Caitlyn was freaking out. I'm sure the Queen is worried sick, and as you said, Ronan is fiercely protective. As much as he trusts Caitlyn, he might not think logically if it appears something has happened to me. She laughed. "Don't worry about Caitlyn. I'm sure she understands what's happening, and time isn't quite the same there as it is here. Elves understand that, and they also understand the connection all beings have with their ancestors." A buck and a doe stood drinking from the stream a few yards ahead of us, seemingly oblivious to our presence. That leads back to my question. Why am I here? "Because you need to understand what the sword means, and how to use it." I waited for her to say more, but she just stood and watched the deer. "Okay, so what does it mean, and how do I use it?" She sighed. "I forget how impatient youth makes you." I grinned at that. "I'm a lot of things, but youthful isn't one of them." "There are many forms of youth," she replied, giving me a sideways glance. "Assuming you manage to survive, you'll live a much longer life than most. You're youthful in both years and experience, but I sense wisdom and capability within you too. Perhaps your father's decision wasn't entirely detrimental. Life offers many lessons, but only if you've lived it." That was a whole lot of insight, but it didn't answer the question. Rather than make the mistake of showing my impatience again, I waited her out. "Now," she continued a moment later, "before that wolf of yours tears Caitlyn's door down, let's get down to business. The sword is multifaceted. For one, it's connected to the necklace and to your magic, and will enhance your abilities. It's bonded with you, and part of its magic is that nobody can steal it from you. It will always be ready and waiting, no matter where you are or what you're doing. All you must do is summon it." "I'm not sure what you mean by summon it," I said, thinking of a certain fictional young wizard and his broom. "Is there a spell? How close do I need to be to it?" She shook her head. "I see you've still got quite a way to go in your training. Perhaps you should work with Caitlyn. Elven magic is different, but not by much, especially for you. To summon the sword, simply call to it. Will it to appear. You won't always want to carry it, and when you don't, your magic will protect it. That sounded easy enough, but I'd learned that very little was as easy as it seemed when it came to magic. I'm not sure I know what you mean or how to do that. Her eyes lit with humor. I'll make it easy for you. If you want it, think about it in your hand, just like you focus on a place when you're teleporting. The sword will be much easier, though. Since I had no idea if I could ever speak to her again, I hoped she was right, and that was all there was to it. If I had trouble, I'd follow her advice and ask Caitlyn. You said it was multifaceted. She nodded. The weapon holds the memories of all who came before you. The magic in our line is pure and powerful. Within you, you hold the power of an entire coven, as well as that of each mistress. There's very little you're unable to do, as long as you keep your mind open. The sword is worked differently for different witches. Sometimes memories come in flashes. Sometimes they're gained all at once. And sometimes they present themselves when you most need them. I'm hopeful, given your background, that the latter is the method it chooses for you. That sounded terrifying. I didn't want the memories of dozens or even hundreds of people cluttering my mind. She reached over and took my hand, and then gave it a squeeze. I know what you're thinking, and it's not like that. You won't have intimate or mundane memories, only ones that are relevant to your magic. Often, they'll feel more like flashes of intuition rather than a foreign thought. She tilted her head as if she were listening to something I couldn't hear. It's time for you to go, daughter. If ever you need wisdom, you need only ask. She placed her hand on my bare shoulders and ran them down my arms, causing them to tingle. Before I could ask her to explain how to reach her, the familiar tug of going through the portal pulled at me. When I next opened my eyes, I was kneeling on the floor, the sword still in my hand. As I regained my equilibrium, the sword disappeared. Thank goodness, Caitlyn exclaimed before I could even wonder where it went. I wasn't sure this would happen, but I suspected it would. That's why I insisted on speaking with you alone. That wolf of yours grows impatient. He just knocked on the door and asked if we're okay. And I wasn't sure what I'd tell him if he came in and found you frozen and staring into space. I told him you'd be out in a minute, but he's not going to wait much longer. I assume you met with your ancestor. Was the experience helpful? I shrugged as I stood up. Yes and no. She left me with cryptic statements about how the sword would always be with me, and how if I needed help, all I have to do is ask. She said you may be able to guide me. Caitlyn shook her head, but smiled. You humans fail to understand your connection with your ancestors. She's always with you, as they all are. The sword will help you make that connection, and what she said was quite literal. All you have to do is open your mind and request her wisdom. It might not always be clear, and it definitely won't always be what you want to hear, but you do well to follow it. Her gaze landed on my arms where my grandmother had touched me. It seems you have your grandmother's blessing. Confused, I followed her gaze. A tattooed replica of the Tree of Life symbol on my necklace adorned the inside of my right forearm, surrounded by runes similar to the ones both Caitlyn and Ronan had. More runes ran in a line down the same spot on my left arm. What do they mean? I asked, trying hard to remember what I'd learned about them from Alexa. I was too entranced by the intricate scrolls to even worry about having more tattoos. Besides, these felt like part of me. I rolled my arms, examining them. Caitlyn motioned to the tree. That's a symbol of your position. Some of the rooms around them are protective, and some are identifiers. Nobody will doubt who you are or if you rightfully hold the position. And these, I held out my left arm. Those identify you as a witch and also carry additional protection. They're the marks of Morgana's Coven. Not only are they a birthmark of sorts, they also carry the power of your ancestors. Consider them an amplifier. Your magic will likely come easier to you, and will also be enhanced now that it's officially accepted you. A spot between my shoulder blades had itched since shortly after I'd arrived, and my mind flashed back to the comment Morgana had made about making accessing the sword easy for me. I had a sneaking suspicion I now knew where my other son, Derek, had gotten his twisted sense of humor. I turned so Caitlyn could see it. Let me guess. We know where my sword went. She laughed. So we do. It seems your grandmother was being literal when she said your sword would always be with you. I handed her my cell phone and she snapped a pic, which confirmed my suspicions. An exact replica tattoo, or should I say my sword in 2D, ran vertically between my shoulder blades. Thankfully, it was only 6 inches long or so. Well, I guess at least it doesn't need a scabbard. The one I carry my staff in is already bulky enough. Her eyes sparkled with mirth. True enough, and no matter where you are or what you're wearing, you'll always have it. Try summoning it. I did, and before I'd even gotten beyond picturing it in my hand, it appeared. I blinked as the weight of it settled in my hand, perfectly balanced. Wow, that gives new meaning to the word responsive, or maybe hair trigger. A wide grin spread across her face. You'll need to work on that. Now try putting it away. I imagined it disappearing from my hand, and as soon as I did, it was gone, and the spot between my shoulder blades tingled. I was curious whether or not the actual tattoo disappeared when I had the sword in my hand, but before I could ask, Ronan pounded on the door, this time demanding that Caitlyn open it. I rolled my eyes. She told me choosing a wolf as both my advisor and lover was a bold move that could end in disaster. I'm afraid that's going to come in the form of me knocking him in his overbearing head. Still, I'm not sure I would change him even if I could. Caitlyn nodded as Ronan started pounding on the door again. If it helps any, it makes me feel better knowing he's at your side. Now, take your sword and use it well. Something is coming, and I have a feeling you're going to need every advantage you can get. I pulled in a deep breath and did as my grandmother had suggested. Though I was sore from sparring so hard the night before, I figured I needed to take advantage of it while I could. Do you think you could work with me a bit? Especially now that I have the sword and the cuffs, I feel like I need to practice. Of course, she replied. I've told you all along I'd help, and I think now would be ideal. Whatever we're going to face, you're going to need all the tools at your disposal, and that sword may prove to be invaluable. We spent the rest of the afternoon training until she was confident I was proficient with the sword. Unlike other similar weapons I'd tried, this one seemed to work almost as an extension of my arm. Other than working with the sword, we spent most of the time reviewing what I already knew. Since she wanted me to show her examples of what I'd learned before pushing beyond what I already knew, it took a while. I think I have a good handle on your status, and I like how well you're progressing with your sword, she said a few hours later. When this is all over, We can start actual training sessions if you'd like." I nodded. "I'll take you up on that. I feel like I've barely scratched the surface, but Eddie and Eric have taught me pretty much everything they can." "You have way more power than you've tapped into," she replied. "Though it's been wonderful of your friends to teach you what they have, you're nowhere near your full potential. Let's figure this mess out, and we'll get started right after we put out the current fire." It felt like there was always a fire, but I agreed. After all, I wasn't going to learn if I didn't practice. "That sounds good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to look for a fire extinguisher." She laughed. "That's probably not a bad idea. And Jules, be careful." "I always am," I replied, smiling. "If you can believe it, I never just go out and look for trouble." "And yet it follows you like a thundercloud," she said, winking. "We'll get you all trained up, I promise." Before Ronan and I left, she invited us to dinner, so we took advantage of the time quirk to fill our bellies and discuss what we'd learned. I hadn't wanted to say it during the meeting, but I couldn't help but wonder if some of the missing people had dropped out of sight of their own volition. If something big was going down, it only made sense. "You could be right," Caitlyn said, munching on a chunk of cheese. "There's no way to know, but I think we should consider that. Maybe we'd do well to check into them further rather than just assuming they're all victims." "But until we learn otherwise," Ronan said, "we should give them the benefit of the doubt." "Agreed," I said, and Caitlyn nodded. "Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. It's always a solid way forward." I sighed as we finished our meal. The problem was, I had no idea which would be worse. Assuming they were dead or missing, or believing people were dropping off the face of the earth to build some sort of army. Either seemed possible, and both were bad. We just have to wait to see how bad. Chapter 11. By the time we got home, I was exhausted. Alexa and Lapis had left after the meeting to attend to clan and pack duties, and as soon as we got back, Ronan met with his mom for a two-way status report. I hit the bar, hoping to update my friends. Before I did, though, I summoned a gauzy white overblouse that would cover my tattoos, but not roast me in the warm night air. I hadn't had time to think about my experience with my grandmother, or about the sword, or about any of it, so until I had, I didn't want to share it. Eddie, Eric, and Janelle were sitting at a table on the patio, relaxing over a couple of drinks as they watched the waves roll in. Or, at least to someone who didn't know them, they appeared to be relaxing. Brutus and Serby lay sprawled on the cool pavers beside the table, but out of the walking path. A closer look told me that my friends weren't quite as relaxed as they appeared on the surface. Since I'd gotten to know them, I recognized the tension in Eddie's eyes and the stiff set of Eric's shoulders. They proved me right when all three of them jumped to their feet as soon as they saw me. The dogs bounded over to me, each licking a hand. I crinkled my nose and tried to be discreet when I wiped the foul-smelling slobber onto my jeans. Hellhounds and demon dogs were great pets, but their breath smelled like they'd rolled something dead in sulfur, let it rot, then set it on fire before they ate it. "Spill it. What happened?" Janelle asked, before I could even greet them. "Have there been any more disappearances?" I nodded as I collapsed into one of the unoccupied chairs at the table. I hadn't slept well for 3 nights in a row, and between that, the intense training sessions, and the stress, it was all catching up with me. "Yeah, there have been. More than a dozen across the species that we've found out about so far. Everybody still has feelers out, so the searches aren't all complete." "Did you learn anything else?" Eddie asked. "You were gone all day. Surely between all of you there was some thread to pick at." "Y'all need to give her some space," Eric snapped. "Bless her heart, just look at her. The poor thing looks worn to the bone, and you guys are henpecking her eyes out before she's even had a chance to get comfortable." He bustled over to the bar and picked up the beers that Macy, one of our bartenders, had already poured for us. When he set mine in front of me, I drained half the glass. He wasn't wrong when he said I was worn out, but I had nervous energy coursing through me that just wouldn't let my mind settle. I didn't have the luxury of getting drunk, but one beer might take the edge off enough for me to at least sleep. I spent the next half hour reviewing what we'd learned, though I left the experience with Caitlyn and my grandmother out. I'd share with Eddie and Eric later, but I still didn't completely trust Janelle, even though I was starting to. One beer turned into 2, but I called it quits after that. "I have to go to bed," I said, pushing heavily to my feet. I was grateful Blaine had gone to stay with his friends because I really wanted an empty house. "What are you going to do about the Djinn?" Eric asked. "It seems like everything is connected to him, so maybe that's where we should start." I nodded. "I have no idea what we're going to do in the long run, but first things first, I need to check the book for the spell to summon the Djinn. If it's in there, I'll use it. If not, I'm hitting the sack. I'll need to be alert tomorrow in order to think this through properly. You 3 stay together tonight." I reached down and scratched Serby's ears. "And you keep him safe. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to any of you." Alexa had already gone back to Ronan's house after extracting a promise from me not to do anything without her. I had a feeling she was afraid I'd use the spell if I found it, and she was right. Still, if I'd learned anything over the past couple of months, it was that going out on my own when I had an entire support team was stupid and dangerous. Resigned to wait it out, I trudged toward the bedroom. For the first time in several weeks, I felt every day of my 49 years as I dragged myself toward my bedroom with Brutus tight on my heels. I was spinning the dial on the safe where I kept my book when strong arms wrapped around me from behind and pulled me back into a solid chest. Ronan rested his chin on the top of my head and then bent down and kissed my neck. "I know time is of the essence, but you need to rest. You haven't showered, you haven't eaten, and you haven't even given yourself time to recover after bringing Magnus back from the brink of death." I turned around and laid my cheek against his chest and wrapped my arms around his lean waist. For just a moment, I allowed myself to live in the present, absorbing the warmth and comfort he was offering. Tipping my chin up, he brought his lips to mine. At first, the kiss was gentle, but then he pulled me tighter against him and deepened it, keeping it slow and languorous. Heat curled through my body, and for the first time in almost 3 days, the tension drained from my shoulders as I pushed the dumpster fire burning around me to the back of my mind. He ran his hands down my arms and twined his fingers in mine. "Come on, beautiful. Let's get a shower and then get some rest. Tomorrow is another day." Half an hour later, clean and thoroughly sated, we crawled into bed. Ronan pulled me back against him and wrapped me in his arms, and by the time my head hit the pillow, I was already asleep. Chapter 12. "Jules, wake up!" a familiar voice exclaimed, startling me from a dead sleep. "You have to help me!" I bolted to a sitting position as I tried to clear the fog from my brain. My gaze darted around, looking for the source before my mind cleared, and I realized it was my sister. She'd used telepathy, but I couldn't figure out why she was reaching out now, considering the last time I'd seen her, we were enemies. There was no denying the panic in her tone, and no matter how she felt about me, she was my sister. "Where are you, and why are you in my head in the middle of the night?" I asked, keeping the conversation mental. Yeah, I see the double entendre, so that I wouldn't disturb Ronan, who was sleeping like a dead man beside me. Brutus, on the other hand, was another story. His head was up, and his eyes were alert as he stared at me. Lila was quiet for so long that I thought maybe she'd left, but then she spoke. "I have no idea where I'm at, but I'm sitting here tied to a chair blindfolded. The only thing that I could think of doing was to dream walk. Other than that, my magic doesn't seem to be working." "I need to wake up," I told her. "I can't do anything in this state." Even though her voice was still panicked, her sarcasm shined through. "You can't do anything if you're awake either. You can't teleport to somewhere you've never been. And even if you could, I have no idea where I'm at." I glanced at Ronan's sleeping form, soaking up the silent confidence he provided. I debated waking him up, but I knew trying to teleport to her was a bad idea. If I screwed this up, I didn't want to accidentally hurt him. Brutus shoved his body against mine and gave me what I would have sworn was a puppy scowl. "Be very still and focus only on me," I told my pain-in-the-ass little sister. "I understand that might not be easy in this situation, but if you want my help, you're going to have to cooperate in order to get me there." She scoffed. "What's the point? There's no way you've mastered teleporting to some body rather than some place. I only know a handful of witches who can do that, and they're all centuries old. There's no way you've got that level of game. Wake Ronan up. I know where I was last, and I was brought here in a van for the most part. Maybe he can track me." Leave it to my sister to call me for help while kidnapped and tied to a chair, and then tell me I didn't have the skill to do anything about it. Still, her idea wasn't a bad one. It sure beat my plan. "What do you mean when you said, 'for the most part'?" I asked. She was quiet for a minute, then begrudgingly responded. "I was on a boat for about 10 minutes, too." I huffed. "You know as well as I do that he can't track you across the water. Now zip it and do what I said. Focus on me only." "Fine, but if you end up shredded into a million pieces throughout the universe, don't blame me. I'm focusing now." I tried to move Brutus away from me so that he wouldn't accidentally teleport with me, but he growled and wiggled into my lap. It occurred to me that since he was a demon dog, he might be immune to any of my screw-ups, and he might even be immortal. I shrugged. Still, I wasn't ready to take that chance. I shoved him off me, and while he wasn't touching me, I jumped into action. I closed my eyes and focused solely on Lila, just like Blaine had taught me. My magic pulled me through the void, and when I opened my eyes, I panicked because all I saw was darkness. Disoriented, I tried to struggle, but my arms wouldn't budge. Not only were there ropes tied around my wrists, there was also a force holding me down to the arms of the chair I was sitting in. Awareness settled over me. I took a deep breath in an attempt to clear my spinning thoughts and make sense of the situation. I wasn't sure how they'd managed it, but somebody had caught me mid-teleport. Some kind of rough material bit into my cheeks and pulled my hair, where it was tied at the back of my head. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," Lila said in my head. "I told you. I knew you were going to screw it up. Now look at the mess you got us both in." I didn't understand why her voice was still in my head, or how I'd managed to land tied to a chair and blindfolded just like she was. I struggled to grasp what was happening. "You landed in my body, you idiot," she said. "And don't ask me how to get you out. I have no idea. The only thing that really matters is if your magic works. Or did you manage to mess that up too?" Now that I was getting a handle on what had happened, she was starting to piss me off. To give myself a chance to assimilate so I could think, I let that carry me for a second. I wouldn't even be in this mess if it weren't for you. And you're welcome, by the way. Even though you swore you were coming after me the next time you saw me, I still showed up when you needed me. You mean you messed up and landed yourself in the same situation I was already in? Excuse me if I don't see how that's helpful. Despite her snarky tone, I could feel her fear. I tried to move my fingers to summon my magic, but they were gripping the chair like it was a lifeline. When I tried to move my head, the same thing happened. I forced myself to stop and think. Somehow, I'd landed myself in her body. It only made sense that both of us couldn't work it at the same time. You need to relax and give me control of your arms, I said, trying to keep my tone as calm as possible. No way, she replied out loud, and her surge of panic mixed with stubborn outrage and distrust flooded over me. Thankfully, though, she switched back to thinking rather than speaking. Maybe she did have more sense than God gave a wooden goose. Like I'd ever surrender control of my own body. I got it, because it's how I would have replied, but I had to get through to her. Our lives likely depended on it. Fine, then just sit here with no magic and we'll both die. Or maybe just you will, but I don't think that's how it works. I let that sink in for a moment, then felt her relinquish control, even though it was taking everything she had to do it. I tried to move my fingers again. This time, they wiggled. Before I just started blasting, I figured it would be best to have all the information I could. Before I try to fix this situation, can you tell me anything about how you got here? Have you been trying to screw up anybody else's life, or do you reserve that just for me? It would be nice to know what we're up against so I can get us both out in one piece. Again, it took her a moment to answer, and when she did, her tone was reluctant. Drake's been acting shady. He's up to something, but I have no idea what. I just assumed it was something to do with you or one of the 100 other pies he has his finger in. Maybe I'm no longer an advantage, though I have no idea why he'd attack me. I resisted the urge to tell her she inspired that in people. Being snarky wouldn't get us anywhere, and she had plenty of snark for both of us. I decided to go out on a limb. Is it possible he managed to gain control of a djinn? She froze, and the fear that flooded through us was visceral. That's some serious magic, but it makes sense. I don't have time to explain right now, but if he's got a djinn on a leash, it explains a lot about what's been going on lately with him. Then we can't focus on the unknowns, I said. The most important thing right now is getting us both out of this mess, so sit back and let me drive for a minute. Slowly, I gained complete control and was able to move her body. It felt strange to be moving body parts that weren't mine. Her hands were much smaller than mine, and so was her butt. It felt like she took up half the space in the chair that I would have, which probably wasn't far from accurate. I listened for a few moments, trying to pick up any sounds, but I heard nothing. First, I'm going to try to get the blindfold off of us. I can't just go shooting magic blindly into the dark. If we're somewhere with any sort of flammable materials, all I'd do is blow us up. I think the chair is spelled to hold me here. I can't figure out why my magic won't work, she said. Something bumped against my leg and I jumped. My heart, or rather Lila's heart, pounded until I heard Brutus's distinct whine. Oh my God, she said. Did you bring that mutt with you? Count yourself lucky you didn't drag your dog into my brain too. I didn't bother to tell her he'd ignored my order and managed to track me down all on his own. Honestly, now that I'd gotten myself into this mess, I was glad he was there. Having a dog that could eat half a troll, or an entire person, in one gulp might come in handy, especially considering I couldn't see anything. Knowing he was there keeping guard made it easier for me to focus on my magic rather than worry about what was around us. Another spike of fear accompanied the snark, but I wasn't going to cut her any slack. Whatever situation we were in was because of her shitty life choices. Again, you're welcome. I'm just glad he made it here with me. In case you've forgotten, he can eat a man whole and seems to be basically bulletproof. I am assuming since he's against our leg and not devouring somebody that we're alone. I focused my magic on the knot in the blindfold, but had barely drawn a bead on it when Lila piped up again. I literally just told you I think the chair is spelled so that we can't use magic. So what are you doing? Rather than arguing with her, I tuned her out and continued to focus on the material. Thank the goddess for the parental gift of tuning out anything that isn't a blood-curdling scream, breaking glass, or police sirens. Or silence. But at the moment, I'd have given anything for some of that. There was definitely some sort of spell on the chair to subdue magic, but I turned up the wattage and powered through it. A moment later, I sighed with relief when the knot stopped pulling my hair. Once I had done that, I replied to Lila's sarcasm. I believe what I'm doing is saving your ass, like you asked me to. Your magic might not work here, and the chair or something is definitely blocking magic, but I managed to get through it. You can thank me later. I didn't add the "you ungrateful witch" that I was thinking. I heard that, she muttered, but there wasn't any heat behind it. In fact, I could feel her relief, though I figured she'd have jabbed our eyes out rather than admit that. I shook her head, and the cloth slipped from our eyes. I glanced around for any imminent threat, but I hadn't been too worried about that with Brutus there. I had to focus on things he couldn't help me with, things that required thumbs. We were inside a small cabin, and when I sent out magical feelers, I couldn't detect any other presence. There, I said aloud, and cringed a little when my voice came out as hers. The whole being in her body part was starting to seriously wig me out, but there'd be time to clean up that mess once we weren't in danger of being maimed or murdered in some hideous way. I switched back to thinking, both because it was weird hearing her voice saying my words, and because I didn't want anybody to hear her talking. Now that we can see, I can work on getting our hands free. You keep sitting right there in the passenger seat and let me do my thing. I'd managed to work one hand free with magic and was working the knots loose on the other the old-fashioned way when I detected another being behind me. The magic was strange, and I whipped my head around to see who or what had joined us. At first, all I saw was a massive dark-headed man. When he saw us, he tilted his head, studying us as another man stepped into the room. Brutus growled low in his throat and jumped toward the second guy before I'd barely registered his presence. My loyal dog launched himself across the room in one leap, his jaws expanding and opening into a size that was better suited to a T-Rex than a half-grown French bulldog. I didn't even have time to consider whether it would be a good thing to capture the dude rather than kill him before he disappeared into Brutus's maw and was swallowed in one gulp. We were going to have to talk about his proclivity to eat first and wait for a command second, but for now, I'd use the advantage he'd given us. The man came around so that he was standing in front of us, and his form shimmered, taking the shape of our father. He crossed his arms without even giving the whole Brutus thing a second glance. I told you not to sacrifice the queen, mistress, yet here you are. I had no idea how he knew I was in my sister's head, but there was no reason he would have said that to Lila. So far, I've been given no commands regarding you other than to gather as much information as I could. Your sister, on the other hand, I was just ordered to kill. He took a step forward, then paused mid-stride. His face reddened, and the veins on his neck stood out, as if he were lifting an immense weight. He ground his next words out through his teeth. You have about 20 seconds before I can't resist the order anymore. What are you waiting for? Lila snapped inside my head. You have your magic. Kill him. Despite the fact that he just openly told me he was going to kill her, he also said he wasn't doing it of his own free will, and he was actively trying to defy the order. I closed my eyes and tried to teleport us back to my apartment. But Lila must have been right about the chair. The more I focused on leaving, the harder the seat sucked me into it. Now what? She asked, and though her attitude was evident in her words, I felt her fear. Rather than answering her, I sent a little zap of magic toward the rope still holding my one hand, burning it through. I shocked her wrist a little bit, burning her, but a little bit of singed hair and red skin was better than being dead. As soon as my hands were released, I forced my way through the resistance and out of the chair, practically flinging us to her feet because her body was so much lighter than mine. I turned to the man I was now almost positive was the king of the Djinn. Thank you. I'm working on setting you free too. I'll do my best. Before he could respond or, lose control and kill us, I focused on my bedroom and teleported us back to my place, trusting that since Brutus found his way there, he'd find his way home too. Chapter 13. Stand still, I snapped at her as soon as my feet were firmly planted in my bedroom carpet. Brutus appeared beside me, whining before he let out a massive belch. I startled a little when I saw my own body still lying on my side of the bed, seemingly out cold. Get out of my body! She snapped back. Irritation coursed through me. I didn't want to be marooned without my body, any more than she wanted to share hers with me. What do you think I'm trying to do? This is the last place I want to be stuck. She snorted. You wish you had my body. Pfft, don't flatter yourself. I might wish I had a body built like yours, but honestly, you seem kind of frail. Now shut up and let me focus. Lila? Ronan said, his tone both confused and annoyed as he jumped from the bed into a crouched battle pose. I was thankful he'd put underwear on before we'd fallen asleep, since it was hit or miss for him. What the hell are you doing in my bedroom? And where's Jules? I held up her hand. It's Jules, too. I'm sort of stuck in here. Don't freak out, but Lila called for my help and I teleported myself into her body instead of to her. Ronan glanced back and forth between my body lying on the sleeping bed and me/Lila, curling his nose and waving his hand at the noxious odor of Brutus's post-snack burp. He was also obviously trying to determine whether I was lying. Prove your Jules. How do I like my bagel? I rolled my eyes and tried not to be impatient. He had every right to be skeptical because I sure would have been. Veggie cream cheese, extra toasted so it's crunchy around the edges but not burnt. Also, that's not the greatest security question. Now I'm going to tell you the same thing I've been telling Lila. Please be quiet so I can figure this out. I focused on how my body felt, And once I had a firm grip on that, I used the same steps and magic that I would have used to transport myself anywhere. I focused on my own body, then released my magic. A second later, I was lying happy and whole, though several pounds heavier, in my own body, exactly where I'd projected. I pushed up to a seated position as Lila dropped like a stone. A little stab of guilt made me wince. I'd forgotten to tell her I was leaving, so she could take back control of her body. "Thanks a lot," she exclaimed, outraged as she rubbed her elbow that had smacked into my dresser. Ronan laughed. "Typical. You ask for help, she helped you, then you act like a big baby since you bumped your elbow." "Well, it hurt," she replied, scowling. "As usual, she has the grace of a pregnant cow. A little warning would have been nice." I examined my sister, and it felt a little strange not being able to feel her emotions or thoughts anymore. I'd gained a little perspective and insight. My sister wasn't quite as big and bad as she wanted me to believe, and it hurt my heart a little bit that she felt like she had to put on such an act. "Is anybody going to tell me what happened?" Ronan asked. When we both launched into the story, he held up his hands. "Jules, I prefer to hear from you." Lila glared at him, but snapped her mouth shut as I ran through what had happened. He shifted his gaze back to his sister. "Do you have any idea how you landed there, or who's controlling the Djinn?" Lila sighed. "I was at home watching TV 1 minute. Then somebody grabbed me off the couch from behind and tossed me in a trunk. I'll spare you the details of how uncomfortable that was, and just fast forward to being tied to a chair and calling for Jules. Honestly, I don't know if it's Drake, but I wouldn't put it past him. I don't know how he managed to get his hands on a Djinn, but I recognized the king even before he shifted into our father. I've seen his picture in the magical history books. He's ancient." Ronan began to pace, and I reached out to him through our link. "I need Lila out of here. I want to look at my book." It was only a few feet away, so it would have been easy to just grab it. The problem was, I didn't want Lila to see where I kept it, or even that I had it for that matter. "Why don't you two go into the living room while I wash my face?" I said aloud. "I'll join you both in there." As soon as they were gone, I rushed to the safe and pulled out the book. Sure enough, a new spell was there, but it was in Latin. I waved my hand over it and muttered the spell that Eddie had taught me. Clearly written at the top of the page was, "How to free a Djinn." I ran through the steps and frowned when I realized that it would take a full coven to complete the magic. It looked like it was time to get to know Julie better. Chapter 14. I took a couple of minutes to splash some water on my face and clear my head. I'd picked up a lot of thoughts and emotions while I'd had access to Lila's mind, but most of them were personal. I'd unpack them later. The only thing potentially useful that I'd gathered was that she and Drake weren't exactly the lovebirds they'd started out as. There wasn't anything in particular, just vague feelings of irritation when she thought of him. There might also have been some fear mixed in there, but given the situation, there was no way to be sure if it was due to being tied to a chair without magic or if it was related to Drake. After all, we'd both been terrified. I had no choice but to write any emotions like that off to spur-of-the-moment feelings. What had surprised me was the relatively weak magic I'd felt in her. I knew she was no slouch because I'd seen her in action, but when I'd separated my magic from hers in order to use mine, hers felt way different. It reminded me of when I used to take the boys to ride go-karts. They'd gotten frustrated when they were little because they couldn't keep up with the bigger kids. Out of curiosity, I'd taken a couple of laps in the lesser-powered children's carts. When I was done, I couldn't blame them for their annoyance. Their versions were no more than half the power of the adult one. That was sort of how Lila's magic felt, compared to mine. There was something to consider there, but I didn't really have the time or the headspace to think about it. The only thing that was important right now was that we were all safe. Since I was now certain the Djinn was working against his will, our first priority had to be figuring out how to free him. I was tempted to call Caitlyn first. She might have more knowledge of whom I should trust. I thought back to my introduction to Athena in the Hall of Fae. She was the logical witch to contact because she knew the players, and she'd given me her card and an open invitation to contact her. The problem with that was I didn't know if I could trust her. The last thing we needed right now was for whoever was pulling the strings to know we'd figured out their agenda. I could always reach out to Julie here since she was the local Coven leader, but I didn't know her either. Since Eddie, Eric, and Janelle were lone practitioners versus being active in the Coven, I wasn't sure they'd have the knowledge to tell me if I could trust her or not. First, though, I had to deal with Lila. I braced my palms on the gray marble sink in my bathroom and stared at myself in the mirror. Though my magical transformation had taken away a few of the wrinkles, today I looked every day of my almost 50 years. Always before, it had mostly been my life on the line. The only people in danger were those who'd willingly stepped up to fight me. This time, innocent people were dying, and the weight of that settled on my shoulders. Taking one last deep breath, I closed my eyes and rolled my head on my shoulders, then made my way out to the living room. When I got there, I glanced around. Ronan was sitting on the couch, but Lila was nowhere to be seen. "Where'd she go?" I asked, puzzled. He lifted his hands, palms up. "I tried to convince her to stay, but she said you'd been in her head enough for the night, and ran out of here like she had a legion of demons on her tail." I cringed a little at the expression. Before I'd known anything about magic, that would have just been a fantastical expression. Now that I knew legions of demons actually existed, it had a whole new meaning. I huffed out of breath. "Knowing who she runs with, it's entirely possible. I wish I could get through to her. If she'd just agree to work with us, I think she'd be an asset, and we could help her, too." Ronan sighed. "Yeah, but first she has to get it out of her head that she has any claim to your position. Until she does that, there will never be any peace between you, or at least not any permanent peace." I sunk onto the sofa beside him. "I know, and I think I might have learned a little bit about that while I was in her head. I don't know, though, since this is all so new to me. I've never actually crawled around in somebody else's gourd before, so it may be nothing." "Or it may be something," Ronan replied, reaching out and laying his hand on my knee. "What was it?" I lifted my shoulders helplessly. "I can't really describe it. 1. When she thought briefly of Drake, there was a flash of anger and fear. The problem with that is that we were in a situation that would inspire both of those feelings, so I'm not sure if they're connected to Drake or if they were just situational." Ronan thought about that for a second. "Okay, so we'll backburner that, but keep it in mind. If there's discord there, we ought to be able to poke at it. What else?" Her magic felt a lot weaker than mine, but I've seen her in action. I know she's got plenty of magical juice, so I don't get it. The only thing I can figure is that whoever nabbed her weakened her." Ronan shook his head. "I don't think you can write it off to that." I think from the way you've described things, the chair had been spelled to suppress her magic. I think what happened is that you have a different brand of gifts. Or maybe not a different brand, but a whole lot more of it than most witches have, even powerful ones. Remember, that necklace gifts you with the power of 13 witches. That doesn't just mean you have the powers of each witch individually. It means that you have them in conjunction with each other. I rubbed my face. And what exactly does that mean? Think of it like my pack. Individually, we're all strong. We could all take down several enemies at once on our own. But because we do all the training drills and have learned to work together, we've learned how to maximize each other's strengths and minimize weaknesses. The whole is much more than the sum of its parts. I thought about that for a second. It made sense, but I couldn't quite wrap my mind around it, except in a superficial way. I didn't know enough about the different types of magic for it to gel with me. He must have sensed my confusion. Think of it another way. Your kids played soccer, right? Or other team sports? I huffed out a dry laugh. I think they played every team sport available, or at least my oldest did. My youngest was more into the band and gaming. He snapped his fingers. The band. That's a perfect example of what we're talking about. A flute player by herself can only provide so much of the melody. The same thing goes with the drums, the sax, the clarinet, and the tuba. He waved his hand in an encompassing gesture. All the instruments, each of them has their own sound, which is vastly different than all the others. When you put them together, though, they form a cohesive song that none of them could play on their own, but that wouldn't be the same without them. Lila might be a first-chair clarinetist. You're the entire band. Just because her power felt muted to you doesn't mean she's weak. You're just that powerful. I blinked my eyes a couple times. I knew the necklace boosted my natural power, and I knew the process they'd gone through to create the stone, but I hadn't realized exactly what that meant until now. It was both electrifying and terrifying. It was also a measure of how powerful each witch must have been on her own. I nodded slowly as I let that sink in. Okay, I get it now. He gave me a sharp nod but tempered it with a smile. Good. Now we need to get in touch with Julie. She's been a Coven leader for a lot of years, and she might have even dealt with Djinn before. I've been thinking about that, I said, rubbing my temples. I had a banging headache coming on. I think I should talk to Caitlyn first to make sure we're absolutely certain this Julie person's trustworthy, since we have no idea who's controlling the Djinn, or who's running around killing people. We don't even know if they're the same people. We could have 2 different factions coming at us at once. Or it's even possible that neither of them is targeting us. They could be working toward their own ends that have nothing to do with the Mistress of Balance. He chewed on his lip for a second. Valid points. I've known Julie for quite a while, but I don't know her well. Your dad worked with her on a few occasions, but I wasn't always involved. I can say she seems to truly care about her coven and the local witches, but that's all I can really vouch for. I don't know where she came from originally, and I don't know anybody in her coven, I don't think. That was exactly what I'd been worried about. Had Ronan known more about her, I might have been more willing to go to her first. However, since she was yet another unknown factor, I was going with my gut. Then let's call Caitlyn. He laughed, but it was tired. Elves are early risers, but I doubt even Caitlyn is up yet. Let's go back to bed for a couple of hours. I glanced at my phone and was a little surprised to see it wasn't even 4 yet. Even though I was wide awake, I was probably the only weirdo on Eastern Time, or Otherworld Time, who was. Fine, but only for a couple of hours. I don't feel like this can wait. A few minutes later, we were snuggled back in bed with me spooned back against him. Ronan slid his hand from my hip down to my knee and back up to my waist. I elbowed him, grinning even as my heart sped up. I thought you said you wanted to sleep some more. He growled and nibbled my neck right below my ear. That's not what I said at all. I said we should go back to bed. I flipped around so I was facing him, and he slid his hand up my back and then down to cup my butt. Leaning toward me, he gave me a soft kiss before pulling back just enough that his lips barely brushed mine. I haven't had you to myself nearly enough. He was right. With all the craziness of the last few days, there hadn't been much time other than stolen moments here and there for each other. That was way outside of our norm. Unlike in most relationships, the passion hadn't faded after a few weeks. I didn't know whether it was because of what he was or if we just had that level of primal attraction. Whatever it was, I was coming to believe that he was my person, and neither of us ever seemed to get enough of each other. I tipped my head up and nipped his jawline, then kissed down his neck to the hollow of his throat, stopping there and dipping my tongue in. He shivered, which sent a little thrill of power through me. He was already nude, so when he grabbed my hip and pulled me into him, there was no doubt that sleep was nowhere on the horizon. I believe you're wearing too many clothes, he said, nibbling my ear. If you don't want them ripped off, I'd suggest removing them. I moved my face around to meet his lips, smiling against them. Don't you dare. These are my brand new underwear, and I only bought them because you've already torn up most of my other ones. He nipped my bottom lip and smiled back, then slipped his thumb under the waistband. 3, 2... I squealed and pushed away from him, laughing as I pulled them off. You're impossible, you know that? He waggled his brows. Oh, I'm not only impossible, I'm a sure thing, as long as you hurry up and get back in here before some other Armageddon-level shit pops up. My gaze slid over him, and I gave him a lascivious grin. Speaking of things popping up, I slid close to him again and lost myself in a world where only he and I existed for a while. Like he said, one world-threatening emergency or another was sure to strike again. So I was going to take time for us, while I could get it. Chapter 15. We slept longer than we should have, but I woke feeling oddly refreshed, despite only getting a few hours of real sleep. Ronan snored softly beside me, and I slid out of bed, careful not to wake him. Between learning to use our combined magic, our late work hours, and 2 nights of near sleeplessness, he had to be exhausted. If we had yet another battle coming, which seemed like a sure thing at this point, he would need all the rest he could get. I padded softly to the kitchen, trying my best to be quiet. Brutus, who'd been asleep at the foot of our bed, jumped off and followed me into the kitchen. I popped a pod of hazelnut coffee into the maker and was pulling a pack of strawberry frosted Pop-Tarts from the box when he growled behind me. My heart jumped into my throat as I spun around to see what set him off. A man, or rather the spirit of a man, hovered by the fridge. I jumped back against the counter and pulled up my magic, and it was then that I realized it was the same guy who'd let me and Lila go only a few short hours ago. He held his hands out, palms toward me. I mean you no harm. At least, no harm will come to you right this moment. I narrowed my eyes at him, keeping my magic at the ready. And what exactly does that mean? You're either here to mean me harm, I put the expression in air quotes, or you're not. He shook his head, and a lock of dark hair fell over his forehead. Under any other circumstance, I would have considered him handsome. Since he was hovering in my kitchen, speaking in riddles about whether or not he wanted to make me dead or do something else I surely wouldn't be amenable to, his looks didn't make up for much. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He pinched his lips shut, frustration etched on his face. I mean you no harm on my own, and that is how I'm appearing to you now. I don't have much time. My name is Lucas, King of the Djinn. You're in danger, and not just from me. You need to assemble a coven, but choose wisely. All is not as it seems. I ground my teeth in irritation. If you could be a little less cryptic, that would be great. He glanced behind him at something I couldn't see. I don't have much time. Gather your coven and go to my people. They'll know what to do. Tell them I mentioned blue-eyed dahlias. I'm planning to go see the local coven leader today, I said, hoping I wasn't setting myself up for an ambush by telling him too much. My gut told me I wasn't, though. Should I go to your people first? He pressed his lips together again, and concern flitted across his features. It doesn't matter the order if you're doing both with haste, but don't be fooled by witches who do not have your best interest at heart. Why don't you just tell me who you're talking about? I snapped. I figured that if somebody had bound him, he might not be able to give me all the information, but surely he could find a better way to share a little bit. You can't trust... His face pinched and turned red again, and I assumed he'd hit a boundary defined by whoever was holding them hostage. She'll know more about you than she should. Don't trust anybody with knowledge they shouldn't have. I blinked, trying to make sense of what he'd said. Do you mean I shouldn't trust anybody who knows more about me than they should? Or do you mean I shouldn't share information with anybody? Since his statements could be taken either way, I felt like it would be best to clarify what little he could tell me, rather than trying to get more confusing riddles. Before he could respond, he blinked and crackled like he had before. His expression turned frantic. The moon is coming. You must free me before it does. Without another word, he disappeared. Brutus stopped growling but continued to watch the spot where the djinn had hovered. I shoved the silver pack of Pop-Tarts back into the box, my appetite gone. My coffee was ready, so I poured some creamer into it and headed to the lanai, hoping Lapis was out there. Rather than follow me, Brutus trotted back down the hall. I huffed and shook my head. Sure, now that the action's over, you're going back to bed. It's a dog's life. The sun was already high, and my lanai felt like it was about at a boiling point in the direct sun. I cranked the umbrella up over the table and tilted it so that it would shade me while I drank my coffee and looked over the water. The Gulf was much different than the open ocean. It had fewer waves and was often clearer. Today, the water was so calm that the sun glinted off it like a mirror, and I tried to absorb some of that stillness. Lapis, are you there? I called softly in the direction of the trees where he usually hung out. I also let the question seep into our link. I told him he was welcome to stay in the apartment, but he just laughed and said gargoyles weren't made for the inside. I'm here, mistress, he replied through our link. I'll be there in just a minute. Sure enough, I hadn't even had a couple of sips of my coffee before he landed on the railing in his parrot form. I sense turmoil in your mind. Did something happen? The lanai door slid open, and Ronan stepped onto the lanai wearing nothing but a pair of jogging shorts. His hair was mussed, and he put his fist over his mouth to cover a yawn. Brutus nudged his calf from behind. "You little brat," I said, smiling at him. "I was trying to let him sleep in." Brutus gave a soft woof, and I could have sworn there was disapproval in his eyes. Ronan rubbed his hand over his face. "I appreciate the sentiment, but apparently he thinks there's something important enough to wake me up. What's going on?" Lapis shifted his weight from one talon to the other. "We were just getting to that." He turned to me. "Is danger imminent?" Ronan yawned again, and I shook my head. "I don't think so, or at least not so imminent that it can't wait until after Ronan makes himself a cup of coffee." Ronan nodded and rubbed his eyes. "Thanks, I'll be back in just a minute." When he went back inside, I took another sip of my coffee, willing the caffeine to wake up both my mind and my body. The feeling of being well rested was gone, and I hadn't even been up for half an hour yet. "Have you heard anything else from your people?" I asked Lapis. He shook his head. "No, nothing. I have them checking on the other villages, and I've instructed them to go out in parties if they absolutely must leave the clan. None of them are to go out on their own for any reason." I nodded slowly. "Good. I'd hate to lose anybody else." We sat in silence for the few more moments it took Ronan to get back to the lanai, coffee in hand. He took a seat beside me in the shade and glanced out over the ocean. "It's hard to imagine any sort of discord when such a vast force as the sea is so calm." I'd thought the same thing on several occasions. "It is. But it's also a good reminder that there are some things we just can't control. At any moment, that water can go from calm to turbulent, and there's nothing we can do to change that." Lapis turned around to gaze out over it as well. "It is a good reminder indeed. In all of my years, I've never thought of it that way." Ronan blew across his mug before he took a healthy drink. Sometimes I wondered if the man had any pain receptors at all. Now, what was so important that Brutus thought I needed to hear it immediately? I cut straight to the chase and told them about the interaction with the Djinn. Lapis hopped from the railing to the back of one of the chairs that was shaded. "It's odd that he showed himself to you in his true form, rather than as your father, since that's how he usually appears." I lifted a shoulder. Maybe that's because he managed to somehow slip out of his captor's control for a few moments. Maybe appearing in his true form as the guy from last night was another hint. Ronan sighed. Or maybe it's because he isn't a Djinn at all. He could have been somebody else who knows the Djinn is missing and is trying to throw you off. I gave my mental forehead a slap for not having thought of that myself. Still, raising two boys and gaining nearly 50 years of life experience had given me a sixth sense of when somebody was lying to me, and I hadn't gotten that feeling. I suppose you're right, but he didn't feel off. He seemed genuine, and he didn't ask me any questions. He just gave me warnings, such that they were. "No, mistress," Lapis replied, "but he did give you instructions. If it's really him, maybe he's trying to tell you how to free him. It also sounds like he's warning you against one particular person. On the other hand, a coven of witches gathered together is a powerful force. If it wasn't him, whoever appeared to you likely knows that you'll gather the most powerful witches you can find. Maybe they don't want you to trust someone in particular. Or maybe they're trying to get all of them in one place so they can attack at once," Ronan added. The headache I'd been fighting thumped behind my eyes. It was beyond frustrating not to be able to take a single thing at face value. It seemed like I was learning to second-guess everything, and it was an annoying way to live. So are you telling me to listen to him or not to listen to him? Ronan threw one hand up in a helpless gesture. That's just the problem. If he's truly the Djinn, maybe he's just trying to get you to free him. He might also be trying to help you at the same time. But if it was somebody else, they could be trying to get you to gather a coven for exactly the reasons I just stated. I thought about that for a second. But he told me to go to his people. Lapis craned his neck around and scratched underneath his wing before turning back to me. That's true. It's a point of favor in his claim. Normally, I would recommend teleporting to them, but I think you need to hone that skill more before you jump blindly around anymore. Besides, it might be a trap. I closed my eyes, gathering my thoughts. Then maybe I should call his second-in-command and meet him in the Hall of Fae. That's a safe space, right? Ronan nodded. In all the centuries it's been in existence, nobody's ever breached it. I think that's the right call. Maybe Daniel will know more. If nothing else, he can confirm the king's physical appearance. And you have the hint he gave you, Ronan added. I wonder what it means. I ran my fingers through my hair and glanced into my half-empty coffee cup. My brain was starting to function semi-normally, but I wasn't quite there yet. The list of things I have to do today just keeps getting longer, but I'm not starting any of it until I've gotten my caffeine fix. Though I'd gained back a lot of energy since I'd gotten my magic, I still wasn't a 20-year-old woman anymore. Adding that to the fact that I hadn't had a full night's rest in a few days, neither my brain nor my body were functioning at full capacity. Ideally, I'd need to sleep for a solid 6 or 8 hours, but that didn't seem to be in my future, so caffeine would have to do. I drained my cup and went to the kitchen to make a second. As I went through the motions, anger began to course through my veins. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. Chapter 16. I hastily finished my second cup of coffee, then headed toward my bathroom. I looked longingly at my oversized jetted bathtub as I passed it, but knew I couldn't take the time to use it. As tired as I was, if I allowed myself to toss in a citrus bath bomb and sink into the hot, heavenly depths of it, I'd surely fall asleep. Instead, I took a quick, lukewarm shower. That helped wake me up a little bit, and it also helped clear my mind. After slathering on some moisturizer, I stepped back into the bedroom to grab some clothes. While I was dressing, my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number, but I figured with everything going on, I should probably answer it rather than let it go to voicemail. When I did, I was glad. Hey, Jules, I'm glad I caught you. This is Julia. I wanted to reach out to you and see if we could meet up. I want to talk about these disappearances and find out what happened at the meeting. I was a little surprised that she knew about the meeting, though I probably shouldn't have been, considering she had both a personal and a professional interest. It wasn't like it was a big secret, or at least I didn't think it was. It was fortuitous that she'd called, considering she was on my list to reach out to anyway. That's great, I replied, smiling a little when I didn't wobble stepping into my shorts. I hadn't been able to do that in years, and it was one of the many small delights magic had given me. I have a couple things I'd like to discuss with you too, and I think we should do it in person. Can you stop by the bar? Not only did I think discussing magic on the phone with a stranger was a bad idea, I also wanted to get a feel for her personally. I still had the ring the Oracle had given me, so if the Coven leader meant me harm, meeting her in person would give me a chance to let the ring do its thing. Sure thing. I can be there in 20 minutes if that works for you. I pulled my phone away from my ear and looked at the time. It was almost noon, and though I wanted to talk to Caitlyn, it might be a good idea to have a quick sit-down with Julia first. That way I'd have a better grasp of the situation in order to formulate a plan. Perfect. Lunch is on me. After we hung up, I brushed on some mascara and called it good enough. My stomach grumbled, and I debated snagging some chips even though Julia would be there in a few minutes. My diet had been garbage lately, and I needed to change that. Even though both the magic and the training sessions had helped take away some of my muffin top and overall squishiness, I still had plenty of spare pounds. Instead, I went back into the bedroom to check my book. Maybe it had given me some new spells, and I didn't want to miss them. Brutus lay sprawled on the bed with his head on his paws and only peeped one eye open when I walked past him. "Lazy dog," I said, smiling and scratching his ears. He cocked his head to the side so I could reach under his jaw, but mid-scratch, his relaxed mood disappeared. He snapped his head up and perked his ears, a deep growl rumbling in his chest. A second later, he disappeared. Since I was standing there topless, I figured I'd better put on a shirt and some shoes before whatever was coming next fell on me like a ton of bricks. I'd barely finished dressing when Lapis called to me through our link. The urgency in his tone made the hairs on my neck stand up. "Mistress, unlock the door. We're on our way up, and Eric needs a place to calm down and recover." My heart jumped into my throat. "What happened to him? Is he okay?" "He will be. Just unlock the door." I ran up the hall and twisted the lock just as several pairs of feet clomped up the wooden steps that led to my apartment. I yanked it open, unsure what I would find. I breathed a sigh of relief when Eric was walking on his own 2 feet, even though he looked a little unsteady. Eddie, Ronan, and Lapis were with him, and Serby and Brutus were tight on his heels. I swung the door wide. What happened? Eddie had his arm around Eric, helping him toward the couch. "The big idiot decided to take a walk on the beach by himself when I went to the can." Despite the seemingly harsh words, equal amounts of anger and worry etched his tanned features. It didn't take a mind reader to figure out that the anger was toward the situation, rather than at the man he loved, or at least most of it. I gave my friend a minute to get settled before I bombarded him with questions, but as soon as some of the color had returned to his face, I dove right in. "Who did it? How did they attack you? Are you okay?" It was then that I noticed the whole crew was there, except for Alexa, and my heart skipped a couple beats. I turned to Ronan. "Where's your mother?" He held up his hand. "Relax, she's fine. Eric managed to take one of his attackers captive, and she's downstairs guarding him." At that point, I was torn between wanting to stay with Eric and a driving urge to go down and tear apart whoever had dared to attack him. Eric solved the dilemma for me. "I'm fine. I just need a minute to recharge. I was alert, and I had Serby with me. He sensed them first, and as soon as he let me know, I turned and spotted them coming toward me from behind. One of them had his hands raised and was drawing up a lightning bolt, but I was close enough that I nulled both of their magic." He turned to Brutus. "This naughty boy ate one, but I managed to call him back before he could eat the other." Serby shifted forms and turned the dude into a whining puddle of cowardice. They snatched him by the cape and dragged him up to the bar. I knew he was going to be okay when he finished the story by shaking a judgmental head. Honestly, who wears one of those, especially in this heat? Alexa has him downstairs. Eddie started out the door, indecision etching his features. "Maybe one of us should go down to help her. What if the dude attacks her?" Ronan's lips turned up into a wolfish smile that was a reflection of the one he used when he knew he'd turned an enemy into easy prey. "Trust me, if he was stupid enough to attack her, he's regretting it right now, but he's still alive. She wouldn't kill him, because we need him." "Then let's go see what he has to say," I said, striding toward the door. For the first time, we had a potential lead, and there was no time to waste. I might finally be able to avenge Magnus and the others and put a stop to this for good. Chapter 17. "You can't keep me in here. I'll freeze to death," a man's voice cried from the direction of the cooler as Ronan and I hurried down the stairs. "Count yourself lucky I'm keeping you anywhere other than in a body bag," Alexa replied, her tone the temperature of ice. "The only reason you're still alive is that we need information. You might want to keep that in mind over the next hour or so. You can make it easy, or you can make it hard. That will be up to you, but we will get it." Not even an ounce of pity trickled through me as I pulled the walk-in door open. A tall, thin, sandy-haired man sat on a crate of lettuce, his arms wrapped around himself as he shivered. I tapped into Ronan's magic and borrowed a bit of his heat. As a werewolf, his body temp ran much toastier than the average person's, and this seemed like an excellent time to draw on that. Though the laws of physics dictated a higher body temp would make you feel colder, it didn't work that way with them. Once his warmth pushed away the chill, I moved to stand beside Alexa, making room for Ronan. Though she appeared relaxed as she leaned against an empty spot on the silver wall, I knew her well enough to recognize that every muscle was tense and ready to pounce. She hadn't survived as many battles as she had by letting her guard down around an enemy, even if she did think they were at her mercy. "Have you gotten anything out of him?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, I figured I'd wait for you guys to get down here. The biggest problem we had was keeping Brutus from eating him." I curved my lips into a wan half-smile and leaned a shoulder against the other wall, letting the door swing shut behind us. The cooler was not only self-contained, it was also pretty much soundproof, as long as we didn't get too ridiculous. As pissed as I was, though, I wasn't making any guarantees. "Yeah, we need to teach him that that's not the solution to every problem. I would have rather had 2 people to question than 1, but it is what it is." "What are you gonna do to me?" the man whined, his voice shaking with fear as his gaze darted back and forth between the 3 of us. I crossed my arms and smirked at him. "I don't know. I may end up letting my dog eat you, but not yet. Maybe I should ask what you were planning to do to our friend and go from there." The man snapped his mouth shut and broke eye contact. Alexa's lips curled into a ravenous smile that mirrored the one Ronan had worn just a few minutes before. "Oh, good. I was hoping you were going to play it that way. I've been stressed lately. You see, all the attacks on magicals have made me cranky. And now, here you are, knowing all sorts of good things that you don't want to share." The guy gave her a quick glance, then averted his eyes again. "Torture me all you want. I don't know nothing, and I ain't killed anyone." I shrugged. "Okay, I'm running on caffeine and rage right now, so I'm good with playing it this way. You sure that's your final answer?" Before he could respond, Ronan was in front of him in 2 powerful strides. He grabbed a hold of the front of the guy's black t-shirt and jerked him to his feet. He let his fangs drop, and his empty hand morphed from a human hand into a paw with razor-sharp claws. "I'm betting you know at least a little bit of something. Like the ladies say, it's fine with us if you want us to extract the information the hard way." He gave the guy a shake before tossing him back onto the crate like a sack of potatoes. The man glanced toward me. "You're the Mistress of Balance. You can't torture me, or even let them do it." I barked out a dry laugh. "Not only can I, I'm going to. It's my job to sort out this kind of stuff, and you're killing people. Start talking. I focused on the air around us and dropped the temperature by several more degrees. I wouldn't be able to maintain it because I didn't want my produce to freeze, but he didn't know that. He wrapped his arms around himself a little tighter, and his teeth began to chatter. Even with Ronan's heat, I was starting to feel the cold. Damned if I was going to let him know that, though. "Let's start with your name," Alexa said after we gave him a few more seconds. The guy hesitated, and Ronan morphed his hand again, then reached out and boxed his ears. "She asked you a question. I'm not playing." "Jeff McDaniels," the guy replied, wincing and shaking his head to ward off the dizziness I'm sure Ronan's love tap had caused. He cast a contemptuous glare at both Alexa and Ronan. "Fucking werewolves." A trickle of blood ran down the side of his face from a small slice, and he swiped it off. It wasn't big enough to cause any lasting damage, but it was a solid reminder of the claws Ronan had produced just a few moments before. His comment made my blood boil. "You're not exactly in the position to be talking smack about wolf shifters. Keep your racist bullshit to yourself, or the next comment you make might be your last. Now, why did you attack my friend? And who is it that my dog is currently digesting?" Jeff paused again, but despite his bravado when he'd made the werewolf comment, it only took a soft growl from Alexa to get him talking. "I don't know, man. He was just the guy that showed up at the meeting spot. He didn't give me his name, and I didn't give him mine. We were sent to capture the Null. That's all I know." "Who sent you?" Alexa asked. The guy lifted a shoulder. "No clue. One of my connections contacted me and told me there was 10 grand in it for me if I'd show up to this place, catch the dude by himself, and capture him. I agreed, and he told me to meet my co-worker at the resort down the beach at 11 today. When we saw the Null walking on the beach, we figured we'd lucked out. A lot of times on these jobs, it takes days to catch people alone." I arched a brow at him. "And just how lucky do you feel right now?" He glanced between the three of us. "Luckier than the other guy, I reckon. Nobody told us there was going to be a hellhound or whatever that thing was that ate him. I don't even know where it came from. This was supposed to be a simple snatch. Nulls are usually easy, as long as they don't see you coming before they have a chance to negate your magic." "So, this is the sort of thing you do regularly?" Ronan asked, disgust dripping from his expression. Jeff flicked his hand flippantly. "It's a decent living." Just the casual way he said that made my skin crawl. I kept my expression neutral, despite the sliminess. "How often have you done it lately?" Alexa asked. "I think I've said enough," he replied, straightening his back. I felt his magic stir and knew he was going to make a move. Before he could, I flicked my hand and set his shoelaces on fire. As he frantically tried to beat out the flames and kick off his shoes, I waved a hand to put the fire out. "The next time you think about using magic, it won't be your shoelaces." Eric's voice sounded from behind me, and I turned. He looked like his normal self again, and I smiled in relief. "I can help with that," he said. His eyes went a little out of focus for a moment. "There. He won't be using his magic anytime soon." Jeff raised his hands, panic flitting across his face. 3 times he tried to summon some sort of magic between his palms, and 3 times he failed. When he realized he was completely at our mercy, not that he hadn't been before, he bolted from the crate and tried to push past me. I elbowed him in the face, then threw up a physical barrier behind us that ran from one wall to the other. "You have exactly 10 seconds to start talking again, or we're all walking out of this cooler and shutting the door behind us." I said, crossing my arms and leaning a shoulder against the wall. His beady gaze bounced between the four of us, reminding me of a trapped rat.
If I tell you, it'll ruin me. I'll never get another job.
Alexa huffed and let her face partially shift so that her nose and mouth turned into a furry snout with long, gleaming teeth. She snapped them, then shifted back. If you don't tell us, I'll kill you myself. Jeff swallowed so hard, his Adam's apple bobbed.
This was the 3rd time in 2 weeks. The first time, I snatched an old witch with earth powers from Scotland. The second time, I grabbed one from right up the road. I don't know what powers she had because we got her from behind.
The hair on my arms rose as anger grew inside me. He'd been in Scotland. Were you one of the ones who attacked an elf? He shook his head so hard a chunk of hair fell over his forehead.
I don't mess with no elves, and nobody's asked me to. I'd have turned down the job even if they offered it to me. There's not enough money in the world to go up against them. Attacking one of them will get 'em all coming after you.
He absently rubbed a long scar that ran down his right arm, and I wondered what elf had given it to him and why. Whatever the reason, I was sure he'd deserved it. What about 2 bear shifters? Did you kill them? Ronan asked. Jeff shook his head.
No, like I said, I ain't killed anyone. I've only captured those witches.
Alexa paced in front of him. What did you do after you captured them?
We took 'em back and turned 'em over to my contact. I swear that's all I know. They were just jobs.
I couldn't help myself when he referred to brutally kidnapping people like that. I sent a bolt of electricity toward him. Careful to keep it at a non-lethal level, but just barely. He folded to the floor and curled into the fetal position, whimpering. Ronan shot me a surprised look. I was typically the level-headed one between us, but I just shrugged. I hated a bully, and this one took it to an all-new level. He hadn't cared whether those people lived or died, as long as he collected his check. Ronan stepped closer to Jeff and towed him with his boot. There's one more thing we need to know. Who's your contact? This time, there was no resistance.
A warlock named Killian Murdoch. Most days, you'll find him at the Dusty Dragon in Abaddon's Gate. You'll recognize him by the giant scar running down the right side of his face. He's also the size of the mountain, so you can't miss him. Ronan and Alexa nodded, like they knew what he was talking about. I realized our session was over, but I had no idea what to do with him. Not wanting to seem ignorant in front of them, I asked Ronan through our link. We'll turn him over to the Witches' Council since all his crimes were against witches. Against other species, he would have had to face their tribunals too. The local one is right here in town. Can I go now? Jeff asked. I told you everything I know.
I scoffed. Are you serious? The only place you're going is to jail. I hoped that was the right way to phrase it, but I figured one criminal justice system was probably similar to most others, at least preliminarily. His face went white.
They'll put me to death.
Eric shrugged. Then maybe you should have become a construction worker, or maybe opened yourself up a little food cart instead of kidnapping people for a living, assuming that's the worst thing you've done. He'd barely finished the sentence when Eddie appeared beside him. You got him, sugar? Eric nodded, and Eddie strode toward Jeff, who'd pushed to a sitting position with his back against the crate. Much to my surprise, he roundhoused him with a solid kick to the ribs. Count yourself lucky. Even if they put you to death, it'll be a quick one.
If you'd done him any serious harm, I'd have made it a miserable, prolonged process. I blinked a couple of times. I'd seen him in battle and knew he could take care of business, but I'd have never guessed he had a brutal streak. I put myself in his position and realized that had it been Ronan, he probably wouldn't have gotten off so lucky. Eddie turned to me as he jerked Jeff to his feet. "We'll be right back, honey. Let us take out the trash and we'll talk about the next steps." I nodded as Eric took his hand and they disappeared, Jeff in tow. "Hello?" A woman's voice called from the entrance between the bar and kitchen. "Jules?" I sighed and closed my eyes when I stepped from the cooler and saw Julie. I'd forgotten all about meeting her, so recapping and piecing together the information we just received would have to wait for a while. The question was, could I trust her to share what had just happened, or should I keep it to myself? I thought back to the days when I was just a normal person and wondered if I hadn't been better off. One image of Rob standing next to Ronan in my head was all it took to remind me I hadn't been, whether people kept trying to kill each other or not. Chapter 18. I pasted a smile on my face as I headed toward the front area. I wanted to get a solid feel for the woman before I decided how much information to share with her, so I did my best to clear my head as I stepped from the shade of the kitchen onto the sun-drenched pavers of the bar area. Julia was sitting at the bar with a glass of water in front of her. Her dark hair was pulled into a ponytail, and the faint lines around her eyes looked deeper than they had the one other time I'd seen her. Overall, she looked tired. Not that I could judge. I probably had bags under my eyes big enough to pack an entire wardrobe in as well. "Hey," she said with a wan smile. I slid onto the stool beside her. "Hey, yourself. I'm sorry we didn't get much of a chance to talk the last time I saw you. Things were crazy." She huffed out a breath. "Believe me, I know the feeling. I've been rushing around trying to make sure that everybody's accounted for. I wasn't alive the last time this happened, but my grandmother told me the horror stories." I raised a brow. That had been hundreds of years ago, and though I was learning that some witches had the gift of longevity, I didn't realize it was that long. She curved one side of her mouth up into a small half-smile as she swirled the straw in her water, dunking the lemon wedge absently. "My grandmother is an elf, so that sort of boosts my vested interest in this. She knew the elf who was killed, and so did I. It's also one of the reasons I'm so interested in hearing what went down in the Hall of Fae. Are there others missing?" I paused as Macy, one of my other bartenders, slid a glass of iced tea towards me. "Thanks, and welcome back," I said to her. "How was your trip? Did everything work out?" She'd been away on a family emergency for the last 2 weeks, and this was her first day back. She nodded. "Yeah, everything's working out okay, at least for now. I got you the tea because you usually don't drink so early, but would you rather have a beer?" "Nah," I said, even though, after the events of the last hour, a beer and a shot of tequila sounded heavenly. To be fair, even though I wasn't a heavy drinker, the events of the past couple of months would have been enough to drive anybody to drink. "So," I said to Julie as I pulled off my straw paper and popped it into my drink. Before I could say anything else, the stone in the ring the oracle had given me swirled and changed colors from its usual blue to a milky swirling lavender. My heart skipped a couple beats. Somebody in my immediate vicinity meant me harm. I glanced around, and Julia was the only person in the bar. I did my best to hide my surprise as I reached for my magic. I wanted to have it close on hand just in case, even though I couldn't imagine her pulling anything on my property. She had to know my entire crew was around. I cleared my throat and turned my attention back to her. Until I could figure it out, I'd get what information I could. "Have you heard back from anybody?" She nodded. "Everybody's accounted for, and I've instructed them to stay together in groups, no smaller than 3. Most of them are willing to do whatever it takes, since they've never faced anything like this." That gave me pause. The werewolves, gargoyles, and elves all practiced battle drills regularly, and were ready for any kind of attack at any moment's notice. It occurred to me that witches probably weren't the same, at least if Eddie, Eric, and Janelle were any example. "How does your coven stay prepared for any sort of attack?" She sighed. "We don't, really. I mean, we get together and perform group magic for healing and ceremonies, but we live in a part of the world where such things really aren't necessary. We all pretty much just go about living our lives, unless somebody needs us." She took a drink of her water and shook her head. "I know other covens around the world take many more precautions and practice group magic much more aggressively, but that's really not something I've emphasized. Now I'm thinking I should have." I swallowed my irritation. She definitely should have kept her witches at the ready. As coven leader, keeping everybody safe was her job, and why she hadn't taken that seriously was beyond me. There wasn't anything I could do about it now, other than to ask her to change that. It might be a matter of too little too late, but at least they might be able to protect themselves if something happened. It pissed me off that I didn't have somebody local I could call in case of emergency, and it definitely put them out of the running for helping with the whole Djinn thing, even if the ring hadn't warned me off. "Did you work much with my father?" I asked. Ronan had mentioned that they had a few times, and I was interested to know what had warranted him going to her. "Only a couple of times," she replied. "We have one witch in our coven who is an excellent tracker. I'm also decent with locator spells, so if your dad needed to find someone, he came to us." It didn't sound like Dad had involved himself with them much, and I wondered if it was because the coven wasn't skilled enough, or if he just hadn't needed them, or if he hadn't trusted them. She took another sip of her water and resituated herself on the stool. "Your father was a private man. He didn't often ask for help, at least from us. We did live mostly in peace as far as I know, though, so it might just have been that he didn't need us. Now, would you mind explaining what happened in the meeting?" I figured it wouldn't hurt to tell her what we learned, though I most certainly wasn't telling her about Eric's attack. I debated even telling her about the Djinn King. It was mostly an information-sharing meeting. We did discover that there are several other people missing. She scratched her jaw, thinking. It seems odd to me that some people are missing, but some people are left for dead. Do you think there's a reason for that? Is it only witches that are missing? Considering I'd just learned from our captive that they were actually kidnapping at least some of the witches instead of killing them, that was a question I had too. I was interested in why her mind had gone that direction. Macy set a bowl of chips and salsa in front of us, and I plucked one out of the basket to give me a chance to organize my thoughts. I glanced down at my ring, and it was still purple. I could use the truth spell, but it required direct questions, and it would make me show my hand. I wasn't sure I was ready to do that yet. I was tempted to haul her up to my apartment right then and there, and figure out what her deal was. I thought about it for a minute, and decided it would be better just to keep eyes on her for the time being. The problem was, I didn't know anybody to hand that off to. "Jules?" she asked, placing her hand on my arm and snapping me back to the conversation. "Are you okay?" I chased the chip with a drink of tea. Yeah, I was just thinking. She studied my face for a moment, and I tried to decipher her expression. All I got was confusion and a touch of concern. Okay, then. It looked like I lost you for a moment. I did my best to smile. No, it's just everything piling up. You asked if it was all witches who went missing, and the answer is no, but most of them are. There are a dozen people or so that we know about. There have also been a few straight-up killings of both witches and shifters. All we decided at the meeting was that everybody would do a comprehensive sweep of their people to make sure we hadn't missed anybody. We also agreed it would be best to instruct people not to be alone, ever. She pulled in a deep breath and blew it out slowly. I was hoping for better news, but suspected that was going to be the case. If you need me or the Coven for anything at all you have to do is ask. Thanks, I said. Now, about that lunch I promised you. She shook her head. I have somewhere I need to be, but thanks anyway. She pulled a business card out of her purse and handed it to me. That has both my office and my cell numbers on it. Please keep me updated, and again, if you need anything at all, just ask. She finished off her water, then slid off the stool and left. Sweetheart, Ronan said to me through our link. Eric and Eddie are back. Please come upstairs. We need to decide what to do next. I'll be right there. I'm calling Caitlyn to fill her in and to ask her to get in touch with Daniel so we can talk about the king. I need to reach out to Athena too. It looks like the local coven is out. I tossed a 5 on the bar and made my way back to the apartment. Talking to Julia had given me more questions than answers. It was time to talk to the Oracle. Chapter 19. You should have called me, Ronan said a few minutes later after I'd told them about the ring. I agree, Alexa replied, pacing back and forth in front of my sliders. Eric shook his head. I don't. I think she did the right thing. I think we'd be better off having somebody follow her. I wish I knew more about her, but we've just never taken any interest, aside from attending a few of their Yule and Samhain celebrations. I shifted around in my recliner to get a better look at him. Did you ever get any bad vibes from the other attendees? I assume the entire coven probably attended those. They did, Eddie replied from his place beside Eric on the love seat. Everybody seemed nice, but we were there for celebrations. We didn't notice any tension between any of the coven members or anybody else, for that matter. Eric turned to him, tapping his chin. There was that one really weird guy, though. The necromancer. He seemed weirdly protective of Julia. Eddie replied. I'd forgotten all about that. I just assumed they were sleeping together. I shook my head in surprise. I know I probably shouldn't be shocked, but necromancers are really a thing? Alexa nodded. They're rare, but they do exist. They tend to stay to themselves, and everyone I've ever met was a little odd. Just the idea took my mind off the situation for a minute. I'd heard the term and had read about them in my fantasy books, of course, but each author had given them slightly different skills. Is it true they can raise the dead? Ronan wobbled his hand back and forth. Only sometimes, and most can't actually raise the body. Most of them can only commune with the dead, and even then it's hit and miss. Alexa raised her brows at him. Just because that's all most of them can do doesn't mean we shouldn't discount what's possible. She turned to me. Yes, some of them can actually reanimate the dead, though it's not the same as actually bringing them back to life. And the difference between them and a medium is that when they talk to the dead, they literally talk to the dead in person. Mediums typically only get thoughts or intuitive messages. They don't actually see and talk to the dead person. I ran a hand over my face. I'd learned a lot about magical people over the last few months, but somehow it surprised me that necromancy was real. Is there a limit to that? I mean, can they talk to somebody that's been dead for hundreds of years? Or do they have to be recently departed? Ronan lifted his shoulder. Dead is dead. The only caveat is that the necromancer usually has to have something that belonged to the person in order to summon them. It's part of the spell. Despite myself, I was fascinated. Do these people stay alive after they're brought back? Alexa strode toward the chair opposite the love seat and sat on the edge of it. Don't make the mistake of thinking they're alive. Not even a necromancer can bring back somebody from the dead, alive and well. The being he or she revives is a different beast altogether from the living version of the person, sort of a shadow of themselves. And the longer they've been dead, the more twisted and bitter they can be if their souls aren't at peace. But they have all the memories and knowledge they did when they were living? She nodded. They do, but their personalities are invariably changed, and never for the better. And yes, in theory, the person can stay undead for as long as a necromancer wants, assuming they're powerful enough to work that level of magic. Like I said, most aren't. I flipped my attention back to Eddie and Eric. Does the necromancer in Julia's coven have that much power? Eddie raised his hand palm up. We can't really say. Neither of us can assess somebody's power level. We can tell if they're a witch or a wizard or some other magical being, but that's about it. We haven't even heard any rumors about him, which is a little weird in and of itself. Necromancers tend to make people curious as well as nervous, so it's odd that we haven't heard any whispers. We need to call Janelle, I said. She knows Julia, and she seems to be pretty savvy about what's going on in the witch community. We also know she's on our side, so she won't lie to us. Ronan pulled his phone from his pocket and tapped out what I assumed was a text. When he finished, he raised his gaze to mine. I just put 2 of my most discreet guys on Julia's tail. They'll take turns watching her, and will report her movements back to me and Mom. I pushed up from the love seat. Perfect. Now I'm going to call Caitlyn to set up the meeting with the Djinn. Then I think we need to go see the Oracle. Alexa nodded. That's not a horrible idea. You also haven't trained with Lapis much lately, so this would be an ideal time to do that. You need the practice, and Ronan has to cover the evening shift. Even though Ronan was independently wealthy, he maintained his position as a bartender. He said it gave him a chance to keep his finger on the pulse of the local community, but I think he just enjoyed the work. I did too. It was a fun job. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed it until I'd gotten back into it again. He crossed his arms and glared at his mother. Absolutely not. If she's going that far, I'm going with her. Lapis, who was perched in his parrot form on the back of one of the stools lining the island between the kitchen and the living room, squawked. It's not that far, and I'm more than capable of getting her a few miles down the road and back safely. And your mother's right. We haven't practiced nearly enough for me to be comfortable carrying her into battle. Ronan glared at him. That's because you don't have to carry her into battle. She has me. I rolled my eyes. This was one of the times when his whole macho thing really got on my nerves, and it was an ongoing argument. Your mom and Lapis are right. You keep an eye on the bar, and I'll be back in a couple of hours. Mary might have something that could help us. Even though I trusted everybody in that room with my life, I hadn't shared Mary's, aka the Oracle's, secret. She wasn't really an oracle. She was just really good at reading people, sensing political winds, and strategizing, and had used those skills to survive back in a time when witches and women in general didn't have the freedoms that we did now. She really did have premonitions, but they came to her randomly and were often vague. I figured it was her secret and not mine to share. Despite not being exactly what people thought, she'd lived for thousands of years and had a whole network of connections on top of a buttload of magic and knowledge. She was a good connection and could very well help us. I also valued her opinions, especially considering her gift for anticipating political moves well in advance. She was probably killer at chess. I froze as what the Djinn had said flashed through my mind, and a few puzzle pieces fell into place. A sense of urgency coursed through my veins. I think she may have been who the Djinn was referring to when he mentioned the chess master. We need to go. Then it's settled, Lapis said as he flapped toward the lanai door. We don't have time to waste, and she's the best source of information we have right now. I'll run along underneath you and keep an eye out for threats from the ground, Alexa said. I need some time to think anyway, and that's when I do it best. What if somebody sees you? I asked. Wolves weren't exactly common in Southwest Florida. She scoffed and waved me off. I've lived way too many years for that to happen. But if it does, let's hope it's a mean girl. I'll eat her for lunch and make every sales clerk and server in the county happier. She waggled her brows and gave me her most wolfy smile. I grinned and shook my head. You're fucked up, but at least you remind me I'm not the only one. Chapter 20. Aren't you forgetting something? Lapis asked when I joined him on the lanai a few minutes later. I furrowed my brow. I don't think so. He huffed out a breath. Then I guess you're okay with getting your legs chewed up. The first few times I'd ridden with him, my thighs and inner calves had gotten chafed and pinched from the friction with his stone body. After that, he'd fashioned a sort of saddle for me. Even with it, though, my skin took a beating if I slid around too much. Thankfully, my house had provided me with a pair of magical leather chaps. It's hotter than the gates of hell out, I replied, wrinkling my nose when my tone came out a little whiny. If I wear leathers, I'll melt. We're only going for a few miles. I'll cast an invisibility spell for us. He shook his head and looked toward the sky. Do you ever learn? I want to do some maneuvers while we're up there, so you can either whine about wearing them or whine when you're putting salve on your legs tonight. Besides, you should always be ready for attack. I sighed. He was right, and it was stupid of me to be so careless. Plus, I really did hate the chafing. Fine, I'll be right back. I trotted back to the bedroom to retrieve them from my closet. As I pulled them off the hanger, I glanced at my staff hanging in its scabbard on the wall. Since I'd practiced with it until wielding it was almost second nature to me, I figured it was better to be safe than sorry, even though I had Morgan's sword. After all, one of the reasons I was wearing the chaps was to be prepared. Counting on a sword I wasn't even sure I could summon at will was dumb. For good measure, I also strapped a set of cutlasses I was semi-decent with onto my thighs. Hopefully, if anybody saw me walking down the street, they'd assume I was dressed as Lara Croft from Tomb Raider, coming from an early Halloween party or something. I was no Angelina Jolie, but the usefulness of my costume more than made up for the itty-bitty waist and legs that went on forever. I slipped the chaps on, groaning at just the thought of how hot they'd be in the brutal Florida sun. Before I even had them buckled, a cold sensation slithered down my legs. As it grew colder, my heart pounded as a freak-out settled in. My first thought was that I was having some sort of health crisis. I ran through the inventory of symptoms in my head. What caused extremities to go cold? Heart attack? No, my left arm, or was it the right, wasn't hurting. Either way, both were fine. Stroke? I raised both arms above my head and wagged my tongue a couple times. Everything in working order there. My mind raced until I realized it wasn't me getting colder. It was the chaps. My heart quit trying to beat its way out of my chest as soon as I knew I wasn't dying. I huffed out a relieved laugh, then looked around at my room, directing my comment to my apartment. Thanks, but give a girl a little warning. I almost dropped dead thinking I was about to drop dead. The sign that read, "Live with Gratitude" above my bed wobbled on the wall, and I laughed. Smartass, but I appreciate it. I strapped my cutlasses on over my tank top, skipping my leather jacket. Lapis was already waiting for me on the lanai in his gargoyle form, saddle on and ready to go. Ronan gave me a quick kiss. Be careful, and if you need me, use our link. Lapis huffed. Believe it or not, Wolf, I'm perfectly capable of keeping her safe. I've been in more battles than you'll ever see, both carrying the Mistress of Balance and on my own. I think I can manage getting her a few miles down the coast and back. Rather than agree with him out loud, I just climbed aboard when he squatted down. I noticed leg straps had been added to the leather saddle, and I was a little grateful for that. Ronan, however, wasn't as pleased. What if something happens to Lapis and knocks him out of the sky? You'll be crushed before you can get them loose. I arched a brow at him as I buckled the straps. Seeing as how I can't fly, I'd be shit out of luck anyway. Isn't your shift about to start? If the flexing of his jaw muscles as he ground his teeth was any indication, my comment hadn't helped. He'd live, though. He had to get used to the idea of me flying with Lapis. There would surely be times when he wasn't there, or when fighting from the air was a better option than fighting from the ground. He knew that logically, but he was letting his emotions get in the way. Ready, I said, tapping Lapis on the shoulder. We'd developed a series of taps as a secondary mode of communication. He reminded me that our link could be breached if the person was good enough at reading minds, and the time may come when we wouldn't be able to depend on it. Alexa came through my sliding doors already in her wolf form. We'd been working on our own mental link. Though it didn't come as easy to me as talking to Lapis or Ronan did, we were getting there. Ready? She asked through it. Ready, I replied, doing my best to connect my link with Lapis to my link with her. Caitlyn had told me I'd be able to do that eventually, and it was something else we'd been practicing. I closed my eyes and focused on an invisibility shield, pushing it first around me and Lapis, then trying to put one on Alexa too. No, she said, just as her form started to shimmer. Don't divide your attention like that. I'll be fine, but I'll have to depend on you to inform me of your location since I won't be able to see you. I chewed my lip, trying to figure out a solution to that. If something happened with either of us, she needed to be able to locate us. Try your pack link, Ronan told her. As Alpha, I've already accepted her in. You should be able to feel her that way. Alexa tilted her furry head. Her gaze went a little unfocused, and a whisper of foreign magic touched my mind. She nodded. Gotcha. Now it doesn't matter where you're at. I'll be able to find you. We've dallied long enough, Lapis said as his muscles bunched beneath me. Let's go. With no more warning than that, he pushed off my balcony. The beat of his powerful, leathery wings carried us high into the air until the buildings beneath us shrank to dots. I struggled to pull in a breath of the thin air. You're going to have to go a little lower, I thought to him. Unless, of course, you want me to pass out. His body shook a little with his chuckle as he dipped lower. Sorry, mistress. I need the practice as badly as you do. It's been years since I've carried anybody regularly. Mary had a little shop in a town not far south of us. Lapis used our time to practice a few maneuvers, making them harder as we went. Much to my delight, I had no problem hanging on, even through the more complicated switches and swerves. It's time to up your game, mistress. Draw your cutlasses and practice hanging on only with your legs. Swing them as if you are wielding them. For the next couple of minutes, we practiced dipping, diving, changing directions, and shooting upward. As with my flying lessons, he increased the difficulty until I almost fell off when he swerved hard to the left and dove at the same time. I dropped one of my weapons as I scrambled to grasp the strap on the front of the saddle. His sides expanded as he sighed beneath me. "Hang on, we're going down fast. Be ready to catch it." I'd barely gotten my seat back when he went into a nosedive. I braced my knees against the joints of his wings, and since we'd practiced this many times, it was nothing new. My cutlass came into view, and I squeezed tighter with my knees as I got ready to reach for it. He maneuvered us so that we were dropping right beside it at breakneck speed. I laughed when my fingers closed around the hilt, a little giddy from the rush of adrenaline. "Well done, mistress," he thought. "That's a skill you might need, and I'm glad to see you're up to it." He leveled out, and with a few beats of his wings, we were back to our original elevation. "Are you two okay up there?" Alexis thought to me, a note of panic in her tone. "I saw your sword falling, and I sensed your heart rate increase." "We're fine," I thought back to her. "We were practicing maneuvers, and I dropped it. Lapis dropped like a vertical roller coaster so I could catch it. That's all you were sensing." "A little warning next time," she said, relief and humor lacing through her. "You about gave me a heart attack. We're almost there. Since I've never been there, where would you like to meet?" Last time we'd been there, Alexa had to stay home because she'd been cursed. She knew roughly where it was at, but hadn't ever been there with us. "There's a McDonald's a block up, and I think it's the only one in town. You should be able to smell your way there, and we'll meet you in the back." At the thought of a cheeseburger, my stomach rumbled, reminding me that I'd skipped breakfast this morning and had only had a handful of chips and salsa all day. As Lapis began to descend, he laughed. "You really need to work on not letting your nerves disrupt your appetite, mistress. You never know when your next meal will be." Though I agreed with him, I wasn't sure how to go about it. It wasn't like it was something I could control. He must have sensed my thought. "You might not be able to control your appetite, but you can force yourself to eat." My stomach rumbled again as the golden arches came into view. "That's great for later, but for now, it's called fast food for a reason. We have to wait for Alexa anyway." When he touched down behind the restaurant, I slid off and bolted inside. 2 minutes later, I came back out to find him in his parrot form, perched on the back of a chair in the outdoor seating area. "Still no Alexa?" I asked, pulling a cheeseburger from the bag. "I'm here," she said, striding toward us from the back of the restaurant in her human form. "Please tell me you got more than one of those." I grinned and tossed her a second bag that held another burger and fries. "I figured we could eat and walk at the same time. Lapis would have just eaten mine if I hadn't gotten him his own, too." Alexa grinned as she caught it. "Thanks. If there's any multitasking I'm excellent at, it's that. Now, let's go." Chapter 21. By the time we made it to the Oracle's shop, we'd wolfed down our food. No pun intended. I felt much better about life in general. I didn't do well without regular food. The Oracle's shop was wedged in between a row of other spaces, its white paint peeling. An eclectic display of voodoo items, touristy seashell wind chimes, and bottles of homemade lotions brightened the window display. When we pushed through the weathered wooden door, a little bell tinkled above our heads. Mary stood in her crone form, arranging what I hoped were fake shrunken heads on a post. Just like last time, looking at her gave me double vision, because her real face shimmered behind her glamour. She tilted her head, reminding me of a bird as she examined us. "It's about time you got back to me, mistress, though I expected a simple return call rather than a visit." I furrowed my brow. "What do you mean, a return call?" "I've left 3 messages at your bar," she replied. "It doesn't matter now, though. I've had a vision, and I've also heard some talk." Alexa stepped forward. Wait a minute. With whom did you leave them? Mary examined her with a shrewd gaze. I assume you're the mother of her advisor? Alexa arched a dark brow. You're the oracle. You tell me. Mary, shifting her gaze to me, her expression pleased. It's good to see discretion is one of your attributes. I dipped my head. Relationships are built on trust. Alexa narrowed her eyes and cast a suspicious glance back and forth between us, as Lapis dug his claws into my shoulder a little. And secrets kept from trusted advisors can be lethal, especially as an inexperienced witch who sometimes finds herself in over her head. Mary waved her off as she went to the door and flipped the sign from open to closed and twisted the lock. Inexperienced though she may be, she has enough common sense to know when it's okay to keep her mouth shut. In this case, it was neither relevant nor her secret to share. And as she said, it bodes well for our relationship. Now, come into the back so I can share my vision and the rumors I've heard. We followed her past shelves cluttered with miscellaneous items that ran the gamut, from the shrunken heads to old teapots, and through a set of beaded curtains. Unlike the front, the private area in the back of her store was immaculate and orderly. Shelves that held a wide variety of herbs and potions lined the walls, and a small kitchenette took up one corner. Please, have a seat, she said, motioning toward a round wooden table surrounded by 4 ladder-back chairs with red cushions. We have much to discuss, and I fear we don't have a lot of time. As she said it, she dropped her glamour, and a beautiful young woman with long, dark locks and brown eyes replaced the crone with stringy gray hair. Alexa pulled in a surprised breath. Not what I expected, but I have a feeling you're full of surprises. Rather than the cackle she used in her crone form, a tinkling laugh accompanied a shake of her head. You have no idea. Tea? Before we could reply, she turned the fire on under a tea kettle and pulled out 3 mugs. Gargoyle, will you be joining us? Lapis, who was still in his parrot form, shook his head. I'm not much for tea, but thanks. One side of her generous mouth curved into a smile, and she reached into a cabinet and pulled out a bottle. This was given to me by an elf who obtained it from one of your people. I'm not a Scotch person myself, but I'm sure you'll find it to be of the highest quality. Lapis hopped from my shoulder to the floor and shifted forms. An appreciative gaze slid across his face. I suppose a wee dram can't hurt. I smiled as his accent slipped into his voice. Considering my guardian, which is Lapis's official title, could drink even Ronan and his brothers under the table, I wasn't worried about drinking and flying. You said we don't have much time, Alexis prodded, still standing. Mary sighed as she waved a hand over the kettle, which immediately began to whistle. You wolves have many skills, but having the patience to observe the niceties isn't one of them. Forgive me if waiting for you to make tea while people are dying isn't a priority, Alexa snapped. The oracle arched her eyebrow as she scooped loose tea leaves into the cups and poured the hot water over them. In this case, it's not just a matter of common courtesy. I'd like to read your leaves. I rarely do it, but I believe in this case it's called for. I have some suspicions and would like them confirmed. It may help stop the killing. Though there was no obvious censure in Mary's words, Alexa did possess the decorum to realize she was being rude to an ancient woman who was trying to share her wisdom and insight. She sank into a chair and folded her hands in front of her. Then, pardon my haste. Mary set the cups in front of us. Now, while you drink up, why don't you tell me what's been going on? I want to hear it from you, mistress. I launched into the story, careful to leave nothing out. I told her about the Djinn, Blaine's appearance, and what the captive had told us. Then I tacked on what the ring had done in Julie's presence. She listened patiently, tapping a long nail on the table as she did. As I told you last time, my visions are often vague. This time, it was pretty straightforward, though I don't know what it means. I saw you in a clearing with a coven of witches, holding hands in a circle around you. It's night, and there's a bonfire that doesn't look like a bonfire. That part's hazy, but it feels important. The troubling part is that I've seen this 3 times. That's why I reached out. I had forgotten about the messages she said she'd left. Who did you talk to? She lifted a shoulder and the wispy lace of her peasant shirt slipped down a bit. The girl didn't give me her name. She just said she'd make sure you got the message. Since I had 3 girls who worked for me, that didn't do me much good. You're an oracle, for heaven's sake, Alexa scoffed after she took a sip of tea. You couldn't manage to get a message directly to her? If nothing else, why didn't you just come to the bar yourself? Mary was quiet for a moment. I started to, but the instant I stepped from my door, I got an intense feeling of foreboding. Not for me, but for Jules. I don't think it's safe for me to go there. That's why I want to read the leaves. Lapis took an appreciative drink from his cup. Why don't you tell us what you've heard while they're finishing their tea? She sank onto the chair next to me and smoothed her green boho dress. Just snippets. I've heard about the witches disappearing, and I've heard talk of a coven gathering on All Hallows Eve. I've reached out to all my contacts, but nobody's heard more than that. My mind flipped back to my conversation with Julie. The ring you gave me turned colors when I talked to the local coven leader. I'd planned to ask for her help freeing the Djinn, but didn't for obvious reasons. Mary absently twirled a dark curl in thought. I assume you're talking about Julie. I've known her and her family before her for centuries. I've never known them to be untrustworthy. But if the ring warned you, you should heed it. What about Athena, the witch representative for the Hall of Fae? Alexis asked. Do you know anything about her? Mary smiled. Unless she's under some sort of influence, which I'd find almost impossible to believe, I'd trust Athena with my life. We've shared many a cup over her considerably long life, and I consider her one of my very few friends. Then she and her coven have the power required to free the Djinn? Lapis asked. Without a doubt, the oracle replied. Speak to her in private, though, and do it in the Hall of Fae. Have Caitlyn, your wolf, and these 2 accompany you. I'm not sure how, but you all have a role to play. By that time, Alexa and I had finished our tea. Mary reached for my cup first and flipped it over on the saucer. She ran her tongue over her teeth as she studied them. I was afraid of that. You're not dealing with one force. You're dealing with 2. What does that mean? I asked, my stomach sinking. She rubbed her forehead as she pushed the plate away. I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, I'd say Drake is still planning something, probably by manipulating the Djinn. It's possible the other is related to the other coven leader. That doesn't feel quite right, but I do feel a coven plays a role. She held up a hand. Like I said, that's just a guess, considering I saw you in a circle of witches. I wish I had more for you. I pulled in a deep breath and blew it out slowly, puffing my cheeks as I realized I'd forgotten to tell her about my experience with Lila. I haven't heard anything from Drake at all, but my sister was kidnapped last night. She called to me in my sleep and I teleported to her. Well, technically, I teleported into her, but that was my screw-up. Anyway, the Djinn was holding her captive, but managed to fight whoever was controlling him long enough for us to escape. She nodded thoughtfully. It's good that he's fighting it. That will make freeing him easier. Be careful whom you trust, mistress. It seems all is not as it appears, and until you have the whole picture,
you'll do well to bring as few people as possible into your inner circle. She reached for Alexa's cup and upended it as she had mine. After staring at them for a few moments, she shook her head. Frustration scrawled across her face. You shifters are hard, because there are both physical and mental dualities. All I can tell is that you'll play a major part in this. Stay close to her because she's going to need you. I always do, Alexa replied, and she has the full force of my pack, too. Mary gave a sharp nod. Good. Though I couldn't read much in your leaves, they did tell me that you're no threat to her. By extension, neither is your pack, because they're part of you. Keep her safe, fierce one. Though the details elude me, you do have a part to play. She stood and picked up our cups. When she touched mine, her gaze went unfocused. I recognized the expression from the last time I'd been there. She was having a vision. After a few moments, her expression returned to normal. What do you see? I asked. She drew down her brows and shook her head. It didn't make any sense. Give me a minute. She went to the sink and rinsed out our cups, then set them in the drain. Remember, you have the strength of many witches. When the time comes, you'll know when to use it. Alexa rolled her eyes. And when exactly will that time be? Mary shook her head and sighed. I don't know. I saw Jules and 12 shadows of her with a clock in the background. Usually, the clock tells me that something will happen at a certain point in time. This time, there were no hands, so I can't tell you when that is. But time is somehow important. All I can do is interpret it as best as I can, and that's it. She walked us to the front of the store, then held her hand out. It was good to see you, mistress. May the blessings of the goddess be upon you. I grasped her forearm in the manner that I was coming to learn was the way of the ancient ones. When she grasped mine back, she gasped and turned to Lapis. Keep her safe, Stone One. Alexa frowned and narrowed her eyes. You saw something. What was it? The oracle shook her head. I can't tell you. If I do, it'll prevent a chain of events that need to happen. The most I can say is to stay your path and don't let your guard down. With that, she nudged us out the door and pushed it shut behind us. Alexa huffed. She should have shared. What if not telling us what she saw puts your life at stake? I glanced around to make sure nobody was looking before I cast the invisibility spell. She did say my life is already at stake. I've thought a lot about it since our last encounter. She told me her visions are often vague, and I suspect the reason is because messing with fate is dangerous. If I were going to die, I feel confident she would have said so. All we can do is follow her advice and stay on our toes. You should teleport us home, she said. I shook my head slowly. That wasn't the plan, and I think in this case it would be best to take her words literally. Stay our path. We fly, but be on guard. No training this time, just a straight shot. As I climbed onto Lapis, I put an extra layer of protection around Alexa. I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to her, and my intuition was screaming that shit was about to get real. Chapter 22. My nerves were strung tight as a banjo as Lapis took to the sky. I kept my head on a swivel just like they'd been preaching at me to do. Even though we were invisible, the feeling that something was about to go down continued to grow in my gut. Something's about to happen, I told Lapis and Alexa through our link. But I don't know what or when. How can they attack us if we're invisible? I can smell you even from down here, Alexa replied. She'd no sooner said the words than I caught movement from the corner of my left eye. At least 8 griffins were crashing toward us, the maws on their eagle heads gnashing, and the muscles of their lions' bodies
straining hard to beat their wings, so fast I could barely see them. 9 o'clock, Lapis. Alexa, be on guard down there. We have a shit ton of griffins coming our way up here. Panic laced Alexa's response. I don't see anything down here, and I can't help you. Try coming down. At least then there will be 3 of us. The closer they got, the more they spread out. No less than a dozen of them hurtled toward us. Lapis responded as he shot us higher. It would be suicide to engage at all. There are too many. Our only hope is to outfly and outmaneuver them up here. Then get home, she said, frustration and fear, no doubt for us rather than herself, in her voice. I'll alert Ronan so he can be ready. No, I exclaimed. We can't lead them to the bar. It's bound to be busy by now. If they follow an attack, it'll be a bloodbath. I scrambled to find a solution. Lapis was right. There were too many of them for us to fight, but we couldn't lead them to any place where there would be humans. I gripped hard with my knees and legs as Lapis's powerful muscles surged beneath me, shooting us forward. I drew my cutlasses as the griffins approached, and suddenly Lapis flung his wings out, bringing us to a near halt before swerving to the right. Thankfully, the leg straps held me on. Why are you stopping? There's another group approaching from what was dead ahead, he replied. For the first time since I'd known him, there was a note of alarm in his voice. I glanced over his shoulders, only to find several dragons approaching from that direction. We were already flying so high that I was struggling a little to breathe, so going up wasn't an option. Even though I dreaded looking around, I had to. As I'd feared, we were surrounded, and they were coming in hot. How do they even know where we're at? I still have the invisibility spell in place. It has to be as Alexa said. They must be smelling us. As soon as he said it, the griffin leading the pack slowed and flung his head in the air, then drew in a deep breath. Sure enough, as soon as he did, he swung his head around and looked directly at us. I pulled up a fireball and flung it at him, but he swerved to the left just in time to miss it. Unfortunately, the one behind him didn't, and took the shot broadside, screaming as he burst into flames. 1 down, 24 or so to go, I said. While I'd been focused on the ones approaching from the left, they'd closed in from the right. Lapis reached out and swiped at the nearest one with his wicked stone claws, scoring an ugly gash to its neck. It only slowed it down for a second, though, and by that time, the dragons were nearly on us. I swung my left cutlass at another but missed. My right landed a glancing blow off another's skull, sending a vibration up my arm so strong that my fingers went numb for a second, and I dropped my weapon. In the split second that diverted my attention, another swooped up from under us, batting the other from my left hand with one paw, and tearing open Lapis's shoulder with the other. Weaponless, I panicked. Instantly, my grandmother's sword appeared in my hand, and I swung it instinctively. Unlike my cutlass had, it sliced cleanly through flesh and bone, beheading the beast with no more percussion in my hand than if I'd cut through air. Lapis's body shifted, and I gripped hard with my knees as he dropped headlong into a dive. It was only a temporary reprieve, though. There was no way we were going to be able to outrun or outfight all of them. Though we'd taken most of them by surprise, a few had apparently anticipated the move and followed. One was close enough that it reached out and tore open Lapis's haunch. Another dove in and batted my left leg to the side in an attempt to get to Lapis's belly. I ran my sword through his heart as 4 more approached from the right. The dragons were upon us, but as the leader flung out his wings and pulled in a deep breath, I assumed to breathe fire at us, he shook his head and blinked his large emerald eyes in surprised confusion. He pointed his nose at me and took another big sniff, then roared, and the 4 dragons behind him flung out their wings and slowed their approach. Before I could figure out what their strategy was, the lead one shifted and attacked the nearest griffin. I didn't have time to consider why he'd done it, because another griffin had dropped from above and grasped me with its talons, trying to pull me off Lapis while one of his buddies approached from beneath, swiping at my guardian's belly. Even though the 4 dragons appeared to have changed sides, we were still outnumbered by at least 3-1. A huge flash of white light from my right nearly blinded me, and I nearly lost my grip on Lapis. Unbelievably, Caitlyn and at least 20 of her soldiers had appeared astride their mounts. She drew back her bow and fired off 3 rapid shots, taking out 3 griffins in a row, while her massive Palomino pegacorn snaked his neck out, ripped a wing off another with his teeth, then stabbed it with his horn. Between the elves and the dragons, the battle only lasted a few more moments. As the last griffin fell from the sky, they formed a guard around us as we flew. Caitlyn approached me from above and reached out her hand as her voice sounded in my head. "Let me pull you up behind me. Lapis is in no shape to carry you the rest of the way home." Without giving it a second thought, I reached up and grabbed her forearm, and she grasped mine and pulled me up behind her. I glanced down at Lapis. One wing was torn, and he had at least 5 or 6 ugly gashes in his neck and flanks. I knew he'd taken at least 1 hit to his underbelly, too. "That makes no sense," I told Caitlyn. "The only wounds I have are 1 long scratch on my left arm and some punctures on my shoulders from where the griffin tried to rip me off Lapis. The scratch is pretty deep, but nothing that'll kill me." Though he was still flying, it was obviously a struggle. A dragon approached and slid close to him, motioning with its head for him to climb aboard. Lapis shook his head and waved him off, though. "Don't be a prideful idiot," I told him through our link. "You're gonna tear your wing even more if you try to fly. Take the ride." "We're almost home. I'm fine." Sure enough, the bar was in sight even though it was far below us. Caitlyn waved a hand, and the air shimmered around us all as if we'd been encompassed in a big bubble. Before I could figure out what had happened, Caitlyn answered the question for me. "You dropped your invisibility shield while you were battling." I put another one around all of us. There was a scolding note in the statement. Guilt tugged at me as I realized I might have gotten Lapis killed because I'd lost focus. I didn't even realize I had. Her tone softened. "I know. That's why you need to continue to train with me. Your friends have taught you how to access your magic, but you need to learn how to use it effectively in battle while you're also wielding your weapons. You have to be able to multitask or you won't survive long, and I've grown sort of attached to you." As we began our descent, the dragons veered off and disappeared, but not before the lead one roared. I whipped my head around, and when he caught my gaze, he hovered in the air, then dipped his head into what I could only describe as a bow. "Why did they change sides mid-battle and start protecting us?" I asked, utterly confused. She sighed. "Wait till we land. I think you need to tell me more about your interaction with Shira. I have a feeling that will answer your question, and I have several of my own." Shira was a sea serpent I'd encountered as part of the test we'd had to pass in order to get to Otherworld the first time, though I had no idea what she had to do with the situation at hand. As we touched down on the strangely empty beach in front of the bar, Caitlyn looked around, then made a series of hand motions to her people. In a blink, they transformed from elves clad in battle gear to surfer-looking humans in bathing suits. My bloody clothes disappeared, replaced with a white suit much skimpier than I would have ever chosen for myself. The pegacorns disappeared, and I tilted my head as 2 elves trooped past us, carrying a seemingly drunk person between them. It took me a second to see through the glamour one of them had cast, but when I did, I realized they were lugging an unconscious Lapis. I opened my mouth to fire off questions as we strode through the sand toward the bar, but Caitlyn held up one hand, while adjusting the top of her red bathing suit with the other. "Don't say anything until we're inside and can be sure we won't be overheard." It occurred to me that I hadn't heard from either Alexa or Ronan since we'd been attacked. It was possible Alexa had kept silent so as not to distract us, but Ronan had surely picked up on my panic through our link. Before I could puzzle it out, Ronan, Alexa, and Austin approached with Eddie and Eric close behind. All of them were battered and bleeding from one place or another. I did a quick assessment, and despite the amount of blood, nobody was seriously injured. "It's not safe here," Ronan clipped, his head on a swivel as his gaze darted continuously in all directions. He glanced at Caitlyn. "We need to get to Scotland, now." "Lapis is badly wounded," I replied. "I need to heal him before we go anywhere." He shook his head. "There's no time. Every second we stand here, you're in danger." Since we'd almost made it to the bar, I veered right into the stand of trees. My father had opened a hidden portal there so Lapis could travel easily back and forth between the bar and his people in Scotland, and that's where I headed. Less than a minute later, we'd left behind the sunny beaches of Florida for the loamy soil and much cooler temperatures of Scotland. Chapter 23. As soon as I had my balance after stepping through the portal, I rushed toward Lapis. The two elves holding him slid him gently to the ground, and he groaned but didn't open his eyes. I knelt down and patted him on the cheek, trying to bring him around. "Can you hear me?" As I waited for him to respond, I assessed his injuries. His left wing had a long tear, and several long gashes of varying severity covered his torso and thighs. He was bleeding badly from a few of them, and the amount of blood coursing from his body nearly sent me into a panic. "Help me roll him over, please," I said to the elves, urgency driving me to be less gentle than I could have been. Two of them stepped forward and did as I asked. Thankfully, his back was mostly unscathed, but he did have 2 long bloody wounds on each flank. As they gently released him so that he was on his back again, I patted his cheek, this time a little harder. I got no response. "If you don't heal him now, he's not going to make it," Caitlyn said, as she knelt down beside me. "I'll help." I closed my eyes and tried to calm my thoughts and focus on the earth beneath me so that I could gather my magic. As I did, Caitlyn started singing in Elven. Her voice was clear and almost entrancing, and the other elves joined in. Their magic swirled around me as I pulled healing energy from the earth and poured it into Lapis, addressing the worst of his wounds first. As with when I was healing Magnus, the energy flowed freely, almost as if it was pushing itself into me, rather than allowing me to draw from it. Slowly, I felt his injuries begin to knit. His uneven breathing smoothed into shallow but even breaths, and his heart gained strength. I sensed its rhythmic beating and his blood coursing stronger through his veins. Eric gripped my shoulder, breaking my concentration. "Jules, you can stop. He's healed well enough. You're going to pass out." Usually he'd have been right, but this time it felt like I'd barely used any energy at all. Before I released my magic, I did one final check to make sure I hadn't missed anything. Satisfied that I'd done all I could, I released it. As I opened my eyes, the elves stopped singing, and the air felt cooler as their magic dissipated. At first, I was afraid to look around. I'd pulled more energy from the earth than I ever had, so I fully expected the entire clearing to be brown and dead. Instead, it was greener and lusher than it had been when I'd started. My gaze bounced to Caitlyn, and she smiled. "We joined our magic with the Earth Mothers and lent her our strength. We were afraid she wouldn't be able to give you enough on her own, and we didn't want her to suffer for offering up herself either." Tears sprung to my eyes. It always hurt my heart when I drained the life from the grass and plants, and I was already feeling guilty enough for not protecting Lapis better. I glanced down at my arm because the long cut I'd had was no longer stinging. I was startled to see that the only thing left of it was a small pink line. Again, I looked to Caitlyn. I wasn't trying to heal myself. She offered me her hand to help pull me up. Consider it a gift from her. Now, I believe you have some other people to tend. I'd been so caught up in Lapis's injuries that I'd forgotten about the rest of my crew. I examined them all slowly. Ronan, Alexa, and Austin were in their wolf forms. We're fine. We only shifted back at the bar long enough to warn you, Ronan said through our link. Give us a few minutes and our magic will fully heal us. I turned to Eddie and Eric. They had some singes and cuts, but Eddie waved me off. We're fine. Thankfully, Austin was there to help initially, and you all were close enough that Alexa made it back in time to help us fight. Though he said they were fine, I gave them a once-over anyway, just to make sure they weren't playing it tough. Who, or rather what, attacked you? We had griffins and dragons, but something really weird happened with the dragons, and they stopped attacking us and turned on the griffins. If it weren't for that, we'd have never escaped. As I spoke, Lapis opened his eyes and pushed himself into a sitting position. I'm not sure if you noticed, Mistress, but they weren't attacking us. They were attacking me. I thought about that for a second, my mind wandering back over the battle. He was right. In fact, one of them had even gripped my shoulders so that another could attack Lapis, but it hadn't made any attempt to actually hurt me. I furrowed my brow. That doesn't make any sense. Not yet, anyway, Caitlyn replied. We need to get to Otherworld. It's safe there, and we can work through this. We need to figure out what the motive is. Have you considered going to see the Oracle? I pulled in a deep breath and blew it through pursed lips. Girl, there's so much I need to catch you up on. So much has happened since I saw you, and I'd love to hear your take on all of it. I also need to talk to Daniel, the second in command for the Djinns, and Athena. Lapis, who'd stood up, laid his hand on my shoulder. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd have been dead. I scoffed. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been in danger to begin with. He lifted a stone shoulder. My job is to protect you. If we're assigning guilt, I have to accept mine. Had Caitlyn not shown up, or if the dragons hadn't turned, which still needs explaining, I would have failed. It suddenly occurred to me that I had no idea why Caitlyn had shown up, or how she'd known we'd needed her. Not that I wasn't grateful. Before I could ask, though, Caitlyn waved her hand, annoyance flashing across her face. Nobody's to blame here except whoever staged the attacks. Now, before they figure out where we went and send somebody else after us, let's get to Otherworld. Not that I wasn't grateful and didn't appreciate the need to hurry, but I had to know how she'd known. I asked. She smiled and laid a hand on my shoulder. When we bonded, and I said you were one of us, I meant it. I felt the attack when it happened. That was a good enough answer for me. I glanced around at my crew and worried my lip. Right now we were just outside the portal between Scotland and my place, and that was at least an hour's walk to Magnus's. The sun was about to set, and the last thing I wanted was to be traipsing across the highlands after dark. I could teleport Ronan and Alexa and maybe Austin, but I'd never attempted more than that. I didn't figure now was the time to try new things. Can you teleport to Magnus's by yourself? I asked Eddie and Eric. Eric nodded. We've been there, so I don't see why not. Lapis, you can come with us. Caitlyn, I assume we'll use the portal by his house? No, she replied. I don't want to run the risk of anybody sensing us using it. I tried to talk Magnus into coming back to Otherworld, but he refused. I've warded his portal so that nobody can sense it, in order to protect him as much as I can. I would have taken it down completely, but I didn't want to leave Magnus without a way in. Maybe if he'd had more of a warning, he could have used it to get to safety. Lapis shook his head. I'm sorry, Caitlyn. I promised you my people would keep an eye on him, and we failed you. She slammed her hands on her hips and glowered at him. And how exactly did they do that? You can't have somebody stationed with him 24 hours a day. He'd drive them batty, and they'd get on his nerves because he'd feel like he was being babysat. He's a powerful elf and doesn't need looking after. Besides, the people who attacked him used magic. What could your people have done? She had him there. Gargoyles didn't have any magic per se, so it was likely they'd have been killed. We've sat here long enough, and arguing about who's at fault is pointless because nobody is, Ronan snapped. Let's go. The sooner we're in Otherworld, the better off we'll be. He reached out his hand to me, and so did Alexa and Austin. I glanced toward Lapis, who hadn't moved toward Eddie and Eric. What are you waiting for? I need to talk to my brother and my people. We need to coordinate and possibly set up a bigger guard for you. You'll be safe in Otherworld, so I can do that without worrying about you. My first impulse was to ask who was going to look after him, but I knew that would go over like a fart in church. Instead, I turned to Caitlyn. Will our communication link work if I'm in Otherworld and he's still here? Her lips curled into a small smile. You need to learn the extent of your powers. I have very little doubt you can do whatever you set your mind to. The short answer to your question is yes. As long as you want to communicate with him, or he with you, it doesn't matter where you are. I didn't bother to ask her what the long answer was, because it didn't really matter. Do what you need to do, and keep me posted, I told Lapis. As soon as you're ready to come to Otherworld, let me know, and we'll get you there. I wasn't exactly sure how that would go down, but I was sure we could make it happen somehow. Wait, Alexa said to me. The Oracle told us to stay together. She specifically said to take me, Lapis, and Ronan to Otherworld with you. I glanced at Caitlyn, who shrugged. I've found that ignoring Mary's guidance rarely goes well, but it's your call. Lapis sighed and reached his hand toward Eddie. I'll make the arrangements when we get back. So we'll meet you at Magnus's house then, walk to the other portal? I asked Caitlyn, letting my gaze bounce to Eddie and Eric to make sure they understood. Caitlyn nodded, and I closed my eyes and focused on the outside of his treehouse as I pulled us through the vortex. For a brief instant, I felt as if I were teleporting through sludge, but the feeling quickly passed. I made a mental note to ask Caitlyn about it, because I'd never experienced it. Since we were mid-teleport, though, I pushed on. As soon as my feet were on solid ground, I opened my eyes. As always, the succulent smell of exotic wildflowers surrounded us, and all of the plants seemed brighter colored. Magnus, who was tending some unbelievably vivid pink and purple flowers, bounced toward us. A wide grin stretched across his face. When he got to me, he dropped into a low bow. Mistress, it's such a pleasure to see you. What can I do for you today? Would you care for some honey brew? Are you hungry? I just fixed a bowl of the most delicious berries. I smiled as his infectious energy surrounded me. That sounds delightful, Magnus, but we're just stopping by on our way to Otherworld. I also wanted to make sure you're okay. He nodded his head like a bobblehead doll. Oh, I'm more than okay. In fact, your healing magic even took away some of the aches my old bones were starting to get. I'm most grateful. Caitlyn stepped forward. Has anybody been around? Magnus shook his head. Nobody but the bees, milady. She gave him a sharp nod. Good. I wish you'd come back to Otherworld, but since you're being stubborn, please let me know if you see or hear anything. And for the mother's sake, be careful. Magnus bowed his head. Rest assured that they won't take me by surprise the next time, if there is one. I've doubled my wards so that nobody but Lapis's people, you and the Mistress of Balance and her guard, can breach them. That's how I knew you were coming. Anybody who tries to will have a most unpleasant surprise. If they lived through that, the wards are only the beginning of the problem. That problem explained the sludgy feeling I'd encountered while I was teleporting us. As he spoke the words, the carefree expression I'd always seen on his face shifted into that of a warrior. I was so surprised that I resisted the urge to step back, and he laughed. You seem surprised, mistress. I may choose to live my life with joy, but one should never mistake happiness for a weakness, for they do not necessarily go hand in hand. The lanky elf never failed to surprise me, and in this case, it was a pleasant experience. I reached out and laid my hand on his shoulder. I'm glad to hear it. I'd hate for such a bright light to be extinguished. He winked at me. Not as much as I would, as I recently discovered. Now, if there's nothing else I can do for you, I need to get back to my flowers. They were quite unhappy with me because I forgot to water them last night, and I doubt you're going to Otherworld for a vacation. May the Earth Mother protect you. I opened my mouth to reply, but he'd already turned his back on us and was headed back toward his plants. I shook my head and smiled at Ronan, who just shrugged. He's right, Caitlyn said, as she motioned for us to follow her in the direction of the portal that led to Otherworld. We have many things to discuss, and very little time to discuss them, and you need to sleep. As I followed her, I barely noted the near teal grass or the heady, exotic scents emanating from the fantastically bright wildflowers. Instead, I did my best to prioritize the long list of questions in my head as I dragged my feet toward the portal. For the 1,000th time since assuming my role, I felt like I was fighting with a blindfold, and I was tired of it. Chapter 24. One advantage I had in Otherworld was that time worked differently. The last time I'd been here, I'd spent 2 days, but only a few hours had passed in my world. That gave me a serious leg up, because I would take the time to regroup and plan without giving whoever was plotting against me much time to make another move. Let's get going, Caitlyn said, striding away. Even with the time gap, I don't want to give them any more time than we have to. They're moving fast, so I have to assume whatever they're planning is going to happen soon. I moved to follow her, then realized what direction she was headed. Tell me we don't have to go through the Fae portal? The one and only time I'd gone to Otherworld, I'd had to go through the portal meant to be used by Fae only. There were 4 tests that everybody had to get through in order to actually make it to Otherworld, and all of them were brutal, unless, of course, you were Fae. The first was that the portal itself was hidden at the bottom of a waterfall. To get to it, you had to jump off a janky footbridge and plummet at least 100 yards down to the water below. Once you hit it, magic pulled you to the bottom, and the portal would pull you through. Even assuming someone could figure out the location, the jump alone would have scared the bejesus out of most people. Even setting that aside, the jump had turned out to be the easy part. The second test was a sea serpent named Shira, who was waiting on the other side of the portal. Her only job was to keep anybody unworthy out. We'd only managed to get past her after she'd beat on us, and we'd reciprocated for a solid 5 minutes. That doesn't sound like very long, but when the water version of a dragon is trying to kill you, time tends to drag. The other tests had included a wraith that tried to lead us to our deaths, and a final one that led us to jumping into a stream filled with zombie sharks. All in all, not my idea of a good time. Caitlyn tossed a grin at me over her shoulder. How did you think we were going to get there? Don't be a baby. You made it through them once, so the second time should be a breeze. Besides, we only have to get through the portal. After that, we can teleport to my castle." I breathed a sigh of relief. Even though we'd figured out the tests and could get through them, there would have still been a long trek through biting pixies, murderous trolls, and Lord only knew what else along the way. I'd only made it a few steps before Serby and Brutus appeared out of nowhere. Brutus jumped up and licked my hand, then ran a couple of circles around Ronan. Serby did the same to Eric and Eddie. I shook my head and smiled, because it was becoming obvious that no matter where we were, the two dogs could find us. I also felt a little guilty because I hadn't even given them any thought. Granted, we'd been through a lot in the past half hour, and both of them were more than capable of taking care of themselves, but they were still part of the family. I bent down and gave Brutus's ears a quick scratch, then squished his face and gave him a kiss on his nose. "You're a good boy. I'm glad you found us." Since it was all I really had time for, I gave him another scratch before pushing back to my feet and trotting to catch up to Caitlyn and her crew. Within a couple minutes, we came to the bridge. Despite knowing what was at the bottom, I struggled to control an onset of panic at the thought of jumping. Ronan must have sensed my internal freakout because he took my hand and gave it a squeeze. We'll jump together. Unlike me, Eric and Eddie were quick to follow the elves, only giving them enough time to get through the portal and down the small slide that ended in Shira's cavern. I motioned for Lapis to go ahead, and his stone lips curved into a smile. Look at the Mistress of Balance, quaking at the thought of jumping off a bridge into a waterfall, right after she lopped off at least 5 or 6 griffin heads. I scowled at him as he jumped. "Don't make me regret bringing you back." Still, when he put it like that, I really felt like a chicken and steeled myself to jump without having to do the whole 1, 2, 3, go thing. The dogs had jumped alongside of Lapis, and I only waited a few seconds after his ginormous stone body hit the water with an impressive splash before I nodded to Ronan, and we both stepped off the bridge at the same time. Unlike the first time, I remembered to pull in a deep breath before we hit the surface. It wasn't exactly a long way through the water, but I'd barely made it the last time because I hadn't gulped in enough air. A few seconds later, the now familiar pull of the portal grabbed me and pulled me through to the slope that led to the cavern. This time, I was oriented and ready. Shira poked me with her nose as soon as I landed, then drew back, her dragon-shaped head undulating back and forth as she puffed out her luminescent turquoise wings for balance. "It's good to see you, mistress. I wasn't sure if our paths would ever cross again, but I'm glad they did. Welcome back to Otherworld." I stood and smiled, then cast the spell that would dry off Ronan and me. Serby bounced toward Shira, tail wagging, and she coughed out a dry laugh at his antics as I stepped forward. "It's good to see you too, Shira. I've had quite the journey since we last met, and this has been a rough day. It's nice to see a friendly face." "Yes," she said, drawing out the final S into a serpent-like hiss. "I heard. I hope my brethren were of help." I tilted my head at her. "How did you know?" She dipped down so that she was eye level with me. "The dragons had been tasked to kill Lapis. When they smelled my scents running through your veins, Cedric reached out to me through the dragon link. I informed him in no uncertain terms that you were blood kin to me and were to go unscathed. Since you were with Lapis and would have come to harm had Cedric killed him, the gargoyle fell under my protection as well. When we battled when I'd first come to Otherworld, we'd both been injured, though hers had been much worse than mine. I'd healed her, but hadn't yet learned I could pull energy from the elements. In fact, thinking about it, she was the first creature I'd ever used that magic on. It had come to me as an instinct, but I wondered now if it was a memory of my ancestors that Morgana had predicted I'd access. Anyway, as a result, I'd been drained to the point of passing out. She'd used her magic to heal me, and that must have been what Cedric had smelled. I owed her my life, but she'd also said the dragons were tasked with killing Lapis. I'm grateful for that. We were badly outnumbered, and without your help, we would have died. Do you know why they were tasked to kill Lapis, or who issued the order? Her expression became troubled. I do not know, nor will my brethren answer me. It's usually our rule that we don't get involved in other creatures' battles. I don't know what they're doing, but whatever it is, I'm glad he recognized and respected our bond. Otherwise, I'd have had to leave my post to kill him. Can your kind be controlled by Djinn? Caitlyn asked, stepping up beside me. Shira sighed. Unfortunately, yes, or at least by some Djinn. We can resist the younger or weaker ones, but older or more powerful ones can draw us into their thrall. She glanced back and forth between Ronan, me, and Caitlyn. Do you have reason to believe the dragons are enthralled? I shrugged helplessly. At this point, we have no idea what to believe. All we know is that we were attacked mid-air by dragons and griffins, and we're losing badly until the dragons shifted sides right before Caitlyn and her crew showed up. Then I'm glad I could help. Did they escort you home? I asked them to. I nodded. They did. I was glad because we had no idea where the attack came from, or if there were more on the way. The real question here, Ronan said, is why they were trying to take out Lapis. I pressed my lips together and thought over the entire situation. I don't think they were just trying to take out Lapis. In case you've forgotten, they attacked the bar too. There's no way the attacks were separate and coincidental. Did they seem to target anybody in particular there? It struck me then that there had likely been non-magical guests at the bar. And did anybody see them or get hurt? Alston shook his head. No, thankfully it's a weekday, so most people are working. You know how it is on a Wednesday morning. So what attacked you? I can't imagine griffins managed to come in under your radar. They're humongous and not exactly able to blend in with beachgoers. Ronan shook his head. No, it was 2 witches and a wizard. They just came in through the regular entrance and started attacking. With lightning? Caitlyn asked. Alston shook his head. No, with what felt like mind magic. They froze us in place and then pulled up fireballs. Ronan managed to break loose and then used his alpha link to free me. Eric used his nulling magic, but it didn't seem to work on 2 of them. Alexa got there right about that time, and between all of us, we managed to beat them. Alexa and Ronan were going in for the kill when they teleported. Caitlyn huffed a rude snort out through her nose. That was a gross tactical error. I would never send only 3 people after an alpha male and female, especially if there were more wolves or potentially more witches or wizards. It was also stupid of them to attack you in broad daylight on your own territory. Was this while the mistress was gone? Shira asked. I nodded. As far as I can tell, it was exactly when we were being attacked. That explains it then, she replied, her beautiful emerald eyes glittering knowingly. The time and setting, not the stupidity of it. They had you separated, and I assume that doesn't happen often. It was a coordinated attack, meant to take out your team. Ronan rubbed his chin, then ran his fingers through his hair. That makes sense. Why would they try to take us out, but not her? Shira cocked her head and studied him for a second. And that, Wolf, is the question you should be asking yourself, for when you find the answer, you'll likely figure out the reason behind the strategy. Caitlyn spread her legs to shoulder width and put her hands behind her back. "And what, wise one, do you believe is going on?" Shira smiled. "It's been many centuries since I've been in battle, my queen, but it's a strategy I would use to get the mistress alone. She is young in years and experience, and she still depends greatly on her team, even though she doesn't need to. She carries the magic of a powerful coven within her, but she hasn't yet learned to use it. Eliminating her team would leave her like a newly hatched dragon alone in its nest." "It's what I would do too," Alexa said, frowning. "As you've said, she's powerful, but she doesn't understand that yet. On her own, she'd still be formidable, but vulnerable. She hasn't developed either the tactical or the magical skill to defeat an experienced faction on her own. By eliminating her guardians, their odds of fulfilling their objective greatly increase. The question then becomes who is pursuing her and why." "You've given us much to think on, Ancient One," Caitlyn replied. "As soon as we get to the castle, I'll reach out to our contacts to see what they've heard." "Wait just a moment," Shira said, then disappeared into the recesses of her cave and dug around in a pile of random stuff that included everything from skulls to battle helmets. "Ah, here they are," she said with a satisfied dragon smile. She turned back toward us and lumbered toward me, holding 2 cylinders of jewel-encrusted leather. She held them out to me. I took them and examined them in the light coming from the mouth of the cave. Adjustable straps with golden buckles held the 2 edges of the leather together long ways, and runes burned into the leather ran between the jewels. "Thank you, but what are they?" "They're arm sheaths. When you're in battle, wear them on your forearms, and they'll protect you from injury. When Cedric sent me your image through our link, your arms were bare and bleeding. They're dragon-made, and each of the runes are for protection. The jewels are charged with healing energy. If you ever find yourself exhausted or injured in battle, simply tap into their reserves. They'll also mark you as dragon protected, so there won't be any confusion that could lead to any of my kind acting against you unknowingly, as almost happened with Cedric." "Wow," I said, strapping them on. They fit perfectly from my wrist to my elbows. "Thank you, Shira. I have nothing to give you in return." "You already did, mistress," she replied, touching the right cuff of her nose. "You restored my faith in humanity, or at least some of it. Wear them in good health, and may they protect you, whatever may come." Since I had no reply to something that deep, we said our farewells to Shira, and then teleported to Caitlyn's castle. The conversation with the sea serpent had left me with more questions than answers. More alarming than that, though, was that the people I'd come to care about deeply now had targets on their backs because of me, and that was getting old. Chapter 25. I wanted to call a meeting with Athena and Daniel as soon as we got to the castle, but Ronan shook his head. "You're exhausted, and time is different here. We have no idea what we're up against, but you've been through too much to go into any sort of battle without giving your body and your brain a chance to rest." "He's right," Caitlyn said. "All of you have been through too much today. You need time to recharge, both physically and emotionally, because none of you are in top battle form. We rest tonight, then resume first thing in the morning." She motioned toward Aisling, a green-haired elf whom I'd come to think of as a friend. "Show the mistress and her entourage to the rose rooms, please. Then see to it that they receive food." "Yes, Majesty," she replied with a curtsy before turning to us. "If you'll follow me, we'll have you fixed up in no time." The suite Caitlyn had put us in was both simple and beyond luxurious, something only elves seemed to be able to manage. As with the rest of the castle, the entire room, walls, floors, furniture, were made from seamless wood that had no doubt been sung into existence. Rich homemade quilts covered the bed, and hand-woven lace curtains fluttered in the breeze, wafting through the open windows. "Wow," I said, looking around, then casting a longing look at the bed. "It's beautiful, but we really don't have time to rest." Ronan wrapped his arms around me, and I sagged against him, exhaustion pulling me down. "A good warrior knows when she's had enough, and you need to learn to listen to your body. A whole lot more than your life hangs in the balance, though that's enough for me. I won't risk losing you in battle because I allowed you to charge in with your brain and body sluggish from weariness. If you won't do it for yourself, remember that many lives, including mine, are in your hands. Rest." As soon as he finished, a soft knock sounded on the door. Niam, a young elf I'd met the last time I'd been there, brought a tray laden with fruits, cheeses, and a pitcher. She set it on the table, then curtsied. "I hope you enjoy it, mistress." I smiled at her, wishing I had some candy. She'd loved the M&Ms I'd given her the last time, but it wasn't exactly like we'd planned the trip. "Thank you, Niam. I'm sure I will." After we'd eaten our fill, I stripped out of my grungy clothes while I ran the tub full of hot water scented with citrusy soap that I'd found on a small shelf above it. Sighing, I sank into the steaming water, fighting off the remnants of guilt. "Relax," Ronan said from behind me, as his long fingers sank into my shoulder muscles. He pushed his thumbs into the spots where my neck and shoulder met, and I groaned as he rubbed the tension away, then lathered me up, only making me move so he could wash my hair. Between the hot water, the heavenly scent of whatever oils emanated from the soap, and Ronan's tending, I was almost too relaxed to get out of the tub. He laughed when I groaned in protest as he pulled me to my feet and dried me off. "I'd like to wash the day's grime off me too, so stop hogging the tub. Head to the bed, and I'll meet you there in a minute." I was so tired I couldn't even appreciate the delicious view of his body as he ran fresh water and climbed into the tub. I snuggled under the quilts and passed out before he'd even lathered up. I woke for an instant when he joined me, but only long enough to snuggle back into him. After that, I was gone. Chapter 26. The next morning, a knock at the door woke us up. We pulled on robes we'd found folded on the bed, then answered. Niam stood there holding a wooden tray laden with goodies. "I've brought you breakfast, and Milady says she'll meet you in the common room in 15 minutes. "Thanks, Niam," I said, smiling at her as she slid the tray onto a small table in front of the window. I plucked a piece of juicy pink fruit from the tray. I knew from experience that it tasted sort of like a cross between a strawberry and a cantaloupe, and my stomach growled as I examined the rest of what she'd brought. She'd also included a small pitcher of what served for coffee in Otherworld, except it was much more effective, and the burst of energy lasted longer. I picked up my clothes from the night before and cringed. They were stained and smelled like I'd rolled in a dumpster. At least my chaps and the arm sheaths were good, but I dreaded even putting my jeans, shirt, and socks back on. Niam crinkled her nose but reached for them. "Here, mistress, if I may." I was a little embarrassed to hand them to her, but I did anyway. She swirled her hand in front of them, and sparkly pink magic flowed from her fingers for a second. "There," she said, grinning. "Now you don't have to walk around smelling like troll dung." She slapped a hand over her mouth, and her cheeks went pink with embarrassment when she'd realized what she'd said. Niam was a child in elven years, and she still had a lot of whimsical youthfulness about her. She hadn't quite learned the social nuances yet, which I found both funny and endearing. She reminded me a lot of Kyle, my youngest son. I grinned as I took a tentative sniff of the clothes. They smelled like sunshine and clean linens, with a touch of jasmine. No need to be embarrassed. You were just stating the facts, and I appreciate the help. Her face was still flushed, but she dropped her hand. Aiden says honesty is always the best policy, but that tact is also necessary. He tells me all the time that I don't have to let every thought that crosses my brain fall out of my mouth. Well, I replied, as she worked the same magic on Ronan's clothes. He's right on both counts, but don't worry about it. We just appreciate your help. You're welcome, milady, she said, then paused awkwardly and looked at her feet as she twirled the end of one of her pink braids. I recognized the stance. She had something to say, and it was probably going to be because she'd somehow broken the rules. Is there something else, sweetie? It's just, if you could keep the clothes thing between us, I'd appreciate it. Aiden knows I hate doing dishes and laundry, so those are often the chores he doubles when I'm in trouble. My friend Holly taught me the laundry spell so we could sneak off to go visit the unicorns, so maybe Aiden doesn't need to know about it. The mom in me understood she was skirting her punishment and should at least get a stern warning, but I didn't have it in me to rat her out. Your secret's safe with me, but maybe try harder to stay out of trouble instead of finding ways to cheat your way out of the consequences, okay? She smiled in relief, then dipped into a quick curtsy and skipped toward the door. I'll do my best, mistress. Somehow, I doubted that. Chapter 27. After dressing and wolfing down some food, we made our way through the labyrinth of hallways to the common room. As with the rest of the castle, the decor was simple, elegant and homey all at once, with hand-woven tapestries depicting nature and battles gone, decorating the walls and floors, a beautiful chandelier made of some sort of coppery-colored metal, and burnished wood floors. Good morning, Caitlyn said, rising from a wingback chair. The remains of her breakfast sat on a tray beside her, and she drained the last of the elven coffee from her mug. Sorry for waking you so early, but even with the time difference, we've still lost considerable time. We need to get to it. Agreed, Ronan replied, and now that we're all rested, we're ready to go. The rest of our crew trickled in over the next few minutes. Then we made our way to what appeared to be a situation room. Much like every other room in the castle, the walls, floors, and ceilings were made of seamless wood. But the computer sitting on the desk and the maps tacked to the walls were a stark contrast to the old-world feel of the rest of the castle. Once we were settled, Caitlyn didn't waste any time summoning Aiden, her second-in-command. Have you heard anything from the other side? He shook his head, causing a lock of dark hair to fall across his face. No, Your Majesty. All's been quiet on this side. We did get word of more attacks, but none on Fae. Caitlyn frowned. I didn't ask if you'd heard anything about Fae. I asked if you've heard anything at all. That surprised me. Caitlyn rarely snapped at anybody, especially Aiden. They'd been close for centuries, even before Caitlyn had assumed the throne, so it made me wonder if her outward calm was just a facade. Maybe she was just as freaked out as I was, but was just hiding it better. Aiden averted his gaze. Of course, Your Majesty, my apologies. The attacks have all been on witches, 2 more dead, another missing. Caitlyn clasped her hands behind her back and paced in front of the stone fireplace. Do we have any information on the witches? Aiden shook his head. No, we have the names, but that's about it. We were just about to contact the Coven leader when you summoned me. Caitlyn waved a hand, but continued to pace. Leave the names with me. I'll handle the rest. Keep an ear out, and report to me immediately if you hear anything out of the ordinary at all. I don't just mean missing or dead people. I want to hear about any strange occurrence, no matter how trivial it may seem to you, and regardless of whether it's here or in the big world. She paused. And can you please contact Daniel, second in command to the Djinns, and ask him to meet us in the hall? He gave her a short bow. Yes, my queen. Once he'd left the room, Caitlyn turned to Eddie and Eric. "How much do you know about the witches in your area?" Eric lifted a shoulder helplessly, and Serby nudged his hand with a whine. "Not as much as we should, apparently. A lot of us keep to ourselves and are either sole practitioners or have a single partner. We do get together sometimes for traditional celebrations, but that's about it. Julie is the head of the local coven, but the ring the oracle gave Jules warned her that Julie meant her harm when she met with her yesterday morning. I do know she seems to have an odd relationship with the necromancer." Eddie raised a brow and gave Eric a chastising glance. "We don't know if it's weird or not. It could just be they're bumpin' uglies or something, but they did seem like an odd pair." He shuddered. "I might be biased, though. Necromancers give me the creeps." For the first time since we jumped from the bridge, Caitlyn's mouth quirked into a small smile. "I think that's fairly common. I feel the same. Death is sacred, and the afterlife shouldn't be disrupted." I leaned a hip against the intricately carved oak table, and Brutus plopped down on the cool wood floor beside my feet. "What's the deal with them anyway? I mean, I've read about them in books, but that was all fiction. We touched on it earlier, but I still don't get it. What's the benefit of raising somebody from the dead?" Caitlyn sighed. "You'd be surprised. A good necromancer can bring up beings back far enough that they can use the magic they possessed during life, assuming they have any of their energy left. What many of them don't account for, though, is that the soul they're summoning hasn't just been sitting idle. Of course, nobody knows what happens after death, but I believe you face the Earth Mother, and she determines whether you still have lessons to learn in this life or not. If you do, and I suspect most of us do, you're sent back and given another chance to learn the lessons that you missed in your former life. If you've achieved the best version of yourself, then you're allowed to pass on." Though my beliefs were similar, I wasn't sure how a necromancer fit into that. "So, where do the spirits come from that necromancers call upon, if we either get reincarnated or pass on to wherever?" She pressed her lips together and nodded in approval. "Now, that is a wise question. As I said, this is only supposition, but I believe there's a waiting period between lives. It gives you a chance to contemplate the lessons you failed to learn. I believe time probably functions differently there, if it exists at all." She held up a hand when Eric, the scientific one of us, started to speak. "I understand that on this plane time has to exist, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the case everywhere. Perhaps time only exists for some. Either way, these souls have had a chance to think about what they've done. Some, of course, will look upon their failures as an opportunity to grow, which is the proper way to go about it. Others will be chafed by it. Many people don't do well feeling judged, and I assume that propensity doesn't go away when you die. It festers and twists the soul. And if it's one of those beings that the necromancer summons, the bitterness and anger now have an escape route on this plane. If, on the other hand, the spirit is at peace, then I could also see where that could go both ways, good ending or bad." I wasn't even sure what to say to that because it was utterly terrifying. It also made absolute sense to me and wasn't far off from what I believed. "So, why do they summon them?" Eddie cleared his throat. "That's what makes him so creepy. Nobody gets it. The only semi-good reason I've ever heard for doing it is to ask a critical question that only the dead one can answer. For instance, I once worked with a necromancer who had a gig job summoning recently deceased loved ones to find out things like where the family grimoire was hidden or who murdered them. He hated doing the latter ones because, as Caitlyn said, they were usually angry." That made sense in a certain macabre way, but I was sure the necromancer involved here, assuming he was involved, didn't want to find out Grandma's secret spell for killer meatloaf. Caitlyn stopped pacing and turned to Bridget, the golden-haired elf who teleported Lapis to Magnus's. "Gather all the information you can on both the necromancer
and the witch named Julie, who runs the Coven in Jules's area. Bridget bobbed her head. Yes, Your Majesty. You have a name for the necromancer? That'll make my job much easier. Robert Wilson, Eddie replied. He works at a voodoo shop about a block south of the bar. That was just too much. I raised a brow at him. Really? A voodoo shop? Eddie turned one side of his mouth up into a half smile. Yeah, how cliché is that? He advertises as a medium, and apparently not a good one. His Yelp reviews give him an average of 2 stars. Most of them mention the creep factor. I went in months ago just to check the place out, and he even wears a black cape. Eric shuddered. And it's not even a stylish one. It's one of those nylon ones that you buy at Walmart during Halloween. Honestly, the man calls himself a necromancer, then walks around in a Halloween costume meant for children. He rolled his eyes and threw up a hand, palm out. Bitch, please. Despite the gravity of the situation, or maybe because my cheese was about to slip off my cracker, I laughed. The righteous indignation in the name of fashion was just too much. Even the outrageous aloha shirts they always wore, I'd recently discovered, were custom tailored. I couldn't even imagine how offended they'd been when they'd seen a real necromancer wearing a cheap Dracula cape. Caitlyn gave all 3 of us a parental-like look of disgust as she took a seat in the intricately carved chair behind her desk. Lost, grimoires, and unsolved murders are problems for the living and are no longer concerns of the dead. They should be left to their peace. Necromancers are unnatural creatures. Properly chastened, I changed the subject. We need to find out what's going on with the Djinn. By all accounts, it's no easy task to capture one, and I assume the king's at the top of the food chain. It was a bold move, so I have to assume whatever they're planning requires a high level of intricate magic. Caitlyn drummed her fingers on her desk in thought. Or else, they need someone with enough power to perform a relatively common bit of magic over many people at the same time. Lapis pulled in a deep breath. Can a necromancer summon more than one spirit at a time? I've never heard of it, and I'm not that familiar with that form of magic. Maybe, Eric replied, slowly nodding his head. If he's powerful enough. I don't know enough about this man to tell you whether he has that kind of juice or not. Caitlyn jumped to her feet. Then we need somebody who does. She turned to a green-haired elf standing guard along the wall. Aisling, find Athena. Ask her if she would please join us in the Hall of Fae. Aisling bobbed her head and sprinted into action. Yes, Your Majesty, I'll insist. Caitlyn shook her head. No, that doesn't work well with her. Be respectful and polite. She's an old witch, deserving of that. Aisling's cheeks pinked. My apologies, Your Majesty. Of course she is. It suddenly occurred to me that she'd just sent 1 and maybe 2 people outside of Otherworld to bring other people into it. I understood how Aisling was going to get Athena to the Hall of Fae, but I had no idea how either of them got out. Can you teleport out of Otherworld without using a portal? Caitlyn shook her head. No, but I do have a portal set up near here as an exit only. It also has several protective spells on it that require quite specific details in order to use it. Since she didn't elaborate, I didn't ask. That was something she used to guard the safety of her entire world, and they were secrets I didn't need to know. Fortunately, the test to Caitlyn's sanity ended when Aiden popped his head through the door. Daniel awaits you in the hall. Caitlyn nodded. Thank you for acting with haste. We have no time to dally. Without further ado, Caitlyn strode toward the door and motioned for us to follow her. When we got to the massive carved door that led to the Hall of Fae, she paused and formally invited us in. I wouldn't typically do this, but I feel like each of you has something to contribute, and the Oracle said you all had a part to play. We need a hive mind, but we also need independent thinkers. Fortunately, we can all fill both roles at the same time, and that's what we should do now. We barely managed to step through before Daniel rushed towards us. I understand you have news of our king, your majesty. Caitlyn dipped her head. We do. Unfortunately, it seems he's been captured. We don't know yet by whom or for what reason, but we were hoping you could help us figure that out. Caitlyn gave him all the information we had so he could hopefully add a few pieces to the puzzle. Since I had no idea what a djinn could actually do, I was especially anxious to hear his response. He paused for a long moment after Caitlyn finished, and I began to worry. When he finally did answer, I found myself wishing he had remained silent. His face seemed to age before my eyes, as a mixture of fear and concern etched his face, and his skin seemed to turn a bit gray. That's not good at all, milady. In fact, it could be catastrophic. A little-known skill that my king has is mind control. He can control numerous minds at once. How many? Snapped Caitlyn. Daniel shrugged. As many as he wants, I suppose. I mean, he can't control the whole world, but if he's tasked to make them all do the same thing, then dozens? Hundreds? He's never tested it. I couldn't wrap my mind around that level of magic. For that matter, the coordination it would require was mind-boggling. I didn't have any problem walking and chewing gum, but if you threw juggling into that, I wouldn't have been able to manage more than a couple of oranges. Daniel slid into a chair at the table. Very few people know about it, and I've only seen him use it once, many eons ago on the battlefield when all seemed lost. If your necromancer is strong enough to summon many magical souls at once, and my master is ordered to control them, it could be an apocalyptic storm. We have to assume that person isn't out to spread flowers and sunshine, so I suggest we move now and enlist all the factions we can to find him. I closed my eyes and pulled in a deep breath. I was getting sick and tired of people trying to take over the world. Frankly, it was getting to the point of ridiculousness. Since it was my job to make sure this kind of thing didn't happen, I was determined to put a world-class Southern beatdown on whoever was behind this, so that anybody else would think twice before they decided to cross me again. Chapter 28. Before I'd even had a chance to process the apocalyptic news Daniel had laid down on me, Aisling and a willowy blonde woman, who looked to be around 40, stepped through the portal door Athena had used to enter and leave the hall during the first meeting. "Who's that?" I asked, "and where's Athena?" "That's Quinn," Caitlyn replied, her tone heavy with dread. "Athena's second in command, and I have no idea why she's here instead." A chill of foreboding slithered down my spine. Caitlyn had asked for Athena. It was possible she'd been out checking on other witches or somehow otherwise indisposed and sent her second. But every sense I had was screaming something was wrong. Ronan took my hand, probably picking up on my sense of impending doom. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Let's get as much information as we can so that we can find a solution. I'd also like to ask this woman about Julie. The ring's reaction doesn't sit right with me." "Nor with me," Caitlyn tossed over her shoulder as she headed toward the massive round meeting table. "I don't know Julie that well, but I have met her on a few occasions. I didn't pick up anything negative from her either. In fact, she was one of the lightest-souled witches I'd ever met." I chewed on my lip, thinking. That had been my gut feeling the first time I met her, too. In fact, I hadn't picked up anything negative while we'd been talking. Had the ring not changed colors, I'd have asked her for help. "I think maybe we should find out why Quinn is here instead of Athena first." "Indeed," Caitlyn replied, then pinched her lips together, her expression grim as we approached the slender witch. Quinn rose to her feet. "I assume you summoned Athena to discuss the disappearances.
I'm afraid something terrible has happened. Fabulous. As if hearing that our captured Djinn could bring about the apocalypse wasn't bad enough, this woman had another layer of Chicken Little level crap to add. I suddenly wished the energizing brew had been some of the knock-you-on-your-ass elven wine I'd had the last time I'd been here. Hearing so many words synonymous with the apocalypse together so many times in such a short span of time was enough to drive anybody to drink. A lot. I ran my tongue across my teeth. Then lay it on us. We have a lot to discuss, and if what we've learned is accurate, we need to move as quickly as we can to find out who we're dealing with, and why they're killing some, but kidnapping others. Where's Athena? Quinn ran her fingers through her raven hair, and I could feel her agitation even 10 feet away. Athena is missing, and I don't mean dead. She and her daughter have a connection, and though Serena can still feel her, Athena isn't responding. When was the last time somebody talked to her? Alexa asked, taking control of the situation. Yesterday morning. Then she didn't answer Serena last night. She contacted me first this morning and asked me to check on her mother. When I went to her place, she was gone. Was there any sign of a struggle, or did you pick up any traces of magic? Caitlyn asked, resuming her pacing. Quinn shook her head. No, but her door was unlocked, and it never is. I can't swear for certain that her wards were down, because she has them set to let me through, but I didn't feel them like I usually do. As her second, we have a link, though we typically keep the doors mostly shut just for privacy purposes. One time of forgetting to answer her daughter I might understand, though it would be highly unusual. Not responding to me when I put out an obvious SOS is unthinkable. No way is she safe and sound and not answering me. Okay, Caitlyn said, taking a seat beside me and leaning forward on her elbows. Let's start with what you know about the disappearances. The last time we talked, she was going to check on some lone practitioners. She did. Athena and I have been doing some research, Quinn said. It didn't make sense to us that they were random. They weren't local to any geographical area, and there were no other links, at least on the surface. That stopped me in my tracks. It hadn't even occurred to me that there might be a common denominator, and I was irritated at myself for not thinking of it. Caitlyn stopped and put her booted foot up on a chair, then leaned on her knee. And what did you discover? They're not random at all, or at least not all of them. There are a few outliers, but I have a feeling we just didn't figure out the relationship. The others, though, are all extremely powerful, or else they have a direct connection to the original 13. Well, 12, unless you count Lila. She and Jules are Morgana's only descendants. Lila was attacked a couple of nights ago, I said, running a hand over my face. And we know for certain the Djinn was involved. He fought his order to kill her long enough for me to get her out of there. Then he came to me later the next morning, telling me to come to his people. He gave me some cryptic message about blue dahlias. Daniel sucked in a sharp breath. Dahlia was his daughter's name. She died when a spell backfired when she was 12. He and the queen kept blue dahlias on her tomb, and the queen has one tattooed on her thigh. Very few people know about that because the princess's tomb is surrounded with wards that only they can breach. I only know because he asked me to do the enchantment to keep the dahlias growing. A look of pride crossed his face. Aside from elves, there's nobody better with that sort of magic than me. Then that confirms that our mystery Djinn is who he claims to be, I said, even though that had been my gut feeling all along. I felt like I didn't understand the situation enough to begin to figure out how to solve it. How did they capture Lucas to begin with? I mean, he's a powerful king who's been around forever. I can't imagine somebody just snuck up on him and stuffed him in a bottle. Eddie cringed a little and stepped closer to me. A little stereotypically offensive, sugar, he whispered out of the side of his mouth. I sighed. I know that, but my point stands. Daniel scratched his chin and paced. The king's powerful and experienced, but we do still have that weakness. It's why we stay mostly to ourselves, even though it's not an easy process. It would have required a demon working with a witch to pull it off. And the news just kept getting better. So, we're dealing with a demon too. Caitlyn nodded. It's the only way, and if they've been dealing with people in Abaddon's Gate, then that's likely where he made the connection. There was a breach of some sort in the actual gate, and some demons may still be on the loose. If one of them was looking to make a deal for some reason, then I can see Drake being foolish enough to do so. That opened up a whole other can of circus peanuts. But before I could even begin asking questions, Alexa waved her hand. Something just occurred to me. The attacks yesterday were coordinated. How did they know we were going to be separated and where all of us were going to be? That stopped me in my mental tracks. She was right. But the bar had been empty, according to Ronan and Austin. And I'd like to know why I didn't get any of the messages Mary left. Remember, Lila said we have a mole, and it's time to figure out who. If we do that, we may have a string to pull. Was there anybody else at the Tipsy Parrot? Lapis asked. Austin shook his head. Nobody was there at all except us. Macy was due in, but it all went down before she got there. Quinn held up her hand. Whoa. Just a second. Macy who? Anderson, Ronan replied. She's one of our bartenders. I can't see where she'd have anything to do with this, though. She doesn't have magic, Eddie said. She's worked there for at least a year, and one of us would have picked up on it. Quinn shook her head. Does anybody have a picture of this girl? Austin pulled out his cell phone and tapped it a few times, then scrolled and turned his phone around. Here she is at the last luau. That's her in the background pouring a beer. Quinn took the phone and zoomed in on the picture, and her face paled. That's not Macy Anderson. That's Macy Cooper. She's the 13th daughter of the 13th daughter. Caitlyn sank into the chair beside me, her expression stricken. Oh, shit. I had no idea what was going on, but if it was bad enough to make an elf queen go pale and swear, we were likely in a world of hurt. Chapter 29. Okay, I said, trying to stir yet another ingredient into our giant kettle of shit stew. Who's the 13th daughter of the 13th daughter, and why does she matter? Quinn sank into a chair across from me. She is the descendant of Sarah, one of the women who sacrificed themselves for Morgana. Sarah was the 13th daughter in her family, and also the 13th witch in the Coven, which many believed gave her a boost in power. A few hundred years ago, a seer had a vision, a prophecy, if you will, that said the 13th witch of the 13th witch would one day save the world. Oh, I replied, for lack of anything better to say. I wasn't a big believer in prophecies, but then again, I hadn't believed in magic 4 months ago either. So, how would she fit into any of this? And what about the missing leprechaun? Lapis asked. Their magic is different, so he doesn't really have much in common with the rest of the disappearances. Quinn nodded her head with a humorless half-smile. That occurred to us too. It turns out he's into some shady stuff. He's been spending a lot of time in Abaddon's Gate, and he was the last person with one of the witches who was killed. We traced his last known whereabouts before that to the Dusty Dragon. The Dusty Dragon? I asked, glancing at Ronan. That's where Killian Murdoch hangs out. Quinn tilted her head. Who's Killian Murdoch? He's the guy who gave the order to have me kidnapped, Eric replied. And apparently I wasn't the first target he's pimped out. I'm sorry, what? Quinn asked, confusion etched on her face. Eddie cut in to explain. He was attacked. In fact, all of us were. It was a coordinated attack. It's how we ended up here. Lapis and Jules were attacked mid-air on their way home from a fact-finding mission, and another group hit the bar where the rest of us were at the same time. We believe they're with the same faction. They tried to get Eric separately, though. Someone tried to kidnap him on the beach earlier. Quinn arched a brow. Tried? Yeah, Eric replied with a cocky grin as he reached down to rub Serby's ears. Apparently they thought I'd be easy pickings. Luckily, I was walking with Serby, and he caught wind of them before they had a chance to nab me from behind. Then Brutus, Jules' demon dog over there, showed up and ate one of them before I could stop him. Since I'm a null, I could have caught them both, so we could question them in the flesh. I did manage to stop Brutus before he pigged out on the other one, and he and Serby dragged the dude back to the bar. It took a little bit of convincing, but he finally gave up a name and admitted that not everybody who's missing is dead. Apparently they're kidnapping them, but he didn't know why. Quinn arched a brow. He didn't know why, or he wouldn't say why. Alexa huffed out a contemptuous laugh. Oh, believe me, he would have told us if he knew. We didn't exactly bribe him with lollipops and a trip to the zoo. Well, Eric snickered, you did offer to let him feed a wolf. Eddie elbowed him. Really? You almost got yourself killed, and you revert to shifter jokes? Eric just shrugged. Laugh or cry, sugar. I choose to laugh. And also, they did offer him the chance of cooperating or being eaten, so it's not like I'm wrong. Good, Quinn said, cutting into the mini squabble. Did you kill him afterward? I shook my head. No, we delivered him to the Witches' Council since those are the only people he played a part in abducting. That's good enough, I suppose, Quinn replied. They'll likely put him to death anyway. I've heard you haven't quite developed a stomach for killing yet, mistress. Caitlyn stared her down. As mistress and as a decent creature in general, I hope she never develops the stomach for it. Taking a life is a horrible thing. Her job is to make sure fairness and peace are maintained between all the factions. It's not her place to dole out punishment. Quinn lifted a careless shoulder. Sometimes keeping the peace and keeping our world safe means killing. Caitlyn's face darkened. In battle, yes, but vigilantism is never the way to go. We have systems in place for a reason. She has no more right to pass judgment and take a life in the name of justice than anybody else does. A 5-year-old would have sensed the tension in the room, so I cleared my throat and moved things along. We got the information we needed from him, and he'll get what's coming to him based upon our laws. More importantly, he won't be kidnapping anybody else. Now, we need to move on to the next step. Agreed, Lapis said. It seems Abaddon's Gate is central to this. The Leprechaun and Killian Murdoch are both tied to the Dusty Dragon, and the gate's also the likeliest place to run into a demon, or somebody that has connections to one. Quinn nodded. You're right. I say we split up. Some of us need to track down Macy, and the rest of us can go to the gate. I'll go since I'm familiar with the place. Caitlyn shook her head. I don't think it's a good idea for us to separate. They're obviously trying to take out Jules's guard and leave her unprotected for some reason, whether to kill her or kidnap her. Either way, she won't be unguarded, and we do need to go, Ronan said, and Lapis nodded. Quinn glanced around the room, making eye contact with each of us. Be that as it may, I hate to lose any of you. I have a feeling we're going to need every person we can get. Eddie grinned. Gee, and I thought it was because you've gotten attached to my keen wit and delightful sense of humor. Caitlyn rolled her eyes. That, too, even if it is a little twisted sometimes. Still, I think tracking down Macy first is our best course of action. My gut tells me she's in the thick of everything. It would be good to find out who's pulling Killian Murdoch's strings, but my guess is that he's just a middleman hired to contract out the hits. He might not be of any practical use to us at all. Ronan scratched his 5 o'clock shadow. Agreed. We need to have a sit-down, as Jules would say, with Macy. I pushed out of my chair because the nervous energy and my need to act was about to make my head explode. My sister's been telling us she and Drake have had a mole in my bar for months, and unless I miss my guess, we just figured out who. I want to know what she's told him and what he's promised her in return. Quinn furrowed her brow. So we're all going to the bar? Seems like a waste of time and resources. Ronan spoke up. Not at all. Who says they're not waiting for us to put in another appearance? We barely beat them yesterday. And if they come back with more, I'm not sure we can repeat it on our own a second time. Quinn laughed. When Ronan scowled at her, she held up her hand. No offense. You just caught me by surprise is all. I think that's the first time I've ever heard a wolf shifter admit there was a force he couldn't handle on his own. I'm all in. Ronan bristled. Jules is my top priority. I'm not so arrogant that I'll put her life at risk rather than take the necessary steps to keep her safe. I gave a brisk nod before things could escalate. Then it settled. Caitlyn, get us out of Otherworld. After that, we can all make it to the bar ourselves. I think I need to go speak to our elders, Daniel said. It's been centuries since any of us have been captured, and I'm afraid most of us have gotten lax. Perhaps they can provide guidance that will help us save our king. If they can, I sure could use some help getting our butts out of the sling. Having your king on our side instead of theirs would go a long way. I paused, remembering that Quinn had possibly never been to the Tipsy Parrot. I asked if she needed guidance. Quinn shook her head. That's okay, I've been there. Athena sent me to talk to your dad a couple of times, so I won't have any problems getting there on my own. It occurred to me then that I didn't know this chick, but she'd been to my bar. Just because she said my dad had invited her there didn't mean she was telling the truth. She could just as likely have been spying on me, or attacking us. Once I realized that, I wasn't keen on taking her back to my home turf. If somebody was waiting for us to return, we needed more of us, not more of them. Caitlyn must have been thinking along those same lines, because she shook her head and spoke to me through our link. We don't have any reason to suspect her, but if your instincts are telling you something is off with her, then that's even more of a reason to keep her close. Since Caitlyn never steered me wrong, I was going to have to trust her this time. The king's words of warning about not trusting somebody who seemed to know too much about me came back. I'd keep an eye out, but I'd rather see the knife coming. Okay, I said aloud. Let's go track down the 13th witch of the 13th witch and find out what she's been up to. Chapter 30. As it turns out, tracking down Macy wasn't nearly as hard as I thought it would be. To be on the safe side, we'd all teleported to the woods behind the bar so we wouldn't be seen. Even though an entire night had passed while we'd been in Otherworld, the sun was barely beginning to set here. My heart sank as I came around the corner and took in the destruction caused by the fight. Chairs were upended and broken, tables lay turned over willy-nilly, and the strands of orange and purple lights I'd hung across the patio area were ripped down and hanging loose. A good portion of the thatched tiki roof lay strewn across the brick pavers, and the skeletons I'd hung for the Halloween party that night were scattered into bits and pieces all over the place. I stepped on something and nearly turned my ankle. When I looked down, it was one of the decorative skulls, its eye sockets seeming to stare at me mockingly. The only upside was that there were no customers. Macy sat on one of the few upright bar stools, a bottle of tequila, and a full shot glass in front of her. The expression on her face when she saw us was haggard, and she tossed back the shot, cringing, before she held up a hand. Jules, Caitlyn, Quinn, she said, nodding as she shoved a piece of blonde hair behind her ear.
I'm glad you're all here, though I'm not sure why you are. We all have a lot to talk about, and I'm guessing not much time to do it. I pulled my magic up, keeping it ready, but not using it as we strode toward her. Macy sighed and held up her hands. I'm not here to fight. In fact, I'm here to help. Everything has gone sideways, and I haven't been able to stop it. I'd already decided to come to you and fess up today, but by the time I showed up for work, all this, she motioned with her hands to the destruction around us, had already happened, and you guys were gone. I shoved some debris from a stool beside her and slid onto it. I think you should probably start at the beginning, but first we need to put a closed sign up. She waved a hand. Already done. And I warded it so nobody can come in even if they want to. Let's get to it because we need to hurry. I don't know how many of you know this, but I'm the 13th witch of the 13th witch. She put the phrase in air quotes, and by the expression on her face, she wasn't exactly thrilled with it. Nobody's ever really been able to tell me what that means, other than there's a prophecy that says I'm meant to do something important in our world, something nobody else can do. Caitlyn held up a hand. That's a bit of an understatement. The prophecy says that you're meant to save the world. Yeah, Macy scoffed. So I've been told. The problem is that it didn't come with any instructions. It didn't say how, when, or where, just that I'm supposed to walk around waiting for something earth-shattering, literally, to happen so I can rush to the rescue. Eddie tipped his usual stool forward so that a few loose tiki fronds would slide off, then sat down. And how is it you're supposedly this big, powerful witch, but none of us even knew you had magic? Macy shrugged helplessly. My mother thought it was a good idea to cloak my magic because of the stupid prophecy. People are psychos, as well you all can attest, she replied with a pointed look. She even moved us here, changed our names, and kept a low profile. She kept in touch with her closest friends, but that was about it. You seem pretty glib about your destiny, Caitlyn said, propping a booted foot on the rung of one of the few upright stools. Despite her relaxed pose, I knew her well enough to recognize the energy around her. She was ready to spring into action at any moment. Macy huffed out a derisive breath. Mom didn't believe in prophecies. The only reason she went to so much hassle was to protect me from the crazies who might use me, or kill me. That's all well and good, Alexa said, slipping onto a stool of her own. But I'm more interested in what you have to fess up to, as you put it. A lot, Macy replied, diverting her gaze. When I started working here, it was just because I needed a job. I had the experience, and it seemed like a place I could make bank. That was it. Arnie knew who I was, but he also knew my mom. He understood why I was flying under the radar, and he was fine with it. Caitlyn furrowed her brow. How does that fit into all of this? Macy poured herself another shot of tequila, but wrinkled her nose before she took it and pushed it away. By all accounts, Arnie didn't have any kids, so there wasn't anybody left in the heredity line when he died. A Mistress of Balance has to exist. Drake came in one day and introduced himself, and we started hanging out. At the time, I thought he was just some magical who'd happened to come in, but I'm pretty sure we all know that's not true. Somehow he'd figured out who I was, and when Arnie died, he suggested maybe this was my calling. He wanted me to go to the Witches' Council and plead my case. Okay, Alexa leaned forward and rested her elbows on the bar. Drake aside, it was a solid plan. Like you said, there does need to be a Mistress of Balance, and it appeared Morgana's direct line had died. My question is why you didn't come forward and admit all of this as soon as Jules showed up. Macy's face flushed and she dropped her gaze. There's A little more to the story. There was almost a month between when Arnie died and when Jules showed up. The first thing I have to confess is that I tried to get into Arnie's apartment to look for the necklace, but couldn't get through the wards. Lapis took a menacing step toward her, but she wagged a finger at him. Remember, this was all before Jules came into the picture. Drake targeted me before Arnie even did, and in my defense, he came across as charming and earnest. So why didn't you go to the council immediately? I asked, setting aside the possible fact that she'd been duped by a man. I couldn't throw any rocks with my history, assuming she was telling the truth, which my gut was screaming she was. I mean, given the circumstances as you knew them, it was a good plan, and one that would have benefited the magical community if you really have what it takes. Alexa arched a brow as she reached across the bar and plucked an orange wedge out of the garnish tray. Before you explain that, I need to know what else you've done. My priority is to protect Jules, and you said trying to get into Arnie's apartment to find the necklace was the first thing you had to confess. What's the rest? And then I, too, want to know why you didn't go to the Witches' Council. I'm getting there, Macy replied, frowning at her. The reason I didn't go to them is because that's when Lila crawled out of the woodwork, making her claim. I'd never seen her with Arnie, but she claimed they'd been in contact. I set up a meeting with her to get a feel for her myself. When she showed up, Drake was here. She didn't exactly put her best foot forward. Or maybe she did, Eddie said, almost under his breath. Everybody looked at him and Eric scowled, probably because, like everybody else, he was eager to hear the story uninterrupted. Eddie shrugged. What? I was only saying what everybody knows. She's not exactly a shining example of morality and community altruism. No matter how much I wanted to stand up for her, he wasn't exactly wrong. She'd come through for me when the chips had been down, but only because it had been in her own best interest. Anywho, Macy said, her gaze bouncing back and forth between Eddie and me. After the meeting, she left, but Drake stayed. We talked about her and decided she wasn't fit for the position and that I should still go to the council. I guess he decided to hedge his bets by cozying up to her, but I didn't know it at the time. In fact, I didn't find out about him and Lila until way after Jules arrived. I feel like an idiot. Ronan had remained mostly silent during the entire conversation, despite the irritation seeping through our link. He'd chosen instead to stand behind my chair in his standard arms-crossed position. Now he spoke up. So, when Jules showed up, why didn't you back off? She arched a delicate brow. When she showed up clueless and without any magic, I didn't see any reason to back out of my plan. In fact, even after she got her powers, Drake convinced me she was unfit for the job. She glanced at me sheepishly. No offense, but from the outside looking in, it wasn't a hard sell. I shrugged. No offense taken, but so far you haven't admitted to doing anything you need to apologize for. She focused on the soggy coaster her water had been sitting on, picking at the wet cardboard without meeting my eyes. I spied on you, even when you were being so cool to me. Even thinking about how I swallowed the line of shit he fed me is humiliating. Since I could certainly empathize with that feeling, I just pressed my lips together, unsure what to say. So, how did we get to this point? Caitlyn asked. There's a big leap between your well-intentioned plan to go to the council and you spying on Jules. And why didn't you approach Athena with your idea? If she thought your claim had merit, she'd have backed you, Quinn asked. Macy sighed. You have to remember, Arnie died quickly. All this happened so fast that I didn't even really have time to think it through before not one but two women came forward, claiming to be his daughters. So why the change of heart now? I asked. She pulled in a deep breath. The change of heart came a long time ago. In fact, right after you defeated Drake the first time. Up till then, we'd all underestimated you, and I'd overestimated Drake. Or rather, I'd let him snow me. She clasped her hands in her lap and looked down at them, refusing to meet my gaze. That's not the worst part, though. I'm the one who stole the ring. I picked up the shot of tequila and slammed it after all. And you're just now coming clean. He almost killed her, Ronan growled. And you have the nerve to sit here and expect us to believe you finally found your moral compass and are sorry? She shrunk into her stool. I hadn't realized he was going to try to kill her. He said he was just going to use it to get the necklace for me. And yes, I realize how naive that sounds, especially once I found out about Lila. And since you guys got the ring back and I cut ties to Drake, I guess I figured there was no harm done, which I also realize is shitty. The girl looked abjectly miserable. I glanced down at my ring and was happy to see it was a clear blue. I probably needed my head examined, but I felt sorry for her. Drake had ingratiated himself with the two women most likely to claim my position, and played them both. I reached out with my senses and didn't feel anything but remorse and shame emanating from her. I didn't feel any magic either, though, and that bothered me. So, why are you here now? She finally raised her eyes and met mine. Once you got the ring back, I realized that you've got way more power than I'd thought, and a team competent enough to guide you. I never had any evil plans to take over the world or anything like that. I just wanted to make sure that somebody capable of fulfilling the destiny of our ancestors took the reins. I told Drake I was done. So why now? I asked. She'd had all this time to come to me, yet she'd chosen today. Macy chewed on her lip for a minute. Because I kept waiting for the right time. I started to say something earlier because I put together what had happened to Eric, but Julie came in. That wasn't the best time to admit that I've been plotting against you. I tilted my head at her, trying to get my timeline straight. Her earlier was my yesterday. You were thinking about plotting against me when I was talking to her? That would explain why the ring turned colors. Well, she replied, smoothing her hair back from her face as a breeze blew through. I wasn't thinking about plotting against you per se, but I was feeling guilty. I was thinking about all the things I've done up to this point, and about the part I've played in everything so far. I was especially worried about confessing about the ring, and I admit I had mixed emotions, not all of them good, when I saw the runes on your arms. You were also being reckless. You don't know Julie from Adam. A member of your team had just been attacked, and there you sat, ready to put your faith in a complete stranger. And that's not even considering you hadn't picked up on the threat I posed, magic or no. I could have taken you out at the time. I can't dispute any of that, I replied. But I don't think you're giving me enough credit. I'm new to all this, but I've been putting in a lot of hours over the last few months. And not to brag, but I've had 2 trials by fire so far, not counting any of this, and I've come out on top both times. I didn't feel as much bravado as I injected into my tone, though. I would have never accomplished any of that on my own. Plus, she was right. The ring had warned me that somebody wished me ill, and I hadn't even thought about anybody other than Julie. I'd completely dismissed Macy, and that could have been fatal. My thoughts must have been apparent in my expression, because she gave me a low-key, I told you so look. Now you see why I've had concerns. So why are you coming clean now? Eric asked. She heaved a sigh. Because there's obviously something up, but I have no idea what. I've heard the same whispers as everybody else outside the loop about how people are being killed and snatched, and then I come in to find the bar like this. Drop your cloak, I said, coming to a decision. At this point, we needed all the help we could get. I wasn't a huge fan of the whole prophecy thing, but my gut was saying I needed her. I may not pay any mind to old folklore, but I'd never gone wrong following my own instincts. She closed her eyes and pulled in a deep breath as the air around her shimmered. Waves of power rolled off her, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The runes on my arm that identified me as a member of Morgana's coven tingled to the point that they almost burned. I turned my arm on the bar so that they were facing up, and I sucked in a breath. Wow, Macy said, her eyes going round as her gaze landed on my arm. The runes glowed a bright orangish white, then swirled toward her and wrapped around her wrist, joining us for a moment. I struggled to control a burst of panic and tried to grab hold of my power. Before I could, the magic faded. The tingling in my runes dissipated and disappeared, and the electricity in the air turned into wisps and were gone. I stared at her forearm, and she followed my gaze, blinking a few times as she processed what she was seeing. Everybody pulled in a collective breath. The magic had left behind runes identical to the ones I bore, identifying me as a member of Morgana's clan. How did you do that? Alexa growled. I didn't do anything. Macy rubbed her arm as shock and a tinge of panic edged into her voice. I still didn't trust any prophecy, but I'd learned to have utter faith in my magic. I had no doubt that Mark had come from it. I'd felt it, and I said as much. I didn't understand how or why, but it was time to bring her into the loop. Chapter 31. It took us about 10 minutes to bring Macy up to speed. She didn't say anything while we did, but once we were finished, she tapped a long blue nail on the bar, thinking. So, if I'm understanding this, you think Drake's controlling a Djinn who has the power of mass mind control? Daniel, who popped in while we were telling the story, nodded. It's a rare gift, and very few people know about it. It wouldn't be impossible to find out, though. After all, he's lived for eons. When I went to tell Drake I was out, Macy said slowly, her gaze a little unfocused as though she were working through something in her mind, I overheard just a bit of a phone conversation. He was talking about how he'd figured out how to reproduce some process. She turned her gaze to me, and I shook my head as I carried the thought forward. Still, my heart pounded as a few more puzzle pieces clicked into place. It was lunacy, though. Surely he wouldn't try to make another amulet. Are there enough dark practitioners out there with the juice to pull something like that off? Caitlyn shook her head as she swabbed sweat from her brow. Even if there are, they're not going to sacrifice themselves. Your ancestors did it for the greater good, and people like that aren't exactly known to self-sacrifice. It's one of the ways good stays ahead of evil. Dread curled through my stomach. And what about if people who do have that kind of power are being controlled? Is it possible they could be forced to do something like that? Quinn frowned. What you're suggesting is incomprehensible. One of the only reasons it worked for the original 13 to begin with is that each of them willingly made the sacrifice with the purest of intentions. I can't imagine somebody being forced to do that, let alone Drake actually pulling it off. Daniel cleared his throat. If King Lucas is being forced to control them,
He owns every bit of their mind, right down to what we would consider their free will. Caitlyn scowled. That's impossible. It's literally the opposite of the definition of free will. Daniel arched a brow. Is it? After all, look what Macy did. She was being misled, but was perfectly willing to go through with the plan. In a way, Drake was controlling her mind by lying to her. Is it really such a stretch that a djinn with his gift could convince these people just like Drake did her? My blood ran cold. What he was saying was absolutely diabolical, but it also made sense. So are we really thinking that Drake's trying to replicate what Morgana and her coven did by making a djinn control people? Quinn pulled in a deep breath and blew it out through pursed lips. Under any other circumstances, this would be ludicrous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. It explains why the witches who are missing are so powerful, and it even explains the deaths. The witches who died were unshakable and powerful enough not to be taken. There's not enough mind magic in the world to have turned them, and I doubt even your djinn could have taken control of their minds. Now Tabitha's death makes sense, Caitlyn said, her face going pale. Her primary gift was mind magic, enough to have stopped even Lucas in tracks. That tracks, Quinn replied, nodding slowly. I knew her. She could have stopped the entire thing with nothing more than a flick of her wrist, and she would have. Unlike a djinn, there was no way to make her work against her will. She had to go. But what about the bear shifters? Ronan asked, squinting as the setting sun trickled through the missing fronds that formed the tiki roof overhang. They had nothing to do with any of this. They don't have any magic. No, Caitlyn replied, her gaze averted as she thought. But I think they just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. One of the witches missing was snatched less than a mile from where they were killed. Maybe they saw it happen. Both Ronan and Alexa growled deep in their throats, and I shivered. If they were the ones to get their hands on whoever killed that pair of bears, it was going to be ugly. I hoped they did. Quinn started to say something, but my phone rang. I pulled it from my pocket and glanced at the screen. The girls were video chatting me, and it was the third time they'd tried to call me in 2 days. If I didn't answer, they'd be on a plane here to make sure everything was okay. There was no way I could let that happen, so I excused myself. I'll be right back. I need to take this call. I stepped around a pile of thatch that used to be part of the tiki and made my way to a quiet spot at the edge of the patio. Hey, I said, trying to paste a cheerful smile on my face as I slid to answer. That wasn't as easy as you'd think when the world as I knew it was about to burn. Unfortunately, they knew me inside and out. Cece narrowed her eyes from the left side of the screen. Don't pull that bullshit on us. You're never that cheerful, and you never decline our calls twice in a row. What the hell's going on? I let the woefully unsuccessful smile slide from my face. Oh, not much. We've just figured out that Drake has been controlling the djinn who's been posing as my dad. He's going to use him to brainwash a bunch of witches, steal their powers to make his own amulet, and undoubtedly try to take over the world after he does that. Oh, and there's probably a demon holding an IOU somewhere in there too. Laurel blinked a couple of times. Oh, is that all? We thought maybe something serious was going on. I rolled my eyes. Ha ha! Seriously, I'm sorry I dodged your calls, but this has been a real mess. Eric was attacked yesterday morning, and they took a shot at the rest of us yesterday afternoon. The bar's demolished, and a bunch of people are either dead or missing. Cece, who could remain calm and evacuate an entire burning mall while still carrying all 20 of her shopping bags, shook her head. First off,
I can tell you're freaking out. Stop. That's not going to help anything, and we need to think this through. Laurel nodded. She is right. Explain so we can help. I gave them the Reader's Digest version of what was going on. Okay, Laurel said when I was done. We know the who and the how. What we need to figure out is the when and the where. I huffed out a breath and shook my head, then threw Laurel's words back at her. Oh, is that all? If you have any ideas about how to do that, lay it on me. Cece pushed a platinum curl behind her ear. In fact, I do. Laurel and I have been doing a ton of research since we found out our best friend is some kind of super witch. We've learned a lot about magic, including the best time to do spells and all sorts of other stuff. We've studied the history, and we've done our best to bring ourselves up to speed on magical creatures. I started to speak out to tell her that most of that stuff was hooey, but Laurel held up a hand. Before you say it, we already know. Most of that stuff is made up by quacks looking to make a quick buck. Give us a little more credit than that. After all, how many science projects have we all had to research over the years? She angled her head and cocked a snarky brow. And that's not even counting our real jobs that require, accuracy and stuff. I couldn't argue that point, so I shrugged. It wasn't like I had any ideas, and she was right. They were smart, and they were whizzes at research. Then, please, I'm all ears. Most of the time over the last few months had been spent learning how to use my powers and to master hand-to-hand combat. That hadn't left much time to focus on the nuances. I didn't know much about other species yet, and intricate spell work was still completely outside of my wheelhouse. Sure, I knew how to say them and to infuse magic into the words, but when it came down to magic that required anything more than that, I was clueless. Or, like Shira had said, a baby dragon in its nest. I hated the analogy, but it wasn't wrong. Okay then, Laurel said, rubbing her chin. We all know Halloween is based on All Hallows' Eve. That's when the veil between the living and the dead is supposedly thinnest. And from what we've found, that's a belief common to most people with actual magic. Granted, there's no way to know for sure if someone's magical, but we've also been poking our noses into some of the local people who either claim to be or associated themselves with magic somehow. Most of them are quacks, but a few of them seem legit, mostly because they deny being real witches, aside from advertising palm reading or claiming to be mediums. One runs a maid service, but that's another story. They all agree about this. Shit. This was the night, then. Now it made sense why things felt like they were coming to a head. They were. A cold trickle of dread threaded through me, and I shivered. Mary, the oracle, mentioned a clock and said that time would play a critical role in whatever came to pass. Midnight, Laurel replied. That's the only logical answer. Midnight on All Hallows' Eve. I glanced at the time in the top corner of my phone and sucked in a breath. So if you're right, and my gut says you are, then I only have a few hours left, and we still have no idea where. Cece held up a finger and arched a brow. Hang on a second. We're not done. Not only is tonight Halloween, it's also a blue moon, which means it's the second full moon of the month. Not to insult your knowledge or lack thereof, but we studied up some on that too. Blue moons are great for manifestation, and some people even believe that it's boosted by the power of the previous moon. I looked at her shoulder. Yeah, but manifestation is usually a positive thing. I'd barely gotten the words out when I realized how stupid they sounded. Manifestation was just turning your intentions into reality. The wheels in my brain caught the idea and ran with it. They were going to use the combined power of the blue moon, the thin veil, and the Djinn's mind control to make their own stone. I sank onto the nearest picnic table bench. That's what Lucas had been talking about when he told me the moon was coming and I had to free him before it did. Oh, shit. They both pressed their lips together and nodded. Yeah, Laurel said. Oh, shit is right. We can't help you out with the location, but I'd think it would be someplace with a connection to magic. Maybe someplace that would add even more of a boost to what they're trying to do. Cece shook a finger. No, it would be a place he believes is magical. She had my complete attention. One of her undergrad degrees was psych, and it was something she'd had a passion for her whole life. It would have some sort of significance to him. He's been so hung up on getting that necklace that it's become an obsession. If he's going to replicate the process, then he's going to go whole hog. What about the place where Morgana and her coven created the original? The final pieces clicked together in my head, and her words had a sense of rightness. I didn't know how I knew, but she'd nailed it. Excuse me, Quinn called from behind me, but if you're done having a tea party with your girlfriends over there, we've some grown-up problems over here we need to discuss. Before I could say anything, Laurel narrowed her eyes. I recognized the look from the thousands of times I'd watched her verbally eviscerate uppity elitists. I don't know who that is, but turn the phone around, sweetie. I got a thing or two to say. Though Quinn needed a lesson in manners, I was running low enough on people willing to take my side that I couldn't afford to lose even one. Considering Lauren and Cece had probably sent even more mean girls to a therapist than I had, I figured it would be best if I handled the situation this time. I totally get where you're coming from, but we're gonna have to let this one go. At least for now. Cece scowled. Fine, but this is her one get-out-of-jail-free card. Quinn's tone had annoyed me too, even though I understood where her impatience was coming from. Still, the magical world wasn't any different than the human one. If you let people run over you once, they'd see you as an easy target. Everybody'd also warned me that as mistress, it was critical that I demand respect. I signed off with the girls, then squared up to her, and put some vinegar in my tone. 1. Don't ever talk to me like that again. I appreciate your help, and I get that you see me as inexperienced, but don't mistake that for weakness. 2. I wasn't having a tea party. I put the phrase in air quotes. They're human, but they probably just figured this whole hot mess out for us. Rather than wait for her to answer, I strode back to the group. What did they say? Alexa asked. I raked a hand through my hair. They pointed out that not only is it Halloween, it's also a blue moon. Both facts none of us should have missed. I was close enough that everybody else had heard me, but Caitlyn was the first to speak up, her tone annoyed. I should have thought of that. But just like everything else in Otherworld, the moon cycles are different. Quinn turned to Ronan, her arms crossed. You're a werewolf. Shouldn't you have known it's a full moon? Alexa rolled her eyes. How on earth did you come to be Athena's second in command when you don't even understand the difference between television werewolves and real wolf shifters? Austin, who'd gone to the front to make sure everything was locked down, wore an expression of disgust that mirrored hers. That's an excellent question, but to educate you, the moon has nothing to do with shifters other than it gives us a little more light to run by. If anybody should have thought of it, it's you. Witches are about the only creatures I know whose magic is affected by lunar events. Maybe the real question is why you didn't think of it. I held up a hand even though that was a valid point. Okay, everybody, that's enough. The important part is that we know they've upped their game. They're probably moving tonight, which is why they made so many strikes yesterday, or today. They were trying to take us all out so we couldn't interfere. Where was the original necklace made? Cece suggested, "Cece?" Quinn huffed, her nose curled. "They're human." Before she could say another word, I lost my temper, and the air around us swirled. Unlike months ago when I'd set a hurricane loose in the bar, I grabbed a hold of my magic and reeled it back in before I swung around to her. She was leaning with one elbow propped on the bar, and I sent a current of electricity through it. Squealing, she yanked her arm to the side and glared at me, magic crackling at her fingertips. "That's enough," Caitlyn said, stepping in between us before I could do something I'd regret. "What did Cece say, Jules?" I replied without taking my eyes off Quinn, who was still glaring at me, even though she'd pulled her magic back. "She says he's obsessed with the necklace, and that if he's bent on creating another, he'll probably do it in the same spot Morgana and her coven used." Alexa slapped herself on the forehead. "Of course. I should have thought of that. He's a classic psychopath, and that's the only logical place." "I don't think they'd use that site," Quinn said, shaking her head. "Not only do I think they would, it feels right to me," Macy said. "It's totally the way he thinks." "Where is it, though?" I asked. "I mean, exactly. Is it even still in existence?" "Oh, it's still there," Eddie said, nodding. "Eric and I went on vacation last year to see it. It's a sort of magical version of one of the 7 wonders of the world. It's pretty much like it was then, I imagine." "Okay, then so where?" Energy coursed through me, and the need to move pushed me to pace. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me to go. "It's in northern England, almost at the Scottish border," Lapis replied. "But we're gonna have to be careful. It's in a large clearing, and getting close without being seen will be close to impossible." "But I can cast the invisibility spell," I said. "I don't know if I can cover us all, but—" Caitlyn shook her head. "Remember what happened with the griffins? They smelled you, and other creatures are likely to do the same. I don't think we should disqualify a large following either. We don't know what he's managed to put together." "She's right," Macy said. "Like I said, he's charming when he wants to be, and Lila's helped bring people in. He's also a master manipulator. Add in the power he has over the Djinn, and we might be going in vastly outnumbered. There could be dozens or even hundreds." "I don't think so," Quinn replied. "I think it's just going to be a matter of taking down the Djinn." She paused and pulled in a deep breath before looking me dead in the eye. "Since we don't have time to gather a full coven to free him, we need to consider that we might have to kill him." "Whoa!" Eddie said, holding up his hands. "We're not just up and killing a man. There has to be another way." "And not just any man. He's a king," Caitlyn pointed out. "It could be viewed as a declaration of war." Daniel stepped forward, and when he spoke, his voice was grave. "Maybe this is why Lucas sent you to me. To free a Djinn from enslavement is no small feat. It's only been done a handful of times throughout history, and even then, it took covens of extremely powerful, experienced witches and ideal circumstances. I do know that Lucas wouldn't want the blood of any more innocents on his hands, and if killing him is the only way to stop him, that's what he'd want. He's an honorable man, and I don't know how he's going to live with himself for the transgressions he's already committed." "But none of it's his fault," I said. Even as the words left my mouth, I realized that wouldn't matter to him if he was half the man Daniel said he was. In his position, I probably wouldn't be able to blame anybody else either. His words about sacrificing a king snapped into perspective. He realized we might have to kill him. In fact, with the way he'd repeated it, it almost felt like he knew it was. "It doesn't matter that somebody else is pulling the strings," a female voice said from behind me, and I whipped around. A tall woman wearing billowy, earth-toned clothes that reminded me of a belly dancer had appeared from nowhere.
Silver strands streaked her raven hair, and the beginnings of crow's feet spread from the corners of her cinnamon eyes that were marred by dark circles. Power flowed from her, but she looked like she was carrying the weight of the world squarely on her shoulders. 4 beefy men who looked to be of Middle Eastern descent flanked her, 2 on each side, and they were wearing what I assumed was the male version of her clothing style. Daniel dipped into a bow. "My queen." One corner of her mouth quirked up in a tired smile. "Rise, Daniel. Now's not the time to stand on formalities." She turned to me. "I assume you're the new Mistress of Balance." "I'm sorry to meet you under these circumstances. I'm Tahira, Queen of the Djinn." I dipped my head. "It's an honor to meet you, Queen Tahira." She waved an elegant hand. "Just Tahira will do. If we're going into battle together, I believe we should be on a first-name basis. Daniel is correct. Though I want to do everything possible to save my husband, if killing him is the only option to prevent more loss of life, then that's what will happen. It's a near impossible task to free a captured Djinn, especially if he's been ordered to kill you. Lucas is a very powerful man, even by our standards. You need not worry about a declaration of war, though it will break my heart." Caitlyn stepped forward. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that. It's good to see you, Tahira. We'll do everything we can to free Lucas." Though it was only 4 o'clock in Florida, we had to account for the time change. I had a friend in Edinburgh, so I knew they were 6 hours ahead of us. "How fast can we gather forces?" I asked. "We only have a couple of hours before it's midnight there. I'd rather go in with too many people than not enough, since we have no idea how many we'll be facing." "I can have my people ready within the hour," Tahira said. "They can meet us there." "I've already put Aiden on standby," Caitlyn replied. "He's notified our army that we'll be moving out as soon as I give the order. I'll send scouts ahead." The thought of any small parties going in alone made me nervous. "I don't know if that's a good idea. What if they're seen or captured?" Caitlyn smiled. "Don't worry about that. They won't be." I drew my brows down in confusion. "How can you be so sure?" Her eyes lit with humor. "Because they're pixies." Oh. That was all she had to say. I'd first encountered the wicked little beast when I trekked to her castle a few months ago. I'd mistaken them for large mosquitos until one of them flew close enough to my face for me to see it. The little menaces had rows of razor-sharp teeth and had taken several bites out of me before I'd managed to get the repellent spell right. They were small enough to sneak in without being seen, and vicious enough to defend themselves if they needed to, since they also had magic. "My men are already on the way," Lapis added, breaking my train of thought. "But I don't know if they'll make it there in time." Alexa, who was on her phone, no doubt lining up her ducks, looked up. "I can get 50 there. Like Lapis's men, most of my pack are in the Highlands. They'll never make it on time if it's tonight. We do have several around Edinburgh, and Ian and Seamus are in Carlisle on business." Caitlyn nodded. "Carlisle's good. It's about an hour from the site, and Edinburgh is about the same by road. I'm assuming your people can make it faster than that, since they'll be traveling as the crow flies?" "I should hope so," Alston said, his mouth curving into a wry smile. "If they can't, I imagine they'll be training much harder over the next months." "Count on it," Ronan added, brow arched, then turned to Caitlyn. "They'll be there." I glanced around at my crew. Though we were a force to be reckoned with, I regretted not having at least built my team by a few more members. I shook that off, though, because it was spilled milk. I had a solid guard, and with Caitlyn's army, the pack, and the Djinn, surely we had the numbers to get the job done. I only worried about what the cost would be to do it. Chapter 32. 45 minutes later, I paced in a small clearing 1/4 mile from where this had all begun in full battle gear. I rubbed the jewels on the cuffs Shira had given me as I thought. To distract myself, I practiced pulling Morgana's sword from thin air a few times. It came to me each time without fail, and even holding it made me feel less helpless. Caitlyn had explained that Morgana's Coven had chosen this spot because it lay upon an ancient ruin, blessed by the Earth Mother herself. Lore had it that she'd created the very first witches here, and the temple they'd built had been bursting with the power of pure, untainted magic. Over the years, mostly due to the persecution of witches and the damnation of magic in general, the temple, once a haven for us all, had turned first to a trap that humans had used as proof of witchcraft, then to a ruins, when it was no longer a safe place for us to gather. Why didn't they charm the place back in the beginning so that humans couldn't see it? I asked. That seemed to be the obvious answer that would have prevented its downfall. Because there was no need to in the beginning, Aiden replied. Magic was once recognized as the gift it is. Humans came to us for healing potions, charms to help crops grow, and even blessings for marriages and births. We lived in harmony. It wasn't until human perceptions and beliefs changed that we had to go into hiding. By then, the temple was known far and wide. There was no hiding it, and the humans destroyed it. But the ground is still sacred, despite all that. I shook my head and sighed. Sometimes I just couldn't wrap my head around humanity. On the one hand, people have performed acts of incredible greatness, but I often wondered if that balanced out all the times that we've been utter garbage. It wasn't until that moment that I realized maintaining that balance was now my responsibility. How I was supposed to do that, I had no idea, but I'd handle it just like I did everything else, one crisis at a time. We need to move, I said, urgency driving me to pace around the small area. Brutus whined as he traced my steps, staying tight against my leg. Not until the wolves are here, Caitlyn said. According to the pixies, we're going to be outnumbered even with the pack, but they'll add considerably to our strength. And my elders are almost here, Tahira added. We need to wait because they're the most powerful of us. Even with them, the best we can hope to do is stifle his magic, long enough for you to get the witches to safety. That'll have to be good enough then. The adrenaline coursing through my veins about made me jump out of my skin when a twig snapped in the dense growth of trees and brush behind me. I whipped around to find several pairs of glowing eyes, some golden, and others shades of iridescent greens and blues, fixed upon me. Mistress, Ronan's brother Seamus said, changing forms as he stepped from the woods. He was soaking wet. Sorry it took us so long to get here. We ran into a storm. No worries, I replied, casting the drying spell for him and the other wolves. I smiled as the burly Scotsman scooped me into a hug. I'm just thankful you made it. Ian stepped up beside him, motioning to the rest of the pack. Rather than changing to their human forms and joining us, they spread out in a semicircle around us. You never have to worry about that. We'll always show up when you need us. He cast a quick glance at Ronan. Your family. A pixie zoomed toward us and stopped in front of Caitlyn, her wings fluttering so quickly I could barely see them. She wore full battle gear, complete with a shield and tiny sword. Your Majesty, there are at least 200 magical creatures gathered, though there may be more, and something's happening. 13 witches have gathered in a circle, but they look strange, like they're sleepwalking. My sister Posy used to do that. It was the funniest thing because my brother and I used to. Della! Caitlyn snapped, bringing the pixie back from her straying thoughts. Della's cheeks pinked as she did a little loop-de-loop. Sorry, they've gathered the witches, and the man you described as the Djinn is with them. He's casting some sort of spell. The other, Drake, is doing something else along with another witch inside the circle. A dark shadow follows him, and we believe it to be a demon." Brutus growled, and the hair on Serby's back rose as he shifted forms from a puggle to a giant black hellhound. His red eyes glowed as he lowered his head into an attack stance. "What's Drake doing?" I asked. Hopefully the small warrior could give us some insight into what we were walking into. She pivoted toward me, her iridescent green wings flashing in the moonlight. "I can't say for sure, milady, but it appears he's channeling some of the demon's magic along with his own. I think he's opening some sort of portal. We need to act now." That's all she needed to say. Caitlyn gave me a sharp nod, then turned to gather her warriors. "Wait," I exclaimed. "Why is he opening a portal?" She paused. "I can't say, but it's likely either the debt the demon charged, or he's going to need it to form his own amulet. He's hedging his bets because the level of magic that will require, if it's even possible, will be massive and dark." I didn't even want to consider it any further. We had to stop him, and his reasoning didn't even really matter anymore. Ronan took my hand and pulled me toward him for a fast but searing kiss. "Be careful." I smiled as I touched my forehead to his. "I'll be as careful as you will. Don't forget, my magic is yours. Use it without worrying that it'll distract or weaken me. It won't." He drew his eyebrows down but nodded. I knew he was placating me, and that wasn't good enough. I yanked on his sleeve before he could turn away. "I mean it. Don't waste the gift the universe has given you just because you're too proud." I held his stormy gray gaze until he nodded. "I promise. I'll be right beside you," he said. I shook my head. "Go with your pack. I'll need magic to take down Drake, and you'll be more useful watching my back and taking out the crowd." "No, she's right," Alexa growled. "It's time to go." She turned to her pack. "We'll use a single file half-moon formation to surround them. Stay in the woods and out of sight until you get the order to attack. Isla, you lead the eastern side. Rory, you lead the west. And when you meet on the north side, use the pack link to let me know. Hurry. We'll close in all at once." A short but muscular blonde woman and a tall, lithe man with long salt and pepper hair nodded before pivoting toward groups of wolves on either side of the clearing. They shifted back, and the wolves faded into the dense forest. "The dragons are sorely pissed that Drake took control of them to attack us," Lapis said. "They'll be fighting with me from the air, because we have to assume the griffins will still be fighting on Drake's side." "We'll be with you, Jules," Eddie said, and Eric and Quinn nodded. We'd managed to get in contact with Julie, who'd gathered 8 of her Coven members. The rest either weren't interested in putting their asses in the sling or lacked the power to help. Or maybe they'd switched sides. Julie stepped forward. "We can help you break the witches free, and we'll teleport them out." Alexa nodded, then conferred with Caitlyn. "What's your strategy?" The queen, who looked every inch a soldier, tightened her quiver strap around her chest and leaped onto the enormous black unicorn she'd ridden during our battle with the Dark Fae. He bobbed his head and snorted, his long ebony forelock catching the breeze. Caitlyn curved her lips into a predatory smile as the moonlight winked off the razor-sharp tip of her unicorn's horn. "Somebody needs to distract them while Tahira's people work on Lucas and Jules frees the witches. If you're flanking them, we're going right up the middle." Alexa returned her smile before she shifted, and I wasn't sure which of the 2 women was more terrifying. Either way, I was glad to have them all on my side. As the wolves split off, Tahira, Caitlyn, and I led our crew through the woods. The elves were utterly silent, and how they managed to creep through without breaking so much as a twig was beyond me. Us witches, on the other hand, sounded like a herd of elephants. I cast a silencing spell and was relieved when it worked. The last thing we needed was to give ourselves away before we even got there. "We're in position," Alexa said through our link. "We'll go when you give the word." Caitlyn and Tahira glanced at me and nodded to let me know they'd heard it too. The moon was so bright that I didn't have any problem seeing them. I really needed to work on that particular skill. When we got to the edge of the clearing, Caitlyn held up her hand. Eddie bumped into my back, but thankfully the silencing spell held when I stumbled forward onto a clump of thin, dead branches. My heart jumped into my throat when I saw what was going down in the clearing. As Della had said, 13 witches stood holding hands in a circle. In the center, an enormous black form that resembled a shadowy billow of black smoke hovered behind Drake. I heaved a deep sigh when I saw Lila standing beside him, adding her magic to his to open the portal. Lucas hovered over the witches, his gaze unfocused. I glanced at each one of them, but only recognized one, Athena. For some reason, seeing her like that pissed me off almost more than anything else. "Ready?" I whispered to Caitlyn and Tahira. "Ready," they replied. "Go!" I roared to Alexa, Ronan, and Lapis through our link, and in a flurry of wings, fur, and swords, all hell broke loose. Chapter 33. We had the element of surprise on our side for a few blessed moments as the wolves bound in, teeth bared from all points, and the elves, witches, and other fae rushed in through the center. Tahira led her people toward Lucas, and the expression on his face when he saw them was pleading, despite the fact that his lips didn't quit moving. The witches around me seemed oblivious to our presence as they raised their arms and began to chant in Latin. I rushed toward one and reached for her arm, but there was some sort of ward around her that prevented me from touching her. I waved my hands in front of her face, but her gaze, which was fixed on the swirling ball of light Drake and Lila were enlarging, didn't break. Wind rushed through the clearing, and the snarls of wolves, clash of swords, and screams of battle filled the air. A tall, blonde witch came at me, slinging a golden ball of fire at me as she whispered words I couldn't hear. I flung up my arm to deflect it with the cuff, then pulled up air magic and blew debris into her eyes, giving me time to take her out with a lightning strike. An inhuman scream sounded from above me, and I leapt backward just in time to avoid being crushed by a dragon, locked in battle with a griffin. A pixie flew toward me, and I recognized her from the day I'd first encountered them in the field. She opened her mouth to bite me, the blue light from the opening portal glinting off rows of needle-sharp teeth. I held up a finger and drew down my brows. "Knock it off, you little monster. We're on the same side, but I still owe you from last time. If you bite me, I'm going to flick you into next week." She skidded to a stop midair, her tiny wings fluttering, and withdrew her teeth. Next, her mouth curled into a mischievous smile, and she twinkled her fingers at me, then zipped off. Debris fell on me from above, and I looked up to see a dragon and a griffin locked in battle. A creature who looked half dragon and half serpent ripped one of the griffin's wings off and swooped down toward me, its aqua scales gleaming in the moonlight. As I got closer, I recognized Shira. "Hurry, mistress!" she cried as she swept by. "We've got you covered from above, but you need to break this enchantment before the spell is complete and he opens that portal." I shook off the shock of seeing her out of her cave and returned my attention to Tahira and the Djinns. Magic streamed from their fingers and encircled Lucas, but each strand evaporated in a wisp before it could touch him. His entire aura exuded panic, but the words enthralling the witches continued to pour from his mouth. I glanced around to see if any of my companions were having better luck than I was, but they were failing just as miserably. Each returned my gaze, helpless, as the witches in front of them failed to respond. Their eerie voices became stronger and joined together so that they could be heard clearly, even over the roar of battle around us. I tossed a glance over my shoulder to see the orb that Drake and Lila were creating turning into a swirling vortex. I poured as much magic as I could into a stream of fire, careful not to exhaust myself like I'd done in my last battle. I'd be no use to anybody dead. Rather than hit Drake, though, the magic rebounded, almost taking me out instead. I dodged just in time and got lucky when it took out 3 fox shifters that had pounced at me from behind. We were losing. "We're out of time," Julie shouted over the Djinn. "He's built a shield. We have to find another way. Free the Djinn." Panic surged through my veins. "I can't alone. It takes an entire coven." Morgana's words rushed unbidden into my head. "Within you, you hold the power of an entire coven as well as that of each mistress. There's very little you're unable to do as long as you keep your mind open. If you ever need wisdom, you need only to ask." I closed my eyes and summoned the sword, then grasped my necklace. It pulsed and grew warm in my hand as I opened my mind. Visions flashed through my brain faster than I could process them. Witches battling in a dozen different wars, dancing under the moonlight, and gathered together working magic. I could feel the power, but couldn't grasp any of it. "Stop!" I barked aloud. Then in my head I thought, "Morgana said you'd be here if I need you, and I do." Nothing happened for a moment. I was about to give up when a familiar female voice whispered in my head, "Morgana, you hold your magic within you. Use it." The faces of dozens of women flashed in my mind, and power like I'd never felt filled me. The runes marking me as a member of Morgana's coven and as the Mistress of Balance glowed orange on my arms, and I knew what to do. It wasn't a coherent thought, but more of an instinct that turned me toward the king. Lucas locked eyes with me, and words that weren't my own poured from my lips. "Sorores meas, magicas, vocu ud me adjuvet. Matres, vocem meam audita." My mind spun as the plea left my lips. I didn't even speak Latin, but I somehow understood the words and felt the magic behind them. I repeated the plea, this time in English. "I call upon my sisters in magic to help me. Ancestors, hear my call." Power filled me as the spirits of a dozen women materialized around me. They were incorporeal, almost shadows, but their presence was undeniable. Morgana's form moved forward to stand beside me. "You've summoned us. Now let us help. You must free the Djinn, and to do so, you must harness our power. We cannot use it ourselves." I struggled to control the fear racing through my veins as foreign yet oddly familiar magic filled me near to bursting. "Breathe," Morgana said. "Accept it and focus it. Hear our words and repeat them, because we can do this. We've freed a Djinn one other time, but it will take all of us. Use the necklace and the sword. Let them channel our power." Great! Here I was, a middle-aged soccer mom, standing on a battlefield in England, surrounded by ghostly witches, telling me all I had to do to save the world was channel their power. I fought an unhinged giggle as I tried to unpack all of that. "Freak out later," Caitlyn snapped through our link. "For now, you have to pull it together and stop that Djinn." "You've got this, sweetheart," Ronan whispered in my head. Their words had snapped me out of my panic, and I turned toward Lucas. His people were still doing what they could to stop him, but they weren't making much progress. I focused on the power still pouring into me and channeled it toward the necklace and sword so that they could contain it. Squaring my shoulders, I turned toward the Djinn. "What's the spell?" Morgana didn't have to say the words. They came to me instantly in the form of a memory, and I raised my hands. "Gaia, hear us. Heed our plea. Guide our magic. Set him free. Magic captured, free will caged. Release the bindings of the Djinn enslaved." The wind around me kicked up, and my necklace grew so hot that it almost burned my hand. My sword glowed orange and pulsed with power. "Again," Morgana insisted, her tone urgent. I repeated the spell, this time infusing it with even more of the magic. I gave it everything I had and focused all my intent on freeing Lucas. Orange magic poured from my sword and my hand and wound around the Djinn King, revealing translucent orange chains wrapped around his arms and chest that glowed in the moonlight. His people moved back, shielding their eyes from the light. I yelled the spell once again, and with a powerful burst of energy, Lucas flung his arms wide and broke the chains with a roar. My magic snapped back to me, and the women around me began to fade. "We've served our purpose here," Morgana said, her lips curving into a tired smile. "You and your wolves and fae can handle it from here, I think. Remember, all you have to do is call." With that, she faded away, and the sounds of battle surrounded me once again. Tahira rushed toward her husband, but rather than embrace, they turned to battle as one, rage coloring Lucas's face. They took down 12 witches in next to no time, and then turned toward more. Since they had that under control, I took a second to gather myself and check on the former captives. The enthralled witches were shaking their heads, as if to clear the confusion and the fog they'd no doubt lived in since their capture. Other than Athena, who looked ready to spit nails, they all appeared weak. Though they turned to fight when they realized what was going on, I shook my head at Julie. They'd only get themselves killed. "We've got it," I called. "Get them out of here." Macy shook her head. "I'm staying. They've got it, and I owe you this much." "And I'm not going anywhere," Athena barked. "I'll have my vengeance." Julie and the other 8 grasped the rest of the rescued witches by the hands or clothes and disappeared. I didn't even have time to look around to see what was going on before my sword jumped in my hand of its own free will, deflecting a spell fired from what used to be the center of the circle. "You ruined it all!" Quinn stood there with a ball of blue fire in her hand, and if looks alone could kill, I'd have been dead where I stood. "We had it all planned out. Then you showed up." So she was who the king had warned me about. I should have followed my gut. Macy had gotten closer, and she laughed as she pulled a whip off her belt. Magic zoomed down it, and she snaked it toward Quinn. "You think I'd have let you people rule me? Not once I saw through you." "Not you," Quinn sneered, swatting the magic aside at the last moment. "We were going to let you go to the council and get the green light. Then you'd have been dead, and we'd have had the necklace. Then Lila showed up." She twisted her face into a contemptuous smile. "She'd have been easier to kill, though." That sent my head spinning. Drake had so many women on the line that I was having a hard time keeping track. But speaking of him, the portal was growing larger. "Go!" Macy yelled, drawing her whip back again. "I've got her, and I owe her." She flung a bolt of lightning at Quinn, and I dashed around them. Brutus materialized beside me as I made a beeline toward Drake. Lila stood beside him, feeding power into the vortex. I could barely believe my eyes when my little half-grown bulldog pup grew and morphed into a wraith-like creature that came nearly to my waist. He was still a dog, but I could only see a vague outline of him through the swirling black shadows that encompassed him. Glowing red eyes peered at me, then turned to slits as a group of witches charged between me and Drake. He bolted toward them, managing to swallow the leader whole and tear a chunk out of another one's leg. I swung my sword at one and flung a fireball with my other hand, taking out 2 more. I shifted on the balls of my feet too late to see a bolt of blue lightning bearing down on me until it was already too close. I flung up my arms, and the runes on the cups Shira had given me glowed, then ebbed, as the power of the attack pushed me backward. She swooped down beside me, grinning as she did. "I told you they'd help, mistress. Remember, the gems also store the energy and magic that the runes absorb." With that, she snaked her serpentine head out and snapped at a witch who was aiming for Macy. I cringed a bit at the crunching noise, but thanked my lucky stars she was there. Before flying off, she whipped her tail around and crushed another one against a tree trunk. "Jules, behind you!" Caitlyn, who was battling both a witch and a Dark Fae, screeched. I whipped around as a dark-haired witch rushed toward me, forming a green ball of magic as she did. I recognized her from the bar. She'd been super friendly to me, and for some reason that pissed me off. I hate two-faced people, so I threw some extra oomph into the spell that I zinged at her. "Not today," I growled, throwing magic at her. I'd meant to disable her, but instead she turned into a rat. I blinked a couple of times because that was new, but when she dropped to the ground and scurried off, I smirked. I shouldn't have taken the few seconds to gloat. Brutus bumped me out of the way right as a griffin swept down toward me, knocking it to the ground before he pounced on it and bit into its throat. For once, I was happy to have him underfoot, though the term hardly qualified since he was now half my size. "Ronan, Alexa, Lapis, are you okay?" I called as I pivoted, looking for anybody else. I hadn't heard from any of them since the battle had started, and considering they'd led different factions from different points, I was worried that at least one of them hadn't said something since this all began. "Fine, mistress," Lapis responded. "I'm keeping an eye out from directly above you, and we just about have the griffins and rogue dragons beaten. I'll be down as soon as I can." "We're good on this end," Alexa replied, sounding a little exerted but fine. "Seamus, Ian and I are battling on the north side." "Ronan," I asked when he didn't reply, "where are you?" He still didn't answer, and I whirled around, doing my best to see through the night. Even though the moon was bright, I couldn't see clearly. I pulled in a deep breath and focused on Ronan's magic. My senses sharpened, and shadows snapped into clearly visible forms. The noise of the battle increased tenfold, and my nose filled with the coppery smell of blood, the sour odors of 100 people laboring to survive by taking the lives of others, and the foul stench of sulfur. Through all of that, though, I smelled Ronan's cologne. It was faint, but I sniffed again and shifted in the direction of the scent. Finally, my gaze landed on him. 4 witches had him cornered near the spot where I'd entered the clearing, and though he was fighting with everything he had, he was losing. "Use my magic!" I snapped, frantically running toward him. There was no way I could fire magic that far, at least not without risking hitting somebody on our side. The field was still thick with people battling. "Open your mind and do it! Don't you dare die on me just because you're too stubborn." "I'm trying," he growled, out of breath, even in his head as he lunged at one of them. His mind touched mine as he reached for my gifts, and I did my best to shove it toward him, even though I knew it didn't work that way. His grasp slipped away before he could do it, though, like it often did when we were training. The witches closed in, but Caitlyn charged in just in time. One of them had distracted him with fire, while the other rushed him from behind. The queen's unicorn ran her through as my friend swung her sword, taking out a second one. That gave Ronan the opening he needed to jump in and tear the third one to shreds. The fourth snapped her fingers and teleported away before she met the same end. Huffing at a breath of relief, I started toward him, but he shook his head. "Drake," he called. "You have to stop Drake and Lila." Pivoting, I took in what they were doing. The vortex had turned into a large portal. Black smoke filled with wraith-like creatures poured from it, and the stench of sulfur wafted toward me, nearly gagging me. There was at least a football field's length between us. I didn't have time to run. Instead, I teleported to the edge of where I'd seen his shield. Without pausing, I drew upon the newfound well of magic deep within me and poured it toward them. It crackled around the shield, but didn't break through it. "The gems, mistress," Shira called from above. "Draw from the dragon magic within." I focused on them and touched a foreign magic. Somehow it felt right as it slipped into me. Shira and I shared a bond, and as soon as I opened myself, the gems glowed, and the magic within them poured toward the shield along with my own. Slowly, holes began to appear in it, as if it were being burned. Within seconds, it was in tatters. Then it disappeared altogether. Serby rushed in toward the dark shadow that was starting to solidify into a shape and leaped at it. The two became so entangled in battle that I couldn't fire a spell to help, out of fear it would hit Cerberus instead. More smoke began to pour from the portal, becoming snarling individual shapes as it did. Brutus bolted toward it, growling as drool dripped from his jowls. Gross. A disjointed vision of that all over my Sherpa bedspread flashed through my mind. A semi-hysterical thought that I'd have to ask him to stay in bulldog form unless we were battling skittered through my brain. I shook off the weirdly timed thought as Drake twisted toward me, his hands raised as magic poured from them toward me. My brief lapse in attention was going to do me in. He was going to get me before I could gather my own magic. I didn't even have time to throw my hands up to deflect it with my cuffs. They wouldn't save me again. In the split second I realized that, I glanced at my sister. Lila's gaze bounced back and forth between the two of us, her eyes wide and her expression tortured. It all happened in a heartbeat, though it seemed to drag on forever. She held her hands out toward me, magic crackling between them, and I knew for sure I was a goner. At the last second, she shifted toward Drake and blasted him, but not before he got his shot off. As his magic hit me, the last thing I saw before my world went black was the life fading from his eyes. My sister had killed him to save me, but she'd been too late. Chapter 34. When I opened my eyes again, something was off. Brutus, who'd already been battling the creatures in the portal, was back beside me, starting his charge toward the portal, and a very much alive Drake was pivoting toward me. I didn't understand what I was seeing, because it was an exact repeat of the last few moments before Drake's magic had hit me. Macy, who'd been at least 50 feet away from me just moments ago, appeared beside me and pushed me out of the way at the last second, barely dodging the spell herself. Ronan was at my side in an instant, reaching down to offer me a hand. "Thanks," I said, jumping to my feet. His expression was stricken, but I didn't have time right then to figure out why. Drake lay dead at Lila's feet, and she stood frozen in place, staring back and forth between the portal and me, then to Drake. "You have to stop it," I yelled to her. My voice barely carried over the roar of the portal, but my sluggish brain took a second to realize that's all I heard. Most of the fighting had died down. "I can't," she called back, her voice frantic. "It's too late." Demons poured from the vortex, and Serby and Brutus fought them as they exited. It was too much for just the two of them, though, and Eddie, Eric, Caitlyn, and Lucas jumped into the fray. With a final glance at me, Lila turned and joined them. "I don't know how to stop it," she called over my shoulder. "That's gonna be on you." Still not understanding what had caused the glitch in my memory, I shoved it into a mental box to unpack later. Athena stepped forward and took my hand. "Caitlyn, Tahira, Lucas, it's going to take all of us." She turned to me as the Queen, Lucas, and Tahira teleported to us. "Join hands and repeat after me. Put everything you've got into it." We did. Then Athena's voice rang out over the rushing clamor of the vortex. "I call upon thee, those who came before us and guarded this land. Help us purify this sacred space of the evil that seeks to taint it." We all repeated the words in unison. Then we did it again and again, turning it into a chant. Our magic poured from our hands, twining together. The wind picked up, blowing dirt and debris everywhere. Thunder boomed as spirits appeared around us, and my magic swelled with power that wasn't mine. I opened myself to it and channeled it into the swirling vortex. The portal began to shrink and suck the black wraiths back into it. More power flowed through me and toward it, and within seconds, the portal snapped closed, the winds died down, and the spirits disappeared. After the roar of battle and the deafening noise of the wind and thunder, you could have heard a pin drop. I pulled in a deep breath as my gaze wandered over everybody left standing. Lapis landed softly beside Eric and Eddie, and I did a head count. All my people were there, though they were beaten and bloodied. I turned to Caitlyn and Tahira, both of whom wore somber expressions. "We lost a few," Caitlyn replied. "I'm not sure of the numbers yet, but considering what we faced, the casualties weren't as bad as I'd feared." "We lost 6 that I know of," Tahira told me. "I suspect some of them had a hand in capturing Lucas, though, so I'm withholding mourning them until an investigation clears them." "We didn't lose anybody, at least not yet," Alexa said, her voice somber. "We have 8 badly wounded, though." Ronan rushed forward and scooped me into his arms. When he pushed me back, anguish consumed his expression, deepening the lines on his forehead and at the corner of his eyes. "I'm so sorry. I should have been by your side. I should have trained harder with you. You nearly died. As you predicted, I was too far away to help you in wolf form, and I was too panicked to draw upon your magic." I touched my forehead to his. Now wasn't the time for "I told you so," but we would be having a serious discussion about it later. Chapter 35. 2 days later, after the dead and wounded had been taken care of, we were sitting at the bar. There were a million pieces of the whole mess that had to be sorted. but we all needed just one beat to put ourselves back together first. Athena had left to deal with the whole Quinn situation, but Caitlyn, Alexa, and Macy had decided they needed to take a step back from everything too. So, we decided to have a girls' beach day. I hadn't heard from Lila. By the time the dust had settled, she'd been gone. I tried to reach her telepathically, but though I sensed her there, she wasn't answering. The only thing I'd picked up was a whole wheelbarrow full of mixed feelings. I figured I'd give her some time to sort them out, and hope she came to me on her own. I desperately wanted a relationship with her, but the ball was in her court. I knew I sure had a lot of things to unpack from the whole thing, especially considering that the last time I'd talked to her, Drake had ordered the Djinn to kill her. How she'd gone from that to fighting by his side was a mystery only she could answer, but I supposed it would have to wait. Folks had been so disappointed that we'd had to cancel the Halloween party due to burst water pipes that we'd rescheduled it for that weekend, and the girls were flying down. At least all the money I'd spent on decorations, candy, and weird liqueurs for funky-colored drinks wouldn't be wasted. We'd all pooled together and put the bar back in order, and now all there was to do was relax, at least for today. "What I don't understand," I said, taking a sip of my margarita as we sat in the shade of the tiki, "is what happened when Drake fired that magic at me right before Lila killed him. I know he hit me. I felt it. Then everything went black. Then when I came to, it was like time had been rewound." "That's not possible," Eric said, as Austin poured him a beer. "Besides, I was watching, and Macy clearly got to you before he hit you. Barely, but she did. You never fell." "Yeah," I said, scrunching my forehead. "That was the second time around, though. The first time, he hit me, and she was like 50 feet away from me. I know I sound nuttier than a 5-pound fruitcake, but I'm telling y'all that something happened. It felt like some sort of glitch." "She's right." Caitlyn came around the bar wearing a cute pink bathing suit that accented her dark hair and tan skin and slid onto her stool. "Something did happen. I felt it, but I have no idea what it was. It's not possible to rewind time, yet that's the only thing that would explain it." Macy sighed. "As it turns out, it is apparently possible. How do I know, you ask? Because I did it." We all whipped our gazes in her direction. "Say what now?" Alexa asked. "I saw the same thing Eddie did." "That's what I saw too, but it's not what I felt," Caitlyn insisted. "Macy, I think you need to explain." She took a long drink of her Mai Tai, then set her glass down and ran her finger down the condensation on the glass. "I was across the field and saw her die." "Wait, what?" I asked, sitting my drink down. I knew I'd been hit and had gone down, but I hadn't seen any light or felt my spirit lift or any of the other stuff you hear people talk about. I was pretty sure I'd have known if I was dead. Then I realized everything just went black. I shoved that depressing thought to the back of my head. She arched a brow at me. "You died. I saw it. Drake died too, but not before he took you with him." "So how the hell is she sitting here?" Eddie asked, shifting his whole upper body toward her. The laughing pugs on his obnoxiously colored Aloha shirt did not match his expression. "Last I heard, dead's dead. Ain't no coming back from that." Macy shook her head. "I don't know. All I know is I saw Drake gearing up to fire at her. Ronan saw it coming and was on his way, but I knew he'd never make it. I tried to teleport, but by the time I got there, I was too late. You were down, and people were screaming and running toward you. So what changed all of that? Caitlyn asked, a weird mix of fascination and horror warring for dominance on her face. Macy lifted a shoulder helplessly. I have no clue. I was the first to her, and everything was nuts. We were gonna lose. Drake was dead, but the demons were pouring out of the portal. Nobody would have been able to put them back. We were done. And the balance of good and evil was about to crash. I panicked and wished desperately that I could turn back the hands of time by just a few seconds. My ears roared, and my magic, well, the best way to describe it is it took over and just poured out of me. The next thing I knew, she was on her feet again. Drake was alive, and I was still standing next to her. So I pushed her out of the way. It's not possible, Alexa whispered, then put her hand over her mouth. She looked shell-shocked, and I understood the feeling. But it's true, Macy replied, absently swirling her straw through the fruity mixture in her glass. I believe you. Ronan had joined us halfway through the story, but must have heard enough to understand. I felt it. I saw Drake draw on her and knew there was no way I'd get to her, and I couldn't access her magic. I felt her die. But something happened. 1 minute she was standing alone, then all of a sudden she wasn't. He turned his gaze toward Macy. You were next to her, and you saved her life. And thus the prophecy is fulfilled, Caitlyn mused, looking at Macy in a new light. If you hadn't been there, we'd be having a much different discussion right now, if we even managed to live long enough to get here. The world would be a dark place indeed. Wonder filled Macy's face, followed by relief, then confusion. I saved the world. It's over. I've spent my entire life waiting for that moment. But now what do I do? Who am I? I pulled her into a hug. You're still you. And for what you should do, well, whatever you want, sugar. You have the rest of your life ahead of you. We gathered our drinks and headed to the beach, where Ronan had set up our chairs and umbrellas. As the waves washed in and I toasted our success, I tried not to think about how close I'd come to dying. Then I realized that might have been why the sun seemed brighter, the drinks seemed sweeter, and my heart was full of gratitude. I had another chance, and I planned to make the most of every single moment.
This has been Sloe, Djinn, Fizz, A Shot of Midlife Magic, Book 3. Written by Tegan Maher. Narrated by Kim Miller. Copyright 2023-2024 by Tegan Maher. Production copyright by Tegan Maher.